ちに任された不死鳥の怒りだ。
Lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Nah, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max nggak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because it's Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome.
So creative.
This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli-beli,
Beli.
beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli, download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Garnier Men Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Garnier Men Acno 5
Dari Garnier Men.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key. Pegasus の力だ。セイントのみんな、行くぞ。登れ竜よ、天高く。ロザン百竜派。俺は不死身のフェニックス一騎。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah mau yang mana. Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max nggak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome!
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi.
Beli 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 beli.
Beli beli pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Pasti ori. Beli beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
dari Guardian Man.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key. Pegasus の力だ。セイントのみんな、行くぞ。登れ竜よ、天高く。ロゾン百竜派。俺は不死身のフェニックス一騎。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome!
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi.
Beli beli
Pasti Odi.
beli.
Pasti Odi. Beli download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Garnier Man.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Live from G Expo Theater, Kemayoran, Jakarta. MPL Season 10, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head & Shoulders, and super app partner, Grab. 6 teams, 5 days of matches, 1 champion. Who will be the next king of the galaxy? Let's see it together. We own this.
Will Aura Fire be able to retain their top 3 position in Season 10 against the Red Robots Bigetron Alpha? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 3rd day of playoffs for MPL Indonesia Season 10 with your English casters for today, Mirko, Eterna, and Connie.
My, oh my, today is going to be a fantastic day, but it also could be a heart-wrenching day because not like yesterday. Again, today, one person from the lower brackets, they're gonna have to pack their bags and say goodbye to their run here in the playoffs in MPL ID Season 10.
It's pretty crazy, right? Season 10 has been phenomenal. I think the right word to put it is awesome, because Gani has some awesome information for y'all back at home as well if you're in the market to look for a proper smartphone.
Check Samsung Galaxy A53 5G. 5G ready, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 256 gigabytes of memory as well, with 120 Hz refresh rate. This phone is the future.
It's deadly, man. If you're playing in the land of Dawn with this phone, you can expect all your opponents to say goodbye, surrender. It's no. Why are you even playing up against a Samsung Galaxy A53? You know what Kyrie did on the Samsung Gushin yesterday?
Oh.
He dominated. That's what he did.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. And aside from that, you also get a 600,000 worth of cashbacks.
689K worth
Oh,
of
even more.
awesome gifts, right? And you also get 900,000 IDR worth of cashback. So
Oh.
it's a bonus.
A bonus.
You said 600, then we added 89K, then we added another 900,000.
Of
And where
cashback.
can you find it? Eterna.
Super easy. Everyone, you guys as well can check it out at www.samsung.com/ID because don't forget everyone, Samsung is for everyone.
Well, here, MPL Indonesia Season 10 is also for everyone. We've had two phenomenal days. Now we're entering day number 3. And in all these days, every single one of the viewers here who've bought the tickets, and even the people who haven't bought the tickets, are able to actually visit here in the G-Expo arena. Outside, there's merchandise, there's fun games, and there's also an Axe booth where you can get all your freshness. 48 hours worth of freshness with the new dual action Axe effect. Donnie, you've been using Axe for a long time. Tell us a little about it.
It's so fresh that
So fresh.
practically the better you smell, the better you play. According to research as well, when you smell good, your gaming skill just gets better. Axe with dual action technology here gives up to 48 hours of freshness so I guess just hurry up and buy it.
Can you confirm this?
When you smell good, you feel better about yourself,
It's
right?
confidence.
It's a confidence boost. And therefore you play better.
Okay, well.
Confidence is key, guys.
Confidence is key. You can get the new Axe effect in stores near you, and you can also get a War Axe in game. So Axe has its effect everywhere, even in the land of Dawn. Here though, ladies and gentlemen, Bigetron Alpha once again up against Aura Fire. And like Eterna mentioned, it's going to be a bittersweet day, right? Because one team will be eliminated off of the playoffs here. But before that, let's give you guys a visual representation of what has happened throughout the playoffs of MPL Indonesia Season 10 with our brackets here, live and official after day number 2. Ghani's gonna break it down for you guys to see.
Well, let's see here, because again, the brackets, a lot of dramas already from day 1. The 2 teams sent home immediately. Day 2, we can breathe a little because no teams went home. But to see in details here, let's see. Aura Fire will meet Bigetron today. One team will go home, but RQ and as well as ONIC Royal Derby for the upper bracket, final upper bracket here. The team that wins will secure the first M4 slot.
Oh, so much drama today, just from today alone, and it's insane, right? Because it's a little bit of a deja vu here for the final upper bracket, because I think for the past 3 seasons, we've seen both RRQ and ONIC go head-to-head. But before we get into that match, let's focus on this upcoming match, because like we mentioned before, one of these teams are gonna have to say goodbye. And on screen, you can see Bigetron Alpha already with the motivation, the atmosphere here in the player room, as a lot of stakes are on them, especially after how badly they kind of lost to ONIC yesterday.
True, but then again, I feel like ONIC Esports this season especially very, very scary. So let's see.
Bigetron Alpha though, there's one member that ONIC needs to watch out for, and Aura as well here in the matchup. Key, El Momento, the man that is absolutely stunning on a lot of heroes that he's played. But yesterday, up against ONIC Esports, they were able to finally crack ONIC, getting a game. That's how difficult it is to go up against ONIC. Even getting a game itself is impressive, and Key was definitely the main member that shined in this game with his Hilda. He's able to disrupt so many things to happen in that early game and shut Kyrie down from the get-go. His remarkable hero has to be the Hilda. He's picked it up 2 times, once against Sutsujin, once against Kyrie. 100% win rate. It takes a whole lot of damage for his team, soaking it up as a roamer should, but most importantly, he's an active roamer. On any hero you give him, may it be a utility or a full tank, they're gonna go with that assist. And for Bigetron, for Key, he's asking Aura to let him pass through to the next stage. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as they walk through the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders, Bigetron Alpha!
The red robots walk on stage here to say hello to the audience, to say hello to the fans and the supporters who have been behind them for the past 2 months. We are going to see what exactly have they in store for us, especially going against Aura Fire here today.
Leg 1 of the regular season, a lot of doubts for this team, but leg 2, it seems like they have been more solid. They have found their rhythm as well, and in the playoffs, seems like they're ready. But for Aura Fire, gotta say, a lot of shakiness as well. The question is, how is their mentality? Remember, yesterday, they suffered a 3-2 loss, a reverse sweep, and let's see.
Let's see, Aura Fire here, their main man, the man that has just risen here in the playoffs, the unpredictable High in the jungle. 17 unique heroes picked up. In the regular season, we didn't get to see that unique hero shine, but in the playoffs, they have nothing left to hide. Obviously, though, he's still super solid on the heroes he's comfortable on, like that Ling. But yesterday, we saw a different version of the Ling, a very lethal, calculated High Ling up against RRQ. They were able to do so much on the board, and his retribution has just been so on point here in the playoffs. His remarkable hero is that Ling. He's picked it up 9 times, a 44% win rate. He's a very solid farmer. As you can see, 648 GPM. Despite him playing a whole lot of that utility jungle for his team, he still gets 2.8 average kills per game. And here it is, nothing is impossible for High. Welcome the Hydras from Indonesia, walking down the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. Aura Fire!
Aura Fire here, led by Fluffy himself here in the front lines, and as they make their way on the stage next to Bigetron Alpha. So many things have happened for the past 2 months, and I gotta say, this time around, Fluffy in particular has really risen from the ashes here. He's been so reliable in that EXP lane as both of these teams. They're gonna say good luck, have fun to one another, as this is going to be their final stand here in match number 1.
Showing their final respect before entering the Land of Dawn. But let's talk about Aura Fire. A lot of, I feel like Fluffy has been critical in this lineup because why? I feel Kabuki a little bit shaky, if not he's using the Beatrix, but the coaches, man.
The coaches, they are the brains behind everything that's been going on here. You see from Bigetron, Coach Brandini, and Aura Fire, Coach Tezet, and that's the interesting thing, right? Because in the regular season, there have been so many questions about hero pool coming in from Aura Fire, and into the playoffs, we start to see things that have been saved for the playoffs, like the Minotaur, the Grok in the jungle position as well. As now we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head here by Head and Shoulders.
On paper, what significant is take a look at the match history. Aura Fire winning 4 in their last 5. Will it be repeated here, or the Red Robots has something in store? Again, objective-wise, First Lord and First Turtle, Bigetron Alpha seems to have more percentage, which means they are more likely to play in the early game. They do not care about kills because KDA, on paper, Aura Fire is leading. So we'll have to see here, again, the clash of styles, team fight-ish or objective orientation team fight.
That's exactly what I saw from the statistics, right? Because if you see from the kills and the assist ratio compared to Bigetron Alpha, Aura Fire were leading in those categories, but it seems like Bigetron very focused on the objectives, as now we're also going to take a look at the keys to victory here by Axe for Aura Fire.
Fluffy doing rotation and flanking easily here. Doing pick-off strats from the early game is the way to go for Aura Fire. Beware of Key's team fight initiation. He has been the key for Bigetron and optimizing the composition, being flexible in the drafting phase. Of course, Tezet he needs to find the key here against Max and friends. Meanwhile, if we're talking about keys to victory here by X4 side of Bigetron Alpha, they gotta be careful. Do not overextend during team fights. They tend to do this, especially in the mid game towards the late. And of course, beware with Aura side laner's movement. Kabuki has shown movements as well in the fighters, so perhaps they need to somehow find the counters, following up Key's initiation, and of course, finding a good high ground hero pool.
I mean, looking at just the playoffs so far, the last 2 days, right? Both Aura and Bigetron Alpha, they came in from the play-in stage. They didn't get that upper bracket position in the regular season, but both of them have had very different paths to come down here to the lower brackets. For Aura Fire, they went all 10 games. They did not take a break at all amongst these games. And again, this just shows, is it going to help Aura Fire, or is it going to actually be the reason that Bigetron Alpha have more of a bigger sample pool to play around here when it comes to that hero pool, right? Again, Aura has played 10 games this playoffs. Meanwhile, for Bigetron Alpha, they've only played... How many games did they play? 3-0 up against Rebellion Zion and 3-1 against ONIC. So 7 games and compared to 10 here. As we are going to jump into the drafts, Bigetron Alpha, they should have a better read as to what Aura will go for. But that Atlas here is also going to be the template from Aura Fire. They're going for the same 3 bans that ONIC did against BTR.
Again, here Aura Fire copying ONIC again. I feel like Key on the Atlas is a little bit too lethal, so they do not want to somehow gamble it. Bigetron, though, on the other side, also give respect towards a Godiva, banning out that Kirita, and for their final ban, they will ban that Akai. Aura Fire here has a choice. Well, in the playoffs, they tend to pick Paquito first pick, or perhaps Faramis here.
Aura Fire, they love to play around this Faramis. I think up until yesterday, it was still sitting at a 100% win rate until they lost yesterday. So they love to play around this. They like to utilize this for Facehugger. And now Bigetron Alpha, they have the option to pick up the Paquito. And it's super flex in their composition, right? We saw how lethal Max was on the Paquito yesterday, but it can also be flexed onto Sorizo. And it's not as bad, it's not worse at all. They're both equally great at this hero.
Yeah. And the thing is, remember, last time Aura Fire met Bigetron Alpha, Max was on that Paquito when he got that triple kill 1v4. So that also helps him, and that gives him that opportunity to find that confidence again in this series. Paquito, no-brainer pick up there, gonna pick it up, and it's gonna be the Grok, not the Claude for BTR.
Again, amazing. I feel like a good 2 picks here. Paquito and Grok. Early game damage is definitely there. Pressure as well. Again, from the data, Bigetron, they are more likely to secure the turtle, so I guess they are going to play the early game. Here's a comment by Skylar though. Aura keeps improving, and their trio mid, tank, mid, and jungler they are OP, according to Skylar. But the response here, Matilda and Beatrix.
Yeah, I think, OP is kind of an understatement, right? You got the Matilda, the Beatrix as well, and like they mentioned, the trio mid, and most importantly, I think Kabuki has really been stepping up in this playoff so far.
He has, but if he's given the heroes that he's comfortable with, and Beatrix is definitely one of them. So we're going to see what happens here. I mean, already Aura Fire going with the double roamer strat. You said Bigetron has really good early game, but now Aura Fire, additional rotation, additional wave clear as well from the Matilda. That's going to be a problem here in the early game as Bigetron now have secured the Yve. I think there have been so many highlights on Bigetron about the M&M, right? Max and Marky, but Moreno as well has really stepped up, and this was one of the keys to victory for Bigetron. At least give Moreno a high ground hero that he's capable on, and Yve was among them. He won an MVP yesterday.
He did. And guess what? ONIC Esports actually banned the Yve right after that game, even the Farsa. So the respect was given over instantly from ONIC Esports, and right now we're seeing that happen. BTR going for their comfort picks, but so are Aura Fire. They're sticking with what makes this composition happen for them, what has given them the victory in the past, staying on that Beatrix and obviously the Faramis. The only time the Faramis has lost in the playoffs so far was yesterday when Aura Fire went up against RRQ Hoshi in the final moments of that game. Facehugger misplayed, did not press that Cult Altar, and it was the end for them. But here, it has to come in clutch with that Faramis pick.
I guess that is also why Bigetron Alpha, they opt for a hero for Moreno first. Because I think yesterday they secured Marky's hero first in the first phase, and now Aura Fire has a huge chance to ban out Earthel and as well as the Claude, but Let's see, Bigetron here with the EXP laners ban, Fredrin and as well as Yu Zong. Very, very interesting. Aura Fire with their last ban. I'm sure that they should ban Claude here for their last ban, but no, it is actually Bruno. So, Bigetron, still Claude.
It's a very intelligent move here by Aura Fire, right? They know that the Beatrix up against the Claude, this is the matchup that they were comfortable with yesterday, even up against Skylar on that Claude. So they ban out two heroes that can actually be kind of a hassle to deal with for the Beatrix. The Bruno that can bully, and the Irithel that can scale a bit better into that late game. BTR have an option to go for that Claude. The Faramis Cult Altar can kind of be countered by that Claude. Again, it all depends on how Marky plays it, but right now, I think it's a very wise move to go for that Claude, leaving that Paquito and Grok still flexed towards that last pick.
Well, we'll see here. Two heroes for the side of Aura Fire. They have burst. They have some sort of a support within the Matilda. I'm guessing they need very, very hard heroes in the front line for the front line here. Two heroes that can sandbag the damage from Paquito, that Grok as well, and perhaps that Claude, and that will be Esmeralda. Somehow a soft counter towards that Eve and as well as Paquito. We'll see here. The last band, the last hero. I'm guessing it's tough here. High. Ling perhaps?
Yeah,
Does Ling work?
The Ling, I think. The Ling works here up against the Eve, up against the Claude. You can actually also dodge away from the CC coming in from the other members. But
no.
What they need is kind of a frontliner, so they go for the Baxia pick here in the jungle.
Okay, so the largest source of damage, they're going to heavily rely on Kabuki here, and that actually might be dangerous. Bigetron Alpha could exploit this later on in the game, keep their eye onto Kabuki. But now Bigetron Alpha, how are they going to dive into that backline? Okay, they do have the Claude, but of course Kabuki on the Beatrix can just build the Wind of Nature. So we're going to see the last pick here coming through for Bigetron. Is it going to be a jungle or is it going to be a side laner?
We'll see here. The last pick for the side of Bigetron. I think, okay, Dyrov. Okay, again, XP laner here, of course. Hard counter towards Esmeralda. It does make sense, and I feel like Bigetron's composition is more well-rounded. They have the DPS, they have burst as well, and they have the high ground in that Eve.
How are the lanes here looking like, Mirko?
Well, you know, in terms of the matchups here, again, Esmeralda's not really going to have a fun time up against that Dyroth. The fact that Bigetron Alpha have also secured both the Eve and the Grok will mean that, again, BTR will have a little bit more room to play with in that mid-control department. But the audience prediction here by TikTok seems to agree with me as well. 54%, and even Gani, remember, Gani said, this is the closest so far, 54 to 46%. And it just shows in an elimination match, both teams will give their all. There's no more strat hiding for both of these teams.
It's all or nothing. It's go big or go home at this point. So we're going to see as both of these teams are going head-to-head here in game number 1 for their tournament lives once again. A lot on the line as we're going to dive into the Land of Dawn.
The first game right here, ladies and gentlemen. This usually sets the tempo of the series. Bigetron Alpha and Aura Fire diving into the Land of Dawn. You guys can go and comment down in the chat right now as to who you think will win. Hashtag BTR win or hashtag Aura Fire.
I feel like with this Baxia pick from High, with the emblem tank, Concussive Blast, not the jungler emblem, mind you. So I guess what he seeks in this hero is, again, frontline with synergized with Fluffy. I'm guessing that is perhaps to harass the back lines. But let's see here, Fluffy again, popping that sprint in the early game, not a good sign as an XP laner.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, right? Because I think Aura Fire, they heavily rely as well onto those side lanes. Fluffy is going to have a really hard time in that lane, and usually he's the one to be able to carry out and push those side lanes, divert the attention of the opponent. But this time, it is going to be difficult, and you can see the response coming in from Godiva. He is trying to help in that lane. He is trying to push it as fast as he can, knowing that in a 1v1, Sorizo is going to dominate.
The top side as well, though, so far. Marky has had a pretty solid time here up against Kabuki on the Claude Beatrix matchup. And honestly, if we're talking about this matchup, I would actually say it's a skill matchup in the gold lane, right? So it's going to come down to how Aura Fire utilizes the Baxia. They can clear a bit faster than Max on the Paquito. And here it is. High going to be taken very low instantly. I think he might be bursted down, but the Tortoise's Poissons gives him the little edge and mobility to get out. Godiva looking for the play. Solo kill up top by Kabuki. Moreno forced to flicker out. Max not level 4. Zone away from his own jungle, and it's Aura Fire who are able to secure first blood once again.
And this is expected, right? Because a lot of the members from the side of Aura Fire aren't reliant on that level 4. I do believe that Kabuki is going to be stronger before that blazing duet happens for Marky, and so that's exactly what has been exploited. In terms of this mid lane, though, it's going to be difficult because Moreno just reached level 4, just secured that real-world manipulation, and so Aura Fire also had a little bit of an edge in terms of that neutral objective contest.
I don't know about this. Real-world inflation popped in. Cerezo jumps in as well. High's going to be taken low. Max with the steal, with the rhetoric. He gets out with the wild charge as well. Turtle slain, BTR disengaging. Max still in the midst, goes in for the knockout strike just to disengage even more. High, though, is looking for that play. Fluffy trying to dive in, but BTR secure the turtle, and they back off.
They executed the turtle take very tremendously here from side of Bigetron Alpha. They were the ones who are a little bit late on rotation, but they are the ones who managed to secure that one top side though. Now, that's going to be the main agenda here for side of Bigetron, realizing that Marky has been taken down once. I'm quite sure now they need to feed Marky. DHS Golden Staff should be done here in minute number 7. So I feel like Aura Fire also need to respond to pressure the gold lane. Let's see.
What we're seeing on screen is an exact reflection of what we saw in that team head-to-head, right? Aura Fire leading in kills, Bigetron Alpha leading in objectives. And this has got to be centered as well on the fact of Max's immaculate retribution game that I don't feel that High can actually contest. But as you can see here, the talents prediction by Axe. Me and Omwawa alone here on the English and Indo desk, respectively, as I'm in a Bigetron sandwich.
Oh, bottom side though, Fluffy gonna be taken down here. Max using the kill. Pressure, wait, Max is gonna get taken down. Max, a misplay by Max down below. As that was definitely a miscoordination. Cerezo was supposed to tank that one. Aura Fire getting a very good trade down below based on a mistake from BTR.
Seems like once again here, Bigetron tries still keeping the pressure again. Like I said, we expect them, both teams to... Oh my god.
Key with the wild charge, and Ilk gets the chain coming in. Gold Alter pop, but he's gonna lose all of his HP to the blazing duet. Marky picks up the kill. High, looking for the shield unity. Jumps in onto Key. Imperial's Bastion popped in as well. Marky gonna be dove there, but has the battle mirror image to get out. High still able to dash, well, to back off as well with the Tortoise's Poissons. And BTR have secured that gold lead, turning it back. But it's only a very small one that can be turned around by Aura. Very good objective control here and conversion from BTR.
Be aware of Key's playmaking ability, and that's exactly what he did. He was able to get a pick on that top side, create a distraction for Aura Fire. Meanwhile, Bigetron Alpha, they're also able to secure another objective on the board. Here in the 5th minute, we do have a little bit more time to dive into the emblems, Bunny.
I gotta say, nothing too significant here. Paquito with that killing spree, I feel like he wants some movement speed and he goes for that as well. 2 talents, but take a look at Key here. Popping that ultimate for defense, I guess Aura Fire, again, the commitment doesn't come to fruition. Now let's talk about the items here. Item-wise, still like place here for Claude, respecting Kabuki's Beatrix again, but after that Golden Staff, expect Marky to join more team fights to create more chances here in the top side. Again, Paquito, Hunter Strike, the damage is definitely there. Aura Fire, they need something they need to find a kill, perhaps on towards Marky to somehow negate or delay that power spike.
I'm actually quite curious, right? Because face value, oh, but wait a minute. Here, Cerezo caught in a 2v1 situation.
Oh, he's not going to be able to survive this one. Gets out, dashing in. Key with the wild charge, buying some time, but in the end, it is going to be Cerezo picked off. Key now caught. Use that flicker, use that wild charge. He has nowhere to go. It's a double kill for High as Aura Fire are able to take that gold lead back into their hands. Real world manipulation popped in that bottom side. They're looking for a trade. BTR with a 200 gold lead left in their pockets. Max, though, still gonna just back up, not really wanting to go for that. Kabuki looking for that siege in the mid lane as Marky jumps in with the Blazing Duet, dealing a whole lot of damage, clearing out the waves in the process as well. Both teams disengaging once again, and it is still an equal game.
Wow, super close here. But while that was happening, Aura Fire was able to push that turret in the top side as well. You can see here in the bottom side, Fluffy already able to get Max a little bit low. And actually, that is a really good setup for them to able to get this turtle.
Yeah, Max is nowhere near this fight. Hai's going to be able to pick that up for free. No contest from BTR. And Aura Fire are finally on the board in turtle takes here. Taking it, securing it. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. Max is clearing out the waves. BTR able to find a little bit back here in the trade down below.
Again, Bigetron Alpha playing this rather well, but I gotta say, Aura Fire, actually, they have hold their ground the 7 minutes very, very well as well. Kabuki here collecting 1 kill on towards Marky. That is proven critical. Why? You can see here, top lane, turret has been taken down. Meanwhile, gotta say, Hai on that concussive blast, I was kind of doubting his decision, but with the 2-0-0 stat, it seems like it's okay for now.
Hai with the shield immunity cancelled out by Kia here. Barrier popped in as well. Everything popped in, but look at the cult altar perfectly placed once again, but it's going to be bursted down by the real world manipulation. Everyone melting, but it's actually going to be Sorizo who gets taken down first. No kills on the board for BTR. Meanwhile, Aura down below, they get the turret as well. BTR struggling in this game with the shield immunity connecting and Fluffy picking up the kill. 1.2k gold lead, and Aura Fire are converting everywhere on the map.
Turret in the mid side, turret in the bottom side as well, as now Bigetron Alpha, they're the ones kind of scrambling in terms of this initiation. It seems like they took the fight without Max, and the damage just really wasn't there, especially as Facehugger was present in that team fight with the Cult Altar. Additional sustain for the members of Aura Fire, and in return, Bigetron Alpha were the ones to lose a member instead. Aura Fire almost leading with a 2,000 gold lead, as now they are preparing to get this next objective in that Lord. And interestingly enough here, Kabuki already has that Wind of Nature. So what does this mean for us here, Goni?
I guess he wants more security, especially against Marky. Paquito won't be bursted down when you have that Wind of Nature, but also keep in mind that, oh, there's a fight.
Okay, Cult Ultra baited in, but Max will not be able to take that damage. Gone down by Kabuki on that Beatrix. Absolutely lethal right now as Aura Fire look to convert on another objective. They set their sights on the first Lord.
We'll see here again. I guess Aura Fire with a 2,000 gold lead here. It's gonna be crazy, but what they should be aware of is, again, Marky. Baxia, after a Golden Staff and DHS, it's gonna melt, especially Bigetron Alpha. They are building towards that dominance ice. Let's see the Lord take, though.
Wild charge popped in. Oh my god, Marky gets the kill there onto the Matilda right now. The Retribution battle comes in, and it's not gonna be anyone taking it. It's Hai who finishes it up, and Marky gets a triple kill. Finally shut down, but it's another shutdown as well onto Hai. Aura Fire are going to lose the fight. They secure the Lord, but I think BTR might actually be able to equalize in gold with that play.
I think that was really worth it for Bigetron Alpha. I mean, that is still an unenhanced Lord, and they're going to lose a lot of towers here in the process. A lot of shutdowns as well. So allowing Bigetron Alpha to really secure those integral items on their core members. Like Marky now sitting at a 422 KDA. That's not exactly who you'd want to feed if you were Aura Fire.
Well, let's see here again. I feel like with that triple kill, Marky already secured the 2 items needed. So Aura Fire, especially Fluffy, Hai, and as well as Godiva, who is building tank, they're gonna be careful. They can't be obnoxious like top side here. They can't overextend because Hai is gonna be melted down just like that, even without Marky.
Yeah. There you go, bottom side as well, though. Godiva is forced to flicker out. The barrier is perfectly placed. Godiva's going to be collapsed on by Marky and Key. That's the Marky combo that we expected. And Aura Fire, once again, even with the Lord, aren't able to get a turret on the board. Just a tier 2 down below for now. BTR looking to punish now, though, up top already. Sorizo, whoa, jumping in aggressively. BTR with a concealed play. Fluffy should back off of this one. They should just give it over to BTR. That's exactly what they do. Don't need to get too aggressive.
It feels like at this point, Aura Fire really is in the mercy of Sorizo, right? Because what Aura Fire wants to do with their composition is either High or Fluffy goes to the side lanes and tries to alleviate the pressure for Aura Fire to make a play on the other side of the map. But every time they go for this, if Sorizo is present, whatever tankiness that they had that built their confidence to be able to rotate like that is instantly taken away. Like, we saw how High was instantly obliterated from the damage that was dealt, and it's very difficult. I mean, Sorizo damage dealt already top 3 there.
Yeah, one of the reasons also is because Sorizo built that dominance ice. Again, High, his power, this Bakshir power will definitely be negated by that item as well. So Bigetron Alpha here playing it rather safely, even though our Fire gets the Lord. But take a look at the gold.
Oh my god, that burst damage coming in! They take away almost all of Fluffy's HP and that Cold Altar. But I agree with what you said, Gani. Again, right? Aura Fire as well, they need to go for that all-in type of fight with the Cold Altar. They can't really go for the prolonged ones with the damage from BTR coming through. And even the burst that BTR has, this is why I think a lot of the other casters went for BTR as well. It feels like BTR have a more multi-dimensional composition here, whereas Aura Fire, they can only go for one type of fight.
Oh.
But even...
Marky, did you see Marky's
What
response?
happened?
Boom. He slammed the table there. So there was perhaps passion in that sense as well. But both teams with this pause, I gotta say, Aura Fire can recollect themselves. Because I feel pressure is on them. Bigetron, slightly, even though, like I said, they didn't get the Lord, but they are now, composition-wise, more stronger in the mid-game if you really compare to Aura Fire. Sure, Beatrix, very, very nasty with that Renner shot as well. But I gotta say, Dyroth, Claude, mid-game, late-game, Yves especially, it's going to be a little bit more tricky here for side of Aura Fire.
I agree. I think this is Aura Fire's game to lose if they prolong this to that point where these members from Bigetron Alpha get to that power spike, because it's just going to be so much to handle. And that's why I thought that Aura Fire, they really put their eggs in one basket here in this game. I think I like to say this a lot, but that's exactly what Aura Fire likes to do. That's their identity. That's their playstyle. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So far, they haven't been able to snowball from that early game. And unfortunately, it's not really looking too great for them because of how reliant they are on the damage solely coming in from that Beatrix.
See, we're saying that, right? We're saying that Aura Fire are very one-dimensional in the draft right now, but unfortunately, that's their style, right? Maybe fortunately for them, they're comfortable playing these one-dimensional compositions, and they're comfortable putting the late-game control into just one hero. It's always been Kabuki in the late game with the Beatrix as well, and now that's what they're doing, putting all their eggs in the basket on Kabuki. If he can make that play happen like he has done so many times before, Bigetron are in for a show. BTR though, first onto the Lord with their poke as well. Their range advantage gonna go in. Godiva still there. Fluffy gonna be caught by Moreno and Sorizo. Slowed down by the Ice Queen Wand. That's a lot of HP taken out already. BTR use that advantage to clear out the midway, forcing the Nibiru's passion as they go back into that Lord pit.
Bigetron Alpha heavily denying any rotations coming in from Aura Fire at this stage. They're being zoned away. It does seem like Aura Fire, they still want to go for the contest. They still want to commit as once again an engage happens.
Sorizo jumps onto Godiva. They're trying their best to bait that Cult Altar before the fight starts here. High with the Shield Unity, opening up the map once again. That's going to be key. Jumping with the Wild Charges. Fluffy's going to be CC down. Real World and Blazing popped in with the Blazing Wit to the back lines as well as it's comboed in together. Max goes in for the knockout strike. Circling to the back lines as Kabuki finds the kill onto Marky. No gold laner for BTR. Godiva taken low. Max still full HP. Going to jump in onto Fluffy, who's able to get a falling Star Moon. Max picking up a kill. It's going to get down again by Kabuki. He's looking for that triple kill. And like we mentioned, they put their hopes on Kabuki. He does not fail Aura Fire.
He delivers, and that's going to be a Lord secured for Aura Fire here in the 15th minute. Despite so much damage coming in from Bigetron Alpha with the real-world manipulation as well as the backup from all the other members, Aura Fire with the clutch Cult Altar this time around from Facehugger, they're going to be able to outmaneuver Bigetron Alpha in that team fight and even get another tower in that mid-side.
Let's see Kabuki's item. Full items already. Haskell and Wind of Nature for security and damage as well. But Hunter Strike, BOD, Malefic Roar to top it off. You can see Marky just insta-deleted. And of course, the Piquito and as well as Moreno were caught. And that is the positioning and timing that Kabuki can give towards Aura Fire. Now they are leading with this Lord push. Let's see how many base turrets they can delete.
Aura looking for that push down below. Enhanced Lord already taking a chunk of that turret HP. Fluffy though, gonna be bursted down, assassinated by both Cerezo and Max. No minions in that bottom side. My goodness, Face Tiger disappears from the face of the Land of Dawn. But Bigetron lose that base turret here. It's still Aura Fire with a slight victory in this trade.
Oh, that was kind of bad for Aura Fire though, right? They have to be able to expect these things from happening. How are they going to be able to win these team fights if Bigetron Alpha keep looking and keep finding those opportunities to take down the members one by one?
I gotta say, they need to be careful again not to overextend or overcommit on towards things. Remember, Aura Fire, they lost to RQ yesterday, I feel like for the most part, because they overcommitted towards things that are just unnecessary, like this Godiva. Again, okay, he has the flicker, but what is it for? Now we can see here, hi. Is this the right call? Let's see.
I don't know, right? For BTR, I think that was the right call for them, definitely. For Aura Fire, this engage seems somewhat forced, right? It was a flicker traded in for a wild charge. I think BTR will be happy with that kind of trade all day long. Kabuki, though, he's still just such a menace on this Beatrix, and I think this is the problem, the main problem for Bigetron Alpha, right? They need to be able to dive Kabuki. Marky's been trying to do it. He can't do it solo anymore now that the Wind of Nature is up for himself, for Kabuki. I don't know. Do they even have enough dive here to get him?
I think of the flanking.
Yeah.
They just need to flank. Find a moment where they can look for a flank. I think Max is able to pull that off, or even Key, who's really good at looking for these openings, but oh, not like this.
Immortality, no. Key's gonna get taken down again. He tried to open up the map and the timing was just not right. 13 seconds for the Lord to spawn. Aura Fire, this is it. Bigetron Alpha, I don't think they're gonna be able to look for this contest now that Key's not here. That wild charge has just been the key for them in these team fights.
He thought he has the wild charge to escape, but the Shadow Stampede was just there to pull him back again towards the members of Aura Fire. 5v4 here. Is it going to be wise? Let's see.
Max though, oh no. Max gonna be right out. He goes in for Kabuki, doesn't get the kill. Max taken down. BTR lose their jungler now. 40-second death timer. It was a very risky play they went for. So Rizzo now jumping in onto other members. Flickering out, Cold Alter baited. BTR, whoa, falling sideward onto the three members of Looking Key! He goes in for the wild charge, the real world reflection is there as well. BTR able to survive for now, but it's gonna be Kabuki picking up the monster kill.
Kabuki!
From Kabuki! You do not doubt this man! Kabuki is back with style! Fluffy jumps in with the Falling Star Moon, trying to lock them down. Mini waves coming through as Aura Fire are looking to get game number 1 under their belt. Kabuki still coming in. Marky clearing out the waves once again, but with the 2 mini waves collapsing, it does not seem like BTR can defend. The base will be gunned down by Kabuki once again, and it's Aura who strike first in the series.
Expect the unexpected when we see an Aura Fire game, because even though the odds were stacked against them, Aura Fire able to look for a moment. And as of now, they are leading 1-0 here in the best of 5 series against Bigetron Alpha.
My God, Aura Fire. I thought that because they are heavily relying on Kabuki, that's not gonna work. But boy, his stat was 10-1-1. This guy was merciless. Bigetron, the red robots slain by the dragons here in game 1. And Aura Fire deserved it. They were the better team. Positioning, timing. Max went in to kill Kabuki, but what he forgot is Kabuki has that Wind of Nature. And of course with the backup, Max is the one who's taken down, and that is just a gamble not worth it. Aura Fire, well deserved.
Well deserved indeed. We mentioned it in the pause. Sure, it's a one-dimensional draft, but hey, that's what Aura Fire likes to play with. They put all their eggs into Kabuki, and Kabuki definitely performed. What a performance there. by the gold laner and by the team as well. The Cult Altar from Facehugger has been on point here today.
Luckily for us. Not like yesterday.
Yeah.
He used the Cult Altar a little too late in that game, and it really cost them that game, I think. The momentum instantly shifted. But remember, guys, this is a best of 5. We've seen a lot of reverse sweeps here in the playoff stage. So for Aura Fire, they need to reset, come back with the same mindset they did in game number 1. And for Bigetron, a lot of mistakes were made. They went in one by one there towards the end. And that really costed them the game, no? What was up there?
I guess, again, I feared that Aura Fire is gonna overextend, but Bigetron is actually overcommitting things more here in game 1. Perhaps it was the jitters, it was the nerves, but then again, this is a best of 5 miracle. Anything can still happen. Bigetron, they need to just reset. Aura Fire, a very strong start, but his Beatrix went crazy here and secure game 1.
And that gives us a question, right? That poses the question, what happens if you take away the Beatrix?
Exactly.
And the Faramis, right? Both of these heroes need to be present right now for Aura Fire. And in game 1, they revealed those two. Again, I think, yeah, Facehugger has only lost once on the Faramis throughout the playoffs. And Bigetron Alpha, they definitely underestimated the Faramis here in game 1. They're gonna have to adapt for game 2. But for Aura, this is the momentum that they need. And like we said, the first game of the series usually sets the tempo for the entirety. And right now it's Aura with a massive dub.
Massive done indeed. So let's see here. The item builds for game 1, 16-12 and 18 minutes of game time. You can see here Facehugger with 11 assists here. Faramis building damage, of course, clock. Lightning Truncheon and as well as Enchanted Talisman. Why? For that cooldown reduction so that that Cult Altar can be semi-spammed as well. Again, with Marky earlier, he built that Sea Halberd for Esmeralda and as well as Baksha, but I guess it negates the power from Claude. I expect more. I guess it can deal more damage if that Sea Halberd were taken away and you add a Malefic Roar. But then again, I guess Bigetron Alpha, execution-wise, they overcommitted to things more, and Aura Fire just capitalized on that. We can see here Kabuki mentioned it earlier, the penetration from that Hunter Strike and as well as Malefic Roar is evident. Adding that Wind of Nature were sold for that Immortal, it's gonna add more security in surviving in the Land of Dawn with that Haspels and as well as BOD. 10-1-1, 15,000 gold lead were secured by this guy. Let's take a look at the numbers here. Living by Mandiri, gold, Rich Guy by Living Mandiri, of course, will fall at the hands of the gold laner from Aura Fire, Kabuki, 831. And we can see here, Falefi and Facehugger joins the title as well. Sandbag is the forgotten one, but the carry actually falls in the hands of the losing side here on the Yves Moreno.
I'm actually quite surprised. High, 81% KP. That's the highest we see on the screen, and usually he's not as active as that.
That just shows how how adept he is at just changing his heroes, because on the Baksha, that's what you need, that heavy activeness in the game, and he just performs there. Speaking of performance, your MVP by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G has to be the man you see on screen. All the eggs into this basket, and the basket's called Kabuki. 10-1-1, Gani.
Exactly. So again, well done for Aura Fire. The job is not done, but let's take a look at the highlights here presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Again, in the early game, it was kind of back and forth. Bigetron has their chances, but what I do feel here, they are a little bit too active here in the top side. They catch Max and in this Lord as well here. Aura Fire, they went a little too ham. They got the Lord though, but Marquis secures the triple. This is where I feel Bigetron has a huge chance to take down. But then again, time after time, they overcommitted. Aura Fire, Kabuki on this play. He catches Max, and take a look, he flickered, catches one, and with that submachine gun, he catches Moreno as well on that double. So Aura Fire, after this, They gained the control, and this was the play where Kabuki had that win of nature. Fortunately for him, and after that, Bigetron, they were just lost. They didn't get the rhythm that they need, and Kabuki popped off. Take a look at double kill. That sniper was just deadly. And again, the base was too exposed. GG. 18 minutes of game time though, so I feel like it was rather even. I can't wait for game 2.
Yeah,
Can't wait.
It was a very close game there, right? I mean, Bigetron Alpha had the goal lead for a bit, then Aura Fire turned it around. BTR were able to turn it around one more time with the Lord, and then Aura Fire with a very good pick onto Key. Key Elemento is the key to victory for BTR. The fact that he is making uncharacteristic plays here, getting caught right before the Lord, has just been not good for BTR. You need to grab those moments like you can grab food with grb.to/MPL ID Xgrab. Eterna, if I use this promo code, how much discount do I get?
You don't know?
No.
You haven't used it yet?
I have, but I forgot.
Oh my god, you get a discount of 20,000!
20?
Here you go.
Oh
That's
my God.
a lot.
That's a lot.
And all you need to do is scan the QR code beneath Agani or
grb.to/MPL ID Xgrab. Watch Mobile Legends. It's gonna be more exciting by, of course, if you can enjoy Grab. They offer a lot of discounts as well. And so what are you waiting for, guys? Open the app right now in case you haven't downloaded, download it.
Yeah, and for those of you who are watching at home, you want to say hi to us, maybe come to the arena, you can always go ahead here as well because there is a 6,000 discount on the Grab bikes as well. But back to the game here, you can see Aura Fire making their way back onto the stage for game number 2, and Bigetron Alpha praying that they're able to get a point against Aura Fire here.
Let's see if they can here though. Bigetron Alpha. Obviously, once again though, we need to talk a little bit about this team, right? Raizeboy is actually there as well in the player rooms, the coach of Bigetron Beta, the team that won MBL. So there's a little bit of help as well. Support, right? Here though, if you guys want awesome support as well, you need that awesome phone in your hands, the Samsung Galaxy A series phone. But for Aura, especially the fans, they're loving it, right? Eterna Fire?
Right. My prediction was right again.
You and
Let's
Omwawa.
go. Let's go.
2v4ing.
2v4 on the caster desk.
Yeah,
Kabuki
guys.
basically also kind of 2v4 with Facehugger, the Cult Altar. And here you
right.
go, the players walking back onto these secret
Gotta be
lab
honest.
chairs on the stage.
What do you need to be honest about?
I doubt Kabuki here in his performance today.
Even Eterna doubted
Doubted.
Kabuki. He's like, oh, one-dimensional, yeah,
I
but I still like
If
it.
Kabuki doesn't get his items, if Kabuki doesn't get his comfort hero, he doesn't perform as well.
So what you're saying
I'm
is,
saying is ban the Beatrix.
so you're telling Vrendini with your JBL
Yes.
Quantum right now.
Yes,
That's cheating.
right now.
No, you can't do that, all right? Tezet, here though, he can hear you too, right? No, he can't. Okay, Aura Fire and Bigetron Alpha. JBL Quantum. Sound is survival, and that's the reason. The communication, man, from Aura Fire seems to be just so crisp. And their coordination felt really, really on point, right? They were able to capitalize, to punish on every single mistake that BTR made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And ladies and gentlemen, game 2 is about to start. So let's talk about the drafts here. I feel like Fairness is also perhaps can be the disbanded away. Do you concur, Eterna?
Do you concur?
I do concur.
All right.
What are we concurring?
Beatrix, Faramis, especially Faramis.
Beatrix especially.
Wait, really? You
Yeah.
think Beatrix especially? I
Yes.
think Faramis especially because the Faramis was what enabled the Beatrix to be that aggressive, to deal that much damage in the team fights, and Kabuki doesn't really need to care that much about the positioning because he has another health bar to play with.
That hero alone can bait out a lot of resources and perhaps spells. And let's take a look at the impact player here. Of course, Kabuki, but on the other side, Moreno. Remember, he was the carry for game 1, so that Yves just gives a lot of impact. 67,000 worth of damage were given from this mid laner. He has developed significantly here from Season 10 alone.
And he's unbothered.
He's unbothered.
yawning.
He's He's like ONIC.
It's boring. It's boring
He's
for
like
him.
ONIC. What do you mean by
Unbothered.
unbothered? Okay.
A lot of dramas. ONIC like
Unbothered.
Be careful,
Sitting
man.
at the top.
Right now,
just waiting.
Hey, they're at the top with someone else.
And history shows that ONIC usually falls
You're
in
right.
that upper bracket.
Let's talk about that match
Later.
on, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's focus on this match
Let's talk
right
about
here,
the
right?
battle of the Reds here, or red versus orange here, according to
Orange.
Miracle.
You know, in a lot of movies that I've watched, the robots always come up victorious, right? A lot of good movies about robots fighting like big dragons or mythical creatures.
Mm-hmm. But robots are made of metal, and metal melts to fire.
But
We'll see.
one can argue a dragon's a myth only.
Oh my God. Yo,
Okay.
I thought I was the BTR fan. Gottie's here supporting Miracle. He's not supporting BTR, he's supporting Miracle. Let's jump into the drafts though for game number 2. Aura Fire with the blue side once again. BTR this time, if they don't ban the Faramis, it is going to be dangerous. But the Biggie Troopers seem to, oh my God, they did not.
I guess they were dancing around here. They're just having fun at this point. Bigetron as well as Aura fans getting together. Exactly. Aura Fire here, same bands as well as Bigetron. Same approach from both teams. Faramis will be picked up. So I guess the Bigetron, is this a foreshadow? Is this going to be...
Oh my God, they're going for the same...
They're going for the same drafts here, Eterna. What do you think?
At this point, Bigetron should pick up the Beatrix.
Ooh, they are thinking here. They are somehow waiting. Remember, last time round, they picked up Grok.
They did.
So I guess now they can pick up...
Because it's a better flex, right? Grok, but I don't know. Aura Fire is going to have the chance to pick up the Beatrix. And I gotta say, in that game, Beatrix had a lot of impact. And Kabuki, on any other MM, he doesn't have as much impact as if he was on the Beatrix. But actually, it's going to be a Lilia pickup here for Bigetron. So securing a hero for Moreno very early on. Really good wave clear. So are they trying to compete with Aura Fire in that early game mid control?
So I guess what they are changing here, because remember, Yves game 1 was the impact hero for Bigetron, but in game 2, it is actually the hero that they switch with Lilia. So I guess what they need is, I guess, that Ice Queen Swan and as well as that burst.
Oh, this is a disaster. I mean, looking at the draft, Aura, they pick up 2 of their winning conditions that literally gave them the victory in game 1, and they pick up that Grok as well. Another prio hero that can be flexed by Aura. This is a hero that you can't let go to Aura because it can be flexed to 3 roles. Jungle, we saw it yesterday up against RRQ, the XP lane for Fluffy, and obviously that roamer position for Godiva. BTR, I think right now a solid pick will be that Diggy. If they want to give this over, there's only one response I'm thinking of, right? If they don't go for the Diggy, if they perhaps go for something like even a Lolita, I don't think it's going to work up against this composition. The Diggy, it's here right now or never for BTR.
The thing about Diggy, though, I guess that Faramis is gonna have a fun time. So I guess Bigetron, what they're saying is, with this Matilda pick, it can it adds a lot of engage and as well as disengage. Very good synergy with that Paquito. So we'll see here. I feel game 1 they lack that component, but Bigetron will opt for the same ban as they did in game 1.
Whoa. I thought Bigetron would want to pick up the Yuzong to control the Beatrix in that backline, but they're the ones to actually ban it out here in that first and the second phase. Confusing for me at this point.
Yeah, Sam, I'm kind of confused as well. BTR with another ban now. I don't know. I guess they're trying to force the Grok into the XP lane with these bans, right? The Yuzong, perhaps a Benedetta next if they really want to just stop Fluffy from going anything else in that XP
they
lane.
still have Fredrin.
Oh, you're right. The Fredrin.
Can be banned.
It can be banned.
Game 1 they banned out, but no.
They'll ban the Ruby, which now I'm just really curious to see what BTR actually go for.
Indeed. But remember, though, as well, Paquito is actually a flex pick as well. Can go to the jungler. Can go to the XP lane as well.
Why do I have a feeling Amon's going to show up for Bigetron?
For Bigetron,
Gushin?
A Ruby ban. Why would they ban a Ruby if they're not going for an assassin?
Yeah, exactly, Ling.
The Amon worked really well for Max yesterday.
It did.
I feel like a Ling. Oh, but no. They secure Marky. They secure Marky 0 first here in Malaysia, and I do feel against the Grok, that's a good hero to somehow negate with that go away. But then again, Malaysia needs time.
You know what? Actually, I would actually say Aura Fire might pick up the Amon as well here, right? Up against BTR, it's a very squishy composition. Very easy for that Amon to really punish with the pickoffs. And guess what? Hey, it's High's most picked hero in the regular season, so they might actually just go for it here. They might actually also flex the Grok into the jungle, into the XP lane.
Jawhead?
Right now, ooh, I really don't think the Jawhead is going to be the pick here. Up against
not great against
this
Melissa.
Comp. Yeah, up against Melissa as well. That unstoppable force is going to be cancelled out. They go for the Minotaur and the Rafaela.
Again, even though it's sitting at a 0% Aura Fire, either they have refined their gameplay or they're just stubborn.
It's not Aura Fire if there isn't a little madness splashed in to the mix. BTR, though, complete opposite. Aura Fire, they're crazy. BTR, they're safe with their picks, right? Now, what do you pick up against this? It has to be the Diggy. It has to be at this point. They've left it open. Aura Fire, BTR need to see this loophole. Diggy, mid lane, right now. They need to pick it up.
But Lily
you're
already.
right. They need. Oh my god, it's so frustrating. They go
There
for the
you go.
Amon, but this pick.
I had a feeling.
You did, but Aura
Amon.
Fire. What? Who's the Amon going to burst down?
It's okay. Calm down.
I cannot see.
It's a good answer to the Beatrix.
Not with the Cult Altar. Not if the Cult Altar is ready. BTR in the draft.
You're right.
I'm going to have to give it over to Aura Fire just based on the draft here.
Wow, that speaks volume here. I gotta agree. I guess Aura Fire has a better draft here. So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, because I personally feel Aura Fire, looking at the drafts alone, I feel like this is a 2-0.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough, right?
Yeah, I agree. If it's just based on the draft, honestly, it's not looking good for BTR. But ladies and gentlemen, both of the draft have been set up. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see who will take this game. Will Aura Fire get match point, or will Bigetron Alpha equalize with a draft that right now I feel is a bit weaker than Aura Fire?
You're right. We're going to see what happens here. Will Minotaur as well as the Rafaela combo wombo here finally get a crack in that egg of lose streaks, or will it be a different outcome here? As we're going to see both junglers with very different play styles here, very different focuses, as Max on a different emblem as well, opting for the Mystery Shop, Goni.
All right, Mystery Shop, more damage, but I guess what they're saying is Godiva and Key already bought sides, so they really pressure this gold lane. Again, Godiva without Flicker, that's information for side of Bigetron Alpha, which they can translate, implement to the first neutral objective take in the first 2 minutes.
What Bigetron Alpha can play with is definitely this Melissa, right? That winning lane. Max, though, securing that orange buff. And Moreno doing a really good job right now in the early game. But clearing out those waves. High needs to be very careful here. The poke damage from BTR is no joke. You can't play with that. High able to dash out, 1 HP taken down by Cerezo. First blood over to BTR. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
A little flip in terms of their stats here, as Bigetron Alpha, the ones leading in terms of those kills. We can see Aura Fire putting some emphasis here in the bottom lane. And when it comes to the Kabuki on the Beatrix, as well as Marky on the Melissa matchup, who actually wins in that?
Should be Melissa up until level 4. Never mind. It's Kabuki. What the heck, huh? What happened? Another solo kill for Kabuki.
The submachine gun, right? The Nibiru hurts a lot. So I guess Marky lost on that. But then again, Inspire will use it as well. So Marky really miscalculated there with his first turtle. I'm guessing Aura Fire has a slight advantage. Let's see.
Again, it comes down to how you use the dolls there. And I guess Kabuki was able to flicker out of that one. Key, though, brought back with the Shadow Stampede. No Max. BTR are contesting, but they're only looking for some damage. First turtle over to Aura Fire. presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. Very small goal lead so far for Aura, but they are leading in terms of that objective.
I really do believe that the composition that Bigetron Alpha brought is actually really strong in that mid lane, right? They're going to be able to clear really fast, especially with Lilia and Matilda, who aren't dependent on that level 4, and they're going to be able to roam around. But so far, I haven't really seen that come to fruition. Sure, they have a pick on the board, but other than that, it doesn't seem like they have the map control that I expected them to have in the early game.
Mainly because Facehugger and as well as Godiva has also a high mobility hero in that Rafaela and as well as Faramir. So I guess it negates each other out. But take a look at the talents prediction by Axe. It's 4-2, but now it's for Aura.
Yeah, 4-2 again. You know, last time this happened, Aura won. So Bigetron Alpha, I guess the caster curse is up for them right now. It's against Aura.
Is it now?
Is it now, though?
Let's see.
This is interesting, though, right? Because Kabuki, with the winning lane, is actually now using that pressure to actually roam mid. And again, they're just trying to funnel gold as much as possible into Kabuki. Bigetron need to try to shut Kabuki down, because if he scales like this, again, it is an absolute disaster for BTR.
Ooh.
They're doing exactly that. Circling Eagle onto Key, onto Kabuki from Key, as Marky goes over the top side, bottom side. So aggressive into the second tier 2 turret. So Bigetron Alpha, they pick up a little bit of gold for Melissa, but is it worth?
I mean, Kabuki lost an entire wave. He only was able to get that last creep in, but other than that, it went completely into the turret. So I would say kind of worth it in a sense, as now we have a little bit of time to look into the emblems once again here, Gani, before the turtle.
Yeah, the Minotaur here opted for the cooldown reduction with 2 talents. So let's see here. He wants to spam that Minion Fury. Let's see the battle.
Okay, circling Eagle onto Facehugger. Cold Altar placed in as well. Max looking for that turtle, but it's not going to happen. High jumps in. Minion Fury is ready as well. That's going to be the holy healing coming in. Key going to be stopped by the baptism. He's still able to dash out with the guiding window. Bigetron Alpha, good disengage, but Aura Fire with the turtle take once again.
I guess that turtle take were executed perfectly. They managed to grab that turtle.
Yeah, you're right.
And you can grab also.
Sorry, I was like looking at the picture on the screen here, looking at food, and I was like,
appetizing.
I could get a grab as well. 90% discount. Go ahead and check that voucher, but here we go, Key.
He's looking for the grab on towards Kabuki. Will not get it. High now comes in. Minion Fury is ready. Go away placed in. Key taken down. Gunned down by Kabuki. It's a kill over to Aura. BTR traded for a turret up top. And right now, it's still Aura Fire leading in the kill game. They're going to go for that bottom side as well, though. Look at this going. Moreno. The Black Shoes aren't in a position where he can actually get out. High jumps in, looking for that damage. Kabuki gunning him down. Black Shoes popped. BTR able to defend that bottom side, getting out as well. Poking High as well. And the gold lead is gone back to Rizzo. Oh, he's caught. Oh, no, Aura. What a read by them. A massive, massive read. That's going to be Cerezo taken down. Facehugger popping that Cult Altar. Marky dealing the damage, taking the Cult Altar out, but there's no objectives on the board for BTR to take.
All the while, it seems like Max has really just focused on farming. He's actually a level ahead of High at this point, even though High brought the Demon Slayer emblem. So we haven't seen the full force that Max could bring to the table, but when we do, we can expect a lot of damage, seeing as he's already completed that first item.
Minion Fury popped in. Key taken low. He's going to fall to the hands of High. A killing spree picked up now. 6 seconds for the turtle. High once again. Just trying to zone Moreno from this minion wave, forcing that flicker out. Facehugger goes in for the stampede. Go away placed in. Fluffy with that wild charge, able to stun him up. Aura Fire picks up the turret mid to mid lane. Tier 1 coming in. Kabuki flickering forward there. I don't think this is a good move. The group action coming in. And Cerezo tries to do the damage onto Kabuki. Finds him with a knockout strike. Marky doing the damage as well onto High, taking him down. It's a shutdown for Cerezo. Facehugger taking low. Double kill for Cerezo. And a kill over to Marky, who's now popping off. Godiva's 1 HP in the back. Fluffy looking for the trade, but will be caught with circling Eagle. And it's BTR who actually find a team fight, a double kill now, as it's a 1,000 goal lead over to the robots.
3 members taken down by Aura Fire just like that, and the momentum instantly shifts to the hands of Bigetron Alpha. They're going to try and convert onto another objective. As you can see, the rotations coming in from Sorizo in that top side, trying to get a turret. And instantly, another focus onto the neutral objective in that turtle. We'll see. Can Aura Fire compete against this? Can they steal it away?
Oh no, he can! Max!
He did!
High stole it from Max! My God, and Max falls as well! Guiding window, bringing him back. It's gonna be Nibiru's passion, reading it out. Marky gets cancelled as well. Marky on the back, going for that go away, dealing damage. High, looking for the play. Minuan's Fury knocking him up, but High will fall to the turret. It's a 1-for-1. Both junglers taken down. Sorizo's looking for the flying style. BTR with a 2,000 gold lead are looking to sandwich Aura Fire, but it will not happen for them. What a steal by High.
Aura Fire, though, I see a lot of misplays. What I do mean, they overcommit again to things. They got the mid, remember, they overstayed, they forced a fight, and Bigetron and managed to find the right counterplay. Now both of the teams, the mid tier 1 turret has collapsed, and a very, very good turtle take. Again, they overcommit. Sure, they already got Max, and they overstayed as well in the bot side. And that costed High's life. Again, they need to be more disciplined if they really want to control this team fight. Bigetron on the other side, they do not mind. Take a look at the gold lead. It's on their side. Bigetron Alpha with Moreno, with Marky as well. They can play towards the late game. And Aura Fire, they need to realize this and have more composure in the next couple of minutes.
Guys, take a step back and breathe for a minute, because it's only been 8 minutes in the game and so much has already happened. It's insane. They need to be careful here. Kabuki right now is a level ahead of Marky, but Marky got a kill previously because of how aggressive High was playing. If Aura Fire feed Marky to that point where he's able to get those items for that power spike to hit, it might be a little difficult, as Aura Fire, they're kind of lacking in terms of that range other than Kabuki.
Uh-oh, facehugger as well, though. All right, gets out, but you're right. Right now, Kabuki, he's actually equal with Marky. Finally gets a level lead now, but if this keeps on going again, right, Aura are trying their best to funnel everything into Kabuki, and he's only 1 level
ahead
of Marky, who now has the DHS. So those are going to be very... Oh my God, Fluffy, my goodness, what? Is able to find a wild charge flicker combo. It's Moreno who gets caught. That's definitely not who BTR want to lose right before the Lord take.
Perfect timing here from Aura Fire. Fluffy always able to get these moments, and this is a really good setup. 1 member down from Bigetron Alpha, and that being Moreno, as Bigetron Alpha gonna try and look for an engage here.
Cult Altar placed in, so Rizzo trying to buy the time right there, as that's gonna be the Cult Altar. Every single one popped out. Max, very invisible. What? Max goes in! Oh my goodness gracious! Go away, placed in. Marky dealing damage. Once again, it will be BTR who are able to get out. Max, man, that was such a risky play. Ooh, the snipes onto Marky will basically force him to recall. BTR lost control of the Lord, so Rizzo needs to be careful here. Holy Baptism baited out. No Cult Altar as well for Facehugger. BTR are playing it really well, forcing Aura to back off from the Lord, even though it's a 2v5.
Yeah, they're not going to take it. They're going to move their center focus onto this bottom side, try to push the lanes out as well. As Bigetron Alpha were able to manipulate that mid lane to cause a little bit more pressure for Aura Fire away from the objectives. So now it is back to a reset, 5 versus 5. But the difference is Sorizo has already cleared that top side, so a little advantage here for Bigetron Alpha.
Let's see. With that top side pushed in, BTR looking for the opening right here. Fluffy, High, and Facehugger have a lot to play with right now, but the Retribution will come through for High. Once again, Max going to the back line, so Rizzo with a knockoff strike, able to deal so much damage onto the Cult Altar HP. Max getting out, High dealing the damage. Marky going in for that damage as well, as he's going to be able to melt High down. That's a kill over to BTR. Lord to Aura Fire. 1-for-1 right now, but BTR do not want to let it be 1-for-1. They want to go for the mid lane turret for the bottom side as well. Tier 2's dropping from Aura Fire, as BTR are looking for the clear as well onto the Lord.
Again, they trade High for the Lord. Let's see here. Bigetron, they have a lot of wave clear with Melissa, with as well as Lilia. I'm sure this Lord, unenhanced, is a no problem here for side of Bigetron Alpha to clear. Aura Fire, they need again to be more secure. Their composition is so sustainable with two healers technically with Minotaur and as well as Rafaela, and they have that Feramis, that Cold Altar can sustain more fights. Take a look at the items here. Again, Cuirass and as well as Radiant Armor has been built. What it does is, of course, it negates the burst power potential from that Paquito, Melissa, and as well as that Lilia. So High is going to be so hard to be taken down. But then again, High, his positioning needs to be careful as well. Taking a look at the Beatrix, Kabuki, also still with the same template hero. But I'm guessing he is moving towards Immortal perhaps next, if not Athena. Let's see.
Aura Fire, with the composition that they have, they need to clump up and they need to look for a fight together, front to back. The thing is, Bigetron Alpha have been able to do such a good job at isolating and forcing these messy team fights to happen, right? They're isolating, forcing Aura Fire to get out, or no, actually, Bigetron Alpha are just hitting them from every single angle. They're not letting Aura Fire do that front to back, and this just creates such a problem for Aura Fire right now. Now you really see the brilliance from Bigetron Alpha's draft, right? We question BTR's draft, even me. But looking at it now, they have so many angles to play around with the Paquito mobility and with the Amon invisibility. Plus, as well, they have a pretty solid backline to play with Matilda helping them out, Moreno and Marky.
Like, even now, Aura Fire, they can't play split, like you mentioned, and you can see what's happening on screen right now. You can see that the bottom side already very highly pushed because Aura Fire was more focused in that top side, and Bigetron Alpha once again being able to split this up. And if they can force a fight when they manipulate the lanes in this way, it might be beneficial to them, as even though Aura Fire seem to have the lead in a sense, Bigetron Alpha is the ones to actually control the game. 3,000 gold lead, more towers as well. It's really brilliant play from Bigetron Alpha to this point.
And another thing I do want to mention is Sorizo, because he actually brought the sprint, right, in this game. It was a questionable pick of battle spell early on when you just look at it, because that's not the natural spell you go for on the Paquito. But this game so far, that sprint has enabled him to actually look for those flanks so well into this game. And that's the main problem that Aura Fire are now having to deal with. These waves constantly being pushed up, and the mobility that the Paquito has normally, plus the sprint. Look, they're going to go for the split push here as Max just goes and clears out, or no, just resets the Lord. They're playing this macro game so well, and they're baiting Aura Fire to take this fight, as High is going to get chunked very low. Moreno dealing so much. High forced out already, and in that top side, Sorizo is able to actually clear the wave. Aura are forced to back away, and BTR are out macroing Aura.
One thing I gotta say about the composition from side of Aura Fire is no hero can touch Marky. Marky, being the Melissa, he's gonna be in the backside. And other than Fluffy, no hero can close the gap on towards that Marky. And that's gonna be the thing for side of Bigetron Alpha. They can exploit that. Marky's positioning needs to be on point. And of course, Aura Fire, they need to find a moment, perhaps, when Marky's somehow vulnerable, they need to take that away, because apart from that wall charge, perhaps, nothing can touch Melissa.
It's going to be so difficult for Aura Fire to look for those moments with the way that Bigetron Alpha have been positioning themselves. And already with the siege here, being able to get that Lord uncontested, they're saying, Aura Fire, you're looking for fights, we're not going to give it to you. And now the siege begins.
Oh, Aura Fire, High goes over to Vidio Fury, but will be comboed and poked down. Cult Altar placed already, as that's all the Cult Altar HP, gonna disappearing for nothing. Aura Fire aren't able to do anything so far. The barrier does not connect onto anyone. And BTR are again just looking for that siege, slowly but surely down in the bottom side. It's gonna be the turn taken. Fluffy jumps in with a wild charge, able to flicker out. Bandit coming in, bursting them down, but it's gonna be Max who actually finds the kill, and Marky going crazy. Kabuki able to dish the damage back, able to win the nature place then, will force Kabuki back. So Rizzo micromanaging the mid wave, as BTR are going to be looking for that bottom side. Nope, they just back off. They're looking for that mid lane push now, that the bottom side minion waves are coming in together with the mid lane. Aura Fire are going to have to micromanage this once again. Kabuki already in the bottom side. BTR looking for the siege, has some free hits to go for. Marky needs to be careful though. I think they should be happy with just this trade right now, and that's exactly what they do. They back off. They do not want to overcommit.
17 minutes has elapsed, and up until this point, Aura Fire, they're the ones that have to think about this a little bit harder. Bigetron Alpha, 7,000 gold lead, already able to get 2 inhibitor turrets. And Aura Fire, they need to look for a moment, but every time they do, it seems like Bigetron Alpha are just one step ahead in terms of that macro movement. What can Aura Fire, how can they force Bigetron Alpha into a team fight?
I guess what they can do, of course, is baiting. But then again, with Lilia and Melissa in the back, that's going to be a tough time. Remember, Max now securing winner's truncheon as well. Extra security as well, so they can't really go all in. But I guess what another thing they can do is just turtle in the base for now. 7,000 gold lead is not a good sign for Aura Fire, and Bigetron Alpha seems to have more control. Like I said, Marky, he can't be touched at this point. Of course, his positioning again needs to be on point, but who's gonna touch Melissa?
At this point, right, the only person who could make a play, it's got to be Fluffy, right, with a wild charge. But because he built more damage, do you think that's going to make a difference?
Oh man, yeah, that's definitely going to make a difference, right? He's not going to be as tanky as usual, so he can't be that enabler. He's more of that finisher, as High actually popped into Minion's Fury early here. And look at the top side, Vidio is coming in. Aura are going to have to be like micromanaging through things. BTR, phenomenal macro plays here. They just take every objective without a fight, and Aura Fire have nothing to go for. This one-dimensional composition that they went for, that team fight, has not happened for them since the early game.
And that's the reason why Bigetron Alpha left the Faramis and the Beatrix open, I guess, this time around. They're able to read it really well, understand the winning conditions of the composition that Aura Fire likes to draft with, and they found a solution. 8,000 gold lead, an enhanced Lord on the way there in the top side. And remember, we're already entering that 19th minute, so each mistake, every single moment, that's going to count because the death timers are going to be huge.
Well, let's see here with this Lord Aura Fire. I guess they can't, they don't have enough drive. Oh, never mind.
Fluffy, what a play! And like you mentioned, Eterna, they're back! Evolved Lord doesn't mean anything to Aura Fire. They look for that play, and it was Marky and Moreno, the 2 worst targets for BTR to lose.
How? How do you find a moment like that? 2 members taken down, and it's the gold laner and the mid laner, the ones who deal the most damage. That's insane. Aura Fire, they're going to be able to defend this one, close that gold gap. But unfortunately, because there is still 100 seconds left on the board for the next Lord to spawn, all they can do is try and manipulate the waves the way that Bigetron Alpha has done to them.
Oh man, Aura Fire. Very scary team because you can never count them out. And right now, this is what Aura Fire does best. Punishing the mistakes and just going for that skirmish here and there. That 8,000 gold lead now down only to a 4,000 gold lead. Aura Fire can play it slow at this point, right? So that mid game definitely favored BTR with their gold lead. Now though, as we enter that late stage, all items gonna come back. Everyone's gonna have full, and it's gonna come down to that execution. And here, Gani.
A very good combination here. That wild charge combined with that minion free, 2 main damage dealers from the side of Bigetron Alpha were deleted. And now it's a reset though, because Aura Fire, even though he got that play, the map control, the tempo control is still towards the Bigetron Alpha. They need to find another play just like that. And the question is now, was that luck or not? Let's see.
Usually it would be luck. You can say it's luck, but the fact that Aura Fire has been doing this throughout the regular season, throughout the last 3 seasons, I don't think you can say it's luck. It's just how they play the game.
So heavily dependent on Fluffy, though, at this point to look for an initiation. I guess Godiva can with the Holy Baptism, but it isn't as dynamic as if it was Fluffy who looks for an engage. But we're going to have to see, because you can see that Sorizo is trying to eliminate that possibility from happening. He's already putting so much pressure there in the bottom lane and denying Fluffy from whatever team fight strat that Aura Fire wants to go for. And already Bigetron Alpha on the next Lord.
This is where BTR's composition shines. Once again, that macro game is going to come through. Chorizo is on that bottom side, and BTR cannot overcommit into anything. Key, oh, that's a Shadow Stampede. Key going to be caught once again. He's able to get out, but it's the Minions Fury coming in. Key still able to survive. That's the damage coming from Marquis. That's going to be everything popped in. The Cult Altar as well. BTR playing it well so far in the back line as well. It's going to be the flanks coming in from Chorizo. High's going to take taken low by Marquis. High still able to dash away. Chorizo coming in, but that's going to be the Winner's Truncheon popped in. Right there as Max tries to do the damage on towards Fluffy. That's going to be the damage coming in from Chorizo towards Facehuggers. Marquis is still in the back lines, dishing out the damage. Dashing in again. Winner Nature by Kabuki. Go away, placed in. Marquis still able to survive as Chorizo jumps in. Holy Baptism by Godiva. Helping Chorizo, helping Kabuki to get out. No one was taken down apart from the junglers. It's a 1-for-1. Bigetron Alpha have lost that gold lead again. The 5K down to 3K.
Oh no, but it seems like Bigetron Alpha, because they have more space, because the lanes are pushing, because Chorizo has been just a huge nuisance to Aura Fire. They're going to be the ones to be able to secure this. Will Aura Fire commit to this? It looks like they're on the way here, Mirko.
Oh man, I don't think BTR can commit to this. That's a very fed Grok. Chorizo goes for the knockout strike, unable to connect onto anyone. Godiva once again opening up the map. Good reset by BTR. Aura in that choke point. That's Fluffy again! Fluffy! Every single time he's able to make these plays happen. Aura are back. Marquis is down. Chorizo gets a trade in the mid lane. This is what Bigetron needs to play with at this point. They can't win the fight now that they don't have a marksman. And it's again Fluffy! Jeez! Fluffy! An absolute menace to BTR. He's going to go in, zoning the other members away. Max trying to deal damage onto him, puts in the endless battle. Fluffy flickers out, but loses his immortality. Meanwhile, in the bottom side in the mid lane, Chorizo is doing bits as well for BTR. Stopping Aura from the Lord take. 23 minutes in, and we are still going. Chorizo's macro and Fluffy's micro.
Oh my god, things are getting way more heated. This has got to be one of the most closest games in the MPL playoffs. I mean, at this stage, you thought that perhaps because of that pickoff coming in from Fluffy, because of the momentum created by him, Aura Fire, easy to get this Lord. But
wait,
they're
going for the bottom side. Winner Truncheon popped in by Fluffy. Facehuggers looking for the recall. Not going to be cancelled in. Fluffy going to be taken down.
Oh no!
Facehugger has recall. They're still going to go on to the Lord. BTR looking for this. They're trading the Lord for the base, but Facehugger's here. It doesn't work. It's not going to work for BTR. Godiva's chasing Max down. Chorizo's going to go to the Evolved Lord. That's picked up by High. Key gets out. Kabuki's going to be taken low. No, not low. He's still full HP. There he goes for the snipe. Doesn't connect onto Key. Aura Fire have come back. They took the Lord, and here, even with 3 Minuways pushing in, it's fine. The Evolved Lord can bring them back. BTR now going to be on that defense mode unless they go for a base race.
They're a man ahead here. Fluffy, 30 seconds left for them to spawn. Bigetron Alpha, it seems like they're looking for a moment to capitalize on. The snipes from Kabuki! The damage, it's so evident now.
Oh my god, Connie. That's a lot of damage, man.
30,000 health on this Lord. This is an evolved one here, and Aura, Fire, and Bigetron. 25 minutes in, still going at it. Take a look at this Lord delay here by Bigetron. Let's see the execution. Can Aura Fire end with this Lord evolve?
Call Altar.
Chorizo on the bottom side.
They're looking Moreno. My goodness, Moreno! What a juke there! He's able to actually, you know, stop Aura Fire from going with the Lord. Bottom side pushed in as well. BTR are looking for something now. Aura Fire, yeah, it's not going to be committed onto from both of these teams. They know that they should just play with that Lord coming up soon, especially BTR, because in this late stage, with the 3 base turrets taken down, they have the edge.
They don't. Again, item-wise here, already no shoes for Beatrix and as well as Melissa here. Melissa, perhaps last item will be that Immortal, but wow, Rafaela Godiva opted for that Ice Queen 1, so very, very utility, of course, but I guess last tanky. But on the other side, we can see here Moreno building that NOD as well, so going for that semi-hybrid and as well as utility damage. Let's see here, Aura Fire is starting to expand their space that they have, but then again, their base is very, very exposed. Let's see how Aura Fire handle this.
Look at Chorizo once again, trying to split the map. Always just a constant factor for Aura Fire to think about. And if Aura Fire aren't careful, they might be the ones to get split pushed here. They need to keep their eye on the map. They cannot tunnel vision at this point because Sorizo has just been so annoying. How are they going to do this? How are they going to play this? They need to force Bigetron Alpha into a fight. They need to find a pickoff, but it's going to be so difficult with the way that the waves just keep crashing onto them.
Well, again, Aura Fire, what they can do here is again rely on Fluffy. Meanwhile, Bigetron Alpha, they need to rely on Marquis' damage. He has built all full damage here, apart from that Immortal perhaps, that last item, but let's see. Turtle, the Lord, Evolved One as well, has spawned, and they need to manage their way as well. I feel like Sorizo exploits his Keto, mobility, his tool, his kit. He always plays the long lane, and that is what, I guess, creates such a nuisance for side of Aura Fire.
You can see already, right? Bigetron Alpha started that slow push down below. Oh, they split.
No.
Oh my god, Facehugger needs to be careful here. Has that Stampede, gets out. BTR looking for the play. They know that the members are around bottom side, and they also know that Sorizo is pushing up top. Bigetron do not need to look for any of these fights. Aura Fire have built themselves up a 2,000 gold lead, but again, it doesn't really matter here in the 28th minute. This gold lead is gone. None of the teams care about that gold lead anymore. Everyone's at full items. BTR on that Lord, and Sorizo. He needs to be very careful here. He might actually be caught. He gets caught by the wild charge. Sorizo, oh, he's gonna get taken out. Immortality out. Holy Baptism as well. Sorizo down. Lord is the only saving grace for BTR, but they haven't poked it enough. High, taken low. Key looking for that poke once again. Aura are looking to collapse this time around up against BTR. Look at Max, where is he? He's up top, he's looking for the flank. He might actually be looking for the split pushes. Marky goes over to go away, able to get out.
Oh my god!
The Minion Fury. Marky dashing out of the barrier. Cold Altar out. Lord back in, resetted. BTR looking for the play now. Marky dealing the damage onto Godiva. Still has the healing right now. That's the Bruce Passion. Popped in. Marky still able to sustain. Kabuki with the snipes. Onto Moreno. Facehugger with the Stampede. Look at the damage. Not enough.
Max is coming.
Yet. Max is coming. Once again, High doesn't have the Minion Fury. They can combo it with the Retribution. Marky can definitely do that. Max, this is Retribution to save the game right now. Ty's gonna get taken. Oh, Max is able to steal the Lord. Moreno gets out. Facehugger is still alive. And again, what is this game in 29 minutes? Bigetron Alpha, what an amazing sequence of plays as they're looking for it now.
A huge game for Max here. Being able to get that is actually, this might actually be the end here. Sorizo up in 7 seconds. They're gonna push, but Fluffy, I think he got something here.
Fluffy again, but look at Marky, he gets out with the go away. Immortality popped in. Marky has to win the nature, pops it in as well. Evolved Lord still in the base. Bigetron Alpha can play with this right now. High, just trying to be that front line for Aura Fire. Facehugger trying to bring Key back. Evolved Lord slowly but surely making his way into the base, but the defense from Aura is magnificent. And it's all on the back of Fluffy's play once again. Godiva though, his immortality's down. Sorizo goes over the knockout strike. Unable to do more for now. BTR looking for the close still without the Evolved Lord. Sorizo trying to buy the time right now. Not enough. They need to be careful. They need to try to bait the abilities in. High with the Minion Fury comes in. Moreno's gonna be stunned up. Moreno's gonna be taken down. Key backing up. Fluffy gonna be taken down as well. Immortality popped in. High trying to be that front line. Marky dashing in, but the damage comes through. The go away's not enough to him. He's down. Facehugger looking for the play now. Chasing Max down. Kabuki with a snipe. Onto Max. But the guiding win helps. Max get out. A 1 for 2. Aura Fire once again are able to defend.
2-for-1 trade here for Aura Fire as only Godiva was the one to be taken down. But look at the countdown here. Look at the timers. At this point, 1 minute left for Bigetron Alpha to come back into this game. And it might be just exactly what Aura Fire needs. They have to be careful here. Aura Fire, they are trying to split the map here. They are trying to clear that top side. High is going to be able to do that. But look at these 3 members. Facehugger, Kabuki, Fluffy. They're looking for the moment. They're looking for a proper engage, and they look to get this inhibitor turret.
Oh, they have a good siege here with the Beatrix. 18 seconds on Moreno. BTR are gonna have to play this super well. Sorizo already trying to go for that cut in the mid lane, but Aura Fire reads it out perfectly. BTR have no room to play with. They need to be very careful here. No one can get caught. Cold Altar plays. Sorizo able to buy the time right now. Max trying a minion wave, trying to clear out the minion waves. Will lose that immortality. So Rizzo buying the time once again. Winter Trench bought by Max, still able to survive for now. It's going to be Fluffy who flickers forward. Now, Face going to be caught. So Rizzo going to be able to pick up that kill. Winter Trench popped in by Fluffy. Marky's back up. Fluffy needs to be careful. High has the minion's fury. BTR looking for the play once again. Aura Fire able to back off. Key jumps in with the guiding wind. Fluffy gonna be the target for BTR. Kabuki jumping and Kabuki flickers forward. He's gonna be caught. Kabuki made. He's trying to go for the miracle play. Kabuki's still able to survive for now. So Rizzo dashing in and look at Kabuki. He's still alive. My goodness gracious. Kabuki is unstoppable. He goes for the shot. Moreno still able to survive. BTR. 2 members down. They need to look for this defense now with Marky. Aura Fire wants to go for it. They have a mini wave coming in again in that mid lane. They stop. They go for the Lord. No, they're still in that mid wave. 30 seconds on Max. A 3v4 situation right now as the Cult Ultra will be played. So gonna go for the dive right now as Key's trying to bait in the minions. The minion waves is still gonna be baited out there. Marky losing that immortality. Winter Truncheon bought in. The minion waves coming in. But Marky's gonna be able to do the damage, but it's not gonna be enough for Aura Fire. No. They're still able to survive right now. Oh my goodness, Kabuki stops him. It's a triple kill. 13 seconds for Max. Minion waves coming in the mid lane. Aura Fire. Will they be able to do this? They're waiting for the mini waves. Max, 5 seconds. It's not going to be enough. Kabuki can do this alone. Kabuki ends the game for Aura Fire. Max cannot defend. Aura with match points.
2-0 now at this point. With one of the longest games here in the playoffs. It was so close. It could have gone either way. But Aura Fire, despite the macro plays coming in from Bigetron, despite the big game, big brain plays from Bigetron, Aura Fire, with the momentum, with everything that they had, was able to secure game number 2.
Aura Fire showing again their class and quality here in the second game. It was a 30-minute game, ladies and gentlemen, but even though they were the ones that the base were exposed first, they have their composure to turn it around. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, day 2, Aura Fire were in this position as well, 2-0, but RRQ managed to find the reverse sweep. So Bigetron Alpha, perhaps in the next 2 till 3 games, they need to recollect themselves. After suffering a defeat like this, can they do it is the question. Aura Fire, again, very, very strong.
That's the question, right? Because going against RRQ, someone with that much experience, having experience on the international stage as well, it seems like pressure is not a huge factor for them anymore. But for Bigetron Alpha, it's a little bit different. And there has been so many questions about their mentality here in the playoffs, especially on such a huge stage. Losing 2-0, it seems like they're starting to sweat. You saw the face, you saw the look on Max after they lost that second game, and it's not a good look. The other members, his teammates, they need to be able to reset, because in that game, Max is going to be a huge component to how they're going to come back and even go for that miracle run, reverse sweep 3-0. But my oh my, Aura Fire, Fluffy has just been popping off here in the playoffs.
The closest game we have indeed, ladies and gentlemen, in the playoffs. And do gotta say, Fluffy, good play, but I do gotta say, questionable positioning from Moreno and as well as Marky. Remember, they're the main damage dealers. Why aren't they clumped up together? That just gives, it's like handing the main damage dealer over towards the Fluffy, and of course Fluffy, seeing the smallest window of opportunity, he will take it. And my god, game 2 between Bigetron and Alpha and as well as Aura Fire is just amazing. Famous Kabuki's Matrix gives Bigetron another defeat.
Yeah, I think it's difficult, right? I think that's the issue when your roamer is a Matilda, because if you use the guiding wind and you utilize that ability, for sure you're going to get clumped up, and that's exactly what Aura Fire needed. But coming back here, lower third, Faramis, Kabuki's Beatrix gives Bigetron another defeat. I mean, at some point, I thought that Bigetron was able to decode it, but because they saw the ways that Bigetron tried to win it, they saw that Chorizo was always split. Aura Fire just adapted really well, right? They instantly went for a split decision, go for Chorizo, all in him, take him down, and with one member down above that 19th minute, the countdown on that death timer was so huge that they were actually able to capitalize on that.
They realized that the Lord is just too the health is just too much. So I guess they are again managed to adapt and capitalize on that Paquito. Taking them 1 and 5v4, Bigetron a little too much. Remember, Amon in that late game with a lot of Radiant Armors built already, the damage is really, really insignificant.
Aura Fire in the playoffs. Man, in every single match, they've been the underdogs. And they have proven to us once again that the honest prediction does not matter. The town prediction does not matter. They will destroy those predictions. 33-minute game time. The longest game of MLBB in the playoffs so far. Let's take a deep dive at what Aura Fire were able to do item-wise.
Let's take a look at Kabuki first and foremost here. BOD, Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike. DHS even built what for the tanky units here in Chorizo and as well as Key. He wants to melt them down first. And that's what he did. Remember that last play, he went in for Chorizo to have a man advantage. And that is a very, very smart decision making there from the side of Aura Fire. Remember, Facehugger, a very important component as well. That Cold Altar, just like in game 1, manages to help Aura Fire and sustain more fights, invading the resources of Bigetron Alpha as well. And remember, the composition from the side of Aura Fire, they practically have 2 healers in that Rafaela and as well as a Minotaur. Godiva still keeping that Ice Queen wands because you can see here, Lilia, Melissa, they always comes up, and with Godiva around here to give vision, practically it also slows them down as well, which creates an advantage during team fights or even pick-offs. Let's take a look here. Rich Guy by Mandiri. Again, same as game 1, still falls in hands of Kabuki. Marky though, on the losing side, will still have the carry with 200,000 plus worth of damage here.
That's so much.
Sandbag and as well as Forgotten One though will fall to the hands of Aura Fire. The winning side, Godiva on that Rafaela grabbed 14 assists and high, just like he did in game 1 as a sandbag on that Baksha. He grabs that Minotaur and takes a lot of damage. 381, almost 400,000 worth of damage. MVP, I gotta say, fluffy here. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, but no, it is actually going to fall to the hands of Kabuki.
2 times in a row, guys.
2 times. Your MVP presents you by the Samsung Galaxy A series here. 8-1 and 10. Sure, I agree. Fluffy made a whole lot of plays to save Aura Fire in the game, but in the later stages, it was Kabuki who took the game into his own hands, flickering forward in a lot of these crazy plays. A lot of plays that should not have worked, Donnie, but let's dissect why and how he was able to pull it off.
I mean, in a nutshell, in a 30-minute game, this marksman only managed to die only once. So again, positioning, only in the early minutes. Minute number 7, he gets taken down, and then after that, he played a clean game. In the early game, it was Bigetron who has more control, who has more space as well.
Kabuki.
But we can see again here, Aura Fire manages to find just small mistakes. Kabuki here, Wind of Nature pops, I pops on one as well. Again, Aura Fire, even though they're just behind. I mean, from minute number 20-ish, I guess, their base is literally exposed, but they managed to hold on. Why? Because like I said, composition, they practically have 2 healers, which just adds more sustainable. You don't have to recall, and that's a very, very thick lineup. And even though you have a Melissa on the opponent's side, it has not enough. And we can see here, the push, it wasn't forced, it was perfectly calculated. Why? Here, Kabuki still has that Immortal. He calculates that even on a 1v1, he manages to win. And there you go, 33-minute game, done and dusted.
Man, in game one, I think the fairness was the main problem, right? In the end, Beatrix carried, but it was obviously the Cult Altar that helped the Beatrix carry. But in game two, yeah, all right. Now I think the Beatrix is more of a problem than the fairness. And now, this begs the question, BTR, they need to start asking themselves as well. Faramis, Beatrix, I don't think they should let this open.
No. Span it or at least contest it at this stage, right?
You gotta contest your freshness as well on stage with the Head and Shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. You can do exactly that. Now, Eterna, you have long hair, right? You've tried different shampoos before. It hasn't worked out for you. But now with MPL ID, with Head and Shoulders, how does it feel?
Dude, since the regular season, I've been using Head and Shoulders every day, and just all of my hair problems just instantly go away. And other than that, I've been winning a lot in my ranked games as well. So I don't know if there's a correlation, but perhaps because of how fresh I feel, cool-headed as well, very calculated. I can play macro like ONIC and Bigetron in that game.
Oh,
Win. That's triple win
That's
here.
a win streak.
Head and Shoulders, your head fresh, shoulders no dandruffs, and Mobile Legends win streak glory 1,000. I think Eterna has here in this season. So that's triple win. And again, we also got a win. We also got a treat from that last game. A very,
it was
more than entertaining, a very good outcome as well. Remember our Fire, they were behind, but they just held on relentless. Bigetron, the Red Robots, they're down 2-0.
Yeah, it's not looking good for BTR. They're gonna have to take this break. So do we here on the caster desk as we wait for game 3. We'll be back, ladies and gentlemen.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Semua serangan jatuh bukan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. We all this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0 for Aura Fire up against Bigetron Alpha. It's match point. It's all or nothing for the Red Robots. Aura Fire about to make another upset happen. Connie.
Seems like here, Aura Fire, though, they have been in this position, right? 2-0 yesterday against RRQ, but they suffered a defeat against Bigetron Alpha now. Trying to go for that route as well. It's not going to be easy, though. It's not straightforward. Had happened. So we'll see. Aura Fire 2-0. Very, very convincing display here in game 1. Whereas game 2 is very much different. Literally everything and anything happened in game 2.
All right.
Bigetron Alpha here. I guess they should just fan out that Faramis.
They really should, right? At this point, they've lost 2 games with that Faramis pickup. It's just so massive for Aura Fire. As you can see, the fans here, there are a lot of people that got free tickets to M4. Oh, that's an M4 free ticket. And what?
One free ticket.
Wow. That's... ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want that free ticket, it's a lucky draw that they're doing. Anyone here, there's a chance to get it. And obviously a few of those people were able to get those M4 tickets for free, as long as you watch here in the MPL arena. And for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, if you come over, even if you don't have a ticket, it's all fine and dandy. You guys can get the merchandise from the teams. It's at a discounted price. I actually got some BTR merch yesterday at a discounted price. You too, Goni. You got ONIC merch.
I got ONIC merch, and I can't show it off now.
Not right now, because, well, technically BTR's merch can be shown right now as there's a BTR player, Max Niak.
Max Niak here. What do you think of his performance? I gotta say, his Paquito underperformed. And that Amon pick doesn't really shine because the opponent built that early Radiant armor.
Sustain, tanky, it's just not a good Amon game. Like we mentioned in the draft, it shouldn't work. It should not be.
And it was last pick.
And it was last pick, exactly. So they last picked the Amon towards a very tanky composition. Remember, sure, okay, they're tanky. Amon can usually shred through Magic defense though. Thing is though, are you going to be able to shred down Magic defense and a Cult Altar? That's the big question, right? That's what I said in the draft. And now it's all up to BTR to try to draft up against Aura Fire. Beatrix ban, they leave the Faramis open. They think the Beatrix is the problem, not the Faramis. And Aura will be happy to take that Faramis once again. BTR, no hesitation this time. Paquito Grok instantly.
They are trying to replicate the draft from game 1, it seems like. Remember, in game 2, they opt for a Paquito and as well as Lilia. But now, they are trying to copy here the first game. Bigetron, though, with that Beatrix ban, what they're saying is, yeah, Kabuki, you're a little bit too much to handle here on that Beatrix. Game 1, game 2, you can have it. Now, Bigetron, perhaps they are going to for a Claude pick, but that leaves the Akai open. That Akai just creates a lot of pressure, especially in neutral objective takes, and perhaps a good engage or disengage as well.
Two technically 100% win rate heroes here. The Akai is still sitting at a 100% win rate here for the playoffs. Faramis only losing one game, and again, it was Aura losing against RRQ in the final game. And you can kind of say that arguably Aura, it was their game to win on that Faramis yesterday. We'll see again though. BTR at risk of losing 0-3. They're gonna go for a pick. It is the Lilia secured for Moreno. They literally haven't changed that much from game 1 and 2. It's a mixed draft now. They go for that Lilia instead of the Eve, but they still stick to that Grok Paquito pick that they went for in game 1.
So I guess they are trying to deny Fluffy Zero as well. I mean, game 2, you mentioned it, Fluffy just went crazy on that Grok. And I guess with that first pick, it's also a deny pick as well. And game 2 and draft in, well, phase 2 here, Bigetron can go for the same route here, banning out that AXP. Like that Yuzong, remember, last time in game 1, it was Yuzong as well as Fredrin, but no, Bigetron, a little shake up here as Morale has been banned. Aura Fire, what are they going to prio here?
For Aura, I think going for the gold lane is going to be the idea, right? Because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. For Aura, this has been the ban from them in the second phase constantly. In the last 2 games, you saw that Bruno Irithel ban. This time, we're seeing a Claude. So it's still a gold lane ban, but they're starting to relieve over or like let that Bruno and Irithel go because, again, they don't have the Beatrix. They don't need to be scared about the Irithel and the Bruno that much anymore. Maybe they might pick up an... Oh man, will they actually pick up something like a fighter in the gold lane now that BTR has banned out that Brody?
Interesting here. For a Fire with that Irithel ban again, so I guess they are really afraid. But no, Bigetron Max is actually comfortable here with this lane pick. So I guess what they're saying, but I guess there's no clear target. You know, there's no clear target for Aura Fire.
No, Aura Fire. It's, again though, if you're up against, I don't know about this Ling. Aura have the Akai. They can just go over towards the... You can put the Akai, flex it over to the jungle, honestly, right? And Max is going to have a hard time up against that Akai.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean... No clear target, like I said, apart from that Faramis, but then again, information has to be given on that link that the Call Altar replaced. apart from that, that lane is gonna have a tough time. But it adds a lot. I do gotta say, it adds split push potential for that competition. But our Fire here responds back.
And again, like I mentioned, that fighter in the gold lane for Kabuki with the Brody Ban, Iritha, Claude, Beatrix, Wanwan. What is left for Marky if they want to go for a Hail Mary play? This is something that we saw from him, one of his signatures back in M3, back in Season 9. Season 8, Harith. BTR with no marksmans to play with now. Do they want to go for it? They go for the Phoveus instead. They say we can fight the fighter versus fighter comp with a Phoveus here. And this is actually quite brilliant for BTR, up against a lot of dashes.
Yep. So I guess Marky will play that Paquito. So it's gonna be interesting to see the bruiser against bruiser here from both of the teams. But I gotta say, I'm still leaning towards our Fire on this.
Oh, I don't know. That's a really tough decision, right? Because the Phoveus is going to be able to counter a lot of the heroes that Aura Fire have picked up. We have a lot of dashes that are going to be very useful, and this Phoveus might be able to just contradict all that kill pressure coming in from Aura Fire.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, Aura Fire have an opportunity to send BTR home without giving them a single game, a single chance in this stage. 3-0 is a possibility. BTR will try their best to stop it. Welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 3 in the first match of the day. Bigetron Alpha versus Aura Fire.
And this is going to be match point here. One last chance, one last stand for Bigetron in order for them to pull a miracle run against Aura Fire, or they will be eliminated entirely from the playoffs. As we're going to see both of these teams already utilizing a lot of their comfort picks, but we're going to see what comes out on top as Max has actually opted with the killing spree on the link.
What's interesting here is Key actually opted for the barrier as a first skill, so no power of nature, which means Bigetron's gameplay, they will not invade the jungles of High because it will take time to game 2. But now Fluffy.
Yeah, and look at Fluffy's battle spell. He actually went for the arrival here. Fluffy, though, gonna be chunked very low. Guiding Wind, bringing him back. Woo! Able to get out for this from this skirmish right here. But Fluffy with this arrival, this just lets him, you know, be active on the map a little bit more, actually. We saw this in the regular season, the Akai arrival. They weren't able to get the victory, but it showed a lot of potential.
It did show a lot of potential, and I think that's something that we expected yesterday when we saw Akai being played by Fluffy with the arrival spell as well. And whatever nuisance that Sorizo had in that previous game is going to be denied with how fast Fluffy is going to be rotating. But we do have a stat here. Longest game in MPL was between Rebellion versus RRQ, which lasted 43 minutes in Season 9. But here, 33 minutes is the most longest game, which we experienced and saw previously here between Aura Fire and Bigetron Alpha.
There you go. Once again, Aura Fire and Bigetron Alpha is the longest game. That game earlier was the longest game of MPL Indonesia Season 10. This time confirmed by production. Bigetron Alpha looking for the steal onto the Lord. Oh, it's actually Kyo actually steals it here. Tempest Blades popped in by Max. High is able to get that Cult Alter HP from Facehuggers. Now it's going to be the collapse coming in from Sorizo as he jumps in with the Demonic Force. Over to Fluffy, over to High. Bigetron Alpha with the objective take. A good, a very, very crazy flame shot over. But for the town prediction by Axe, it's again Ranger Masanai caught in an Aura Fire sandwich.
Seems like here, Bigetron Alpha, they can win, but personally, I feel face value, right? It's more well-rounded. Aura Fire with that Fluffy and as well, just Fluffy, has CC. Meanwhile, Bigetron Alpha, sure, they have the wild charge, but crowd control-wise, I gotta say, I gotta have it to Aura Fire, and that is why I feel Aura Fire can translate that into the team fight better.
And how do I feel about Marky on the Paquito? This is the first time he's actually played that in the gold lane.
It's been a very long time since we've seen him on the fighters. was back in Season 8, I think, again, that he played a fighter in the gold lane. We'll have to see. So far in the Paquito Benedetto lane, it's doing all right. Bigetron Alpha, though, right now are still holding on to that gold lead for now. Very small one. It can just be traded back. Rival, though, up top. Marky gonna be careful. Endless battle popped in. That's gonna be the final blow as well. Marky ganked by 3. First blood over to Aura Fire. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Definitely huge kill pressure, and of course, wave clear coming in from the Akai, being able to maneuver around the map as he deems fit. But here we go. Even though they do have the map pressure, they have to be careful as Moreno gets caught here.
Has the black shoes, though. Wait, oh my god, he doesn't have the black shoes. Aura Fire gonna go for the chase. Moreno still able to kind of waist high. Is gonna be the target for Max right now. Moreno taken down. Chorizo with the ONIC Force trying to jump in over the high. Has this to play around, but he can't go anywhere else. Endless shards able to stop Chorizo's in his tracks. 600 gold lead for Aura, turned around with one fight.
Perfect pressure coming in from Aura Fire. As you know here, Chorizo with the Phobias is going to be a huge factor and a huge problem for Aura Fire when he gets those items going. Kabuki has a really good dash. Hi, Godiva. There's going to be a lot of problems that this Phobias can do, and eliminating him and giving pressure onto him is a very smart move.
Moreno able to buy some time there, Gani, but right now, both teams are slowing it down.
Seems like here Aura Fire again able to translate and use the arrival to its perfection, but questionable rotation there. Kabuki a little too... He forced that fight, 2v1.
And he has to go down right before the turtle, so that's going to be one minus issue. But Hai instantly trades that back, eliminating Key, eliminating the possibility for Bigetron Alpha to look for an initiation on the board. And Aura Fire knows this, and they're going to zone Bigetron away from this neutral objective.
It's a disaster for Bigetron Alpha currently. Aura Fire, 700 gold lead right now, but they're controlling this early stage. Bigetron Alpha at this point, what should they do to actually regain control of this game? Because it feels like even in that gold lane, Marky, yeah, he's going to be zoned out away from the mini waves. Max is trying to soak it in, jumps in, and that's going to be Fluffy coming with a heavy spin. Tempest Blade popped in. Fluffy is still going to be putting that heavy spin onto Key with Endless Charge as well. Marky with a knockoff strike now, taking a whole lot of that Cold Ultra HP down. Moreno with the black shoes is able to get out. Godiva dives in with a circling eagle. Facehugger as well. Killing spree for High. Key's going to be taken low. Godiva's looking for the play. Flickers forward. Key low. Sandwiched by Aura Fire. Facehugger looking for that final hit onto Key. But BTR still surviving. It's Aura Fire taking everything away from BTR. Max in the jungle taken down. Kabuki destroying him. 2,000 gold lead in 6 minutes.
Wow, emblem-wise here is still standard, but Aura Fire showing that they are here to win. Bigetron, first 6 minutes, behind 2,000 gold and 6-1. And neutral objectives, well, equal, but what else? Let's see.
Oh, Marky gonna get very, very low there from the damage coming in from High. Fluffy actually went in for the arrival here, has the heavy spin to get out. And even then, there's no trades for BTR. They couldn't get anything on the board.
Yeah, and you can see that High was able to get an objective on the board as well in the turtle. With a 2,300 gold lead here in the 7th minute. What are the items looking like here, Goni?
Well, item-wise here, Benedetta here on that execute. He wants more penetration with that Hound Strike as well. Meanwhile, for taking out that Ling, he's so behind on farm, only one item.
Oh my god. They're going for the gank onto Kabuki, but that eye for an eye saves him. High steals the gold buff. BTR literally getting nothing in this game. Absolutely outclassed currently by Aura Fire.
Akai is also already pushing in that mid side, so much pressure on all these 3 lanes, and it's giving Bigetron a little bit of a headache at this point. Key goes in for a play. He still is able to maneuver out of this, but the damage he receives is actually enough to zone him away at this point. Another turret falls to the hands of Aura Fire, and that's Bigetron with only 1 turtle and 2 kills on the board.
Oh my god, Max in his own jungle, bullied by a panda. Fluffy still able to escape. If he gets out of this one, BTR, oh my god, they're not able to get anything. Fluffy gets out, still has the arrival. Aura are just doing what they want in this game right now.
Marky gets taken down again as well off camera here. So each and every one of these members are being severely punished. As you can see, more pressure here in this mid side. 17 seconds left on the next Lord. And it does seem like this is going to be a fight for Aura Fire, realizing that High is level 11, whereas Max is level 10.
Oh man, once again, Bigetron Alpha forced to clump up. It's looking bleak for BTR as Aura Fire looked to collapse. Endless shards dodged away from by the Ling Key. Looking for an opening right now. Knockout strike onto Fluffy, but a heavy spin comes in. Eye for an eye as well. Cerezo jumps in with the Demonic Force once again. Call Alter placed. A lot of HP taken out there. Moreno's going to be able to dish out the damage onto Fluffy as the Demonic Force comes in once more. But the damage will not be enough from BTR. Final blow by Kabuki. 1 HP still able to get out. The damage coming in. Kabuki still able to survive, and Max gets taken out. It's a disaster. Kabuki classing styling on BTR as High picks up a triple. No, it's just a double as Key is able to flicker out from that one. 5,000 gold lead for Aura Fire. And it seems like for BTR, it might be a 3-0.
My God, the first Lord here unenhanced, secured Bigetron Alpha. I don't know why, from the drafts even, I feel like it's a little bit stubborn, it seems like, but now let's see. Aura Fire already invading the jungles. No farm for Max whatsoever. He's behind 2 levels, but High.
Let's see, High finally gonna be taken down there, but it's only 1 kill over to BTR. Demonic Force, they're trying to force a fight over. Demonic Force once again onto Fluffy, but he has the immortality. There's not much damage to be placed here.
Oh my God,
the Stampede brings everyone back. Godiva comes in with the circling eagle.
Moreno's down.
Moreno all alone in the midst of it all. Gonna be taken down in the end by Face Tiger with 1 more smack. That's a kill over to Aura. Once more, grabbing kills left and right, neutral objectives here and there with the discount code. You guys can do the same at home. grb.to/MPL or scan the QR code. BTR at this point, they're just looking for fights. They're trying to get a way to enter back in the game, but the rival comes in once again. Kabuki in the base, but Fluffy jumps in. Heavy spin, locking Cerezo in place for everyone to deal damage. Flame shot buying a little bit more time for Cerezo to jump around. He's able to distract. BTR able to clear the Lord, but it's the base turret taken down. Cerezo brought back to the team. Fluffy is here. Cerezo, though, still getting out. BTR might want to look for something. Final blow again by Kabuki, but there's no punish from BTR.
Every time you think that there is a slight ray of hope for Bigetron Alpha, like the trade onto High, Aura Fire instantly is able to look for another form of compensation. 6,000 gold lead already for Aura Fire, and you can see the complete dominance. Another tower there in the bottom side. 76 seconds left on the clock for the next Lord. And Aura Fire seems to be able to take this all, but interestingly enough, even though Bigetron Alpha, they're so far behind, Max is still able to kind of catch up in terms of that level in that jungle position. 14-13. That actually might be the saving grace that Bigetron Alpha needs.
But remember though, without a marksman in their comp, Bigetron Alpha in the late game, perhaps they can't really they don't really have an insurance per se here in the late game as well. But banking on Paquito and as well as Phovius, I guess they have damage in that Lilia. But then again, with Akai, it just adds more pressure with that heavy spin. That crowd control is just massive.
Conceal by Key. They're looking for a desperate fight here. Purple buff going to be taken away by High. Retribution securing it. Demonic Force comes in. Fluffy able to pin Max down for the endless charge to connect. The Call Altar comes in as well to save Fluffy. And all of them are still full HP. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kabuki able to find the turret. Cerezo dashing here and there, but he does no damage to the likes of Aura Fire. 7.6 thousand gold. Enhanced Lord up for grabs. Aura are going to go for it. It's looking like a 3-0 game, or 3-0 series for Aura.
It really does not look good. I mean, Fluffy and Godiva alone is able to zone away 3 members from Bigetron Alpha. But I have to disagree. I think Bigetron Alpha do have a chance in that late game because of the scaling potential, but look at this, Aura Fire!
Okay, final blow. Already to get out. Cerezo jumps in with the Demonic Force, and again, this is Aura Fire making a mistake that can be punished by BTR. Fluffy still surviving. Sorizo dashing onto Kabuki, but Kabuki's gonna be fine and dandy there. High, trying to deal damage. Endless charge popped in. Oh my goodness gracious. Sorizo deleted from the map. Moreno's next on the chopping block. Kabuki slices him to death. Miniwaves in the mid lane. In the top side, actually pushing in. Kabuki with the final blow, clearing out the ways. Marky trying his best to save the game, but it will not happen for BTR for now. The Lord is still marching down, and Aura can look for this right here. Heavy spin popped in. It's looking bleak once again as Marky is going to be taken down by the execute and the damage from Facehugger. And the charge as well. Max, the final member left to defend, all alone in the base. The Dragons melt the robots down. 3-0, no chance. BTR goes home and Aura retain their top 3 position.
The third team to go home. Pack your bags, Bigetron Alpha, because this time around, Aura Fire shows once again that they have what it takes to stay in their playoff run to the top. 3-0, clean sweep by the Hydras, the Indonesian Hydras, just when we thought to count them out, just when we thought their run was shaky. They show us how unpredictable, how crazy, how impeccable and strong Aura Fire is as a team.
3-0, 3 teams packed, sent home, and 3 teams left as well. As Aura Fire now fight still in the lower brackets, sending Bigetron home. There's RRQ, ONIC, and say hello to Aura Fire. A repeat, Season 9, the 3 teams standing.
Even though Season 10 was unpredictable, it's still the top 3 teams, same 3 teams at the top. But now, we're gonna see the handshakes from the members from both Aura Fire and Bigetron Alpha, sending BTR off with a last show of sportsmanship.
And this is when things get bittersweet, right? Amazing run for Aura Fire. But unfortunately, after 2 months, even more of training, of hard work, of just doing everything together, giving everything they could here, unfortunately, Bigetron, their playoff run comes to an end, and you can see the emotions on the players as they take a final bow. Thank you so much, Bigetron, for everything. You have been able to just develop so much as a team, with Marky stepping in, Max already very great. The development on him has been so evident. It's just so difficult at this point of the game and at the point of this in the tournament.
Seems like here Aura Fire, they are still in celebration mode as well. But yeah, welcome back to Season 9, I guess. The 3 teams standing here. Still the same as Bigetron. So unfortunate, Mirko. Gotta ask you, as a Bigetron fan, how are you feeling?
It's a sad day for BTR, but it's a happy day for sure for Eterna Fire here. Aura have made it back, retaining top 3. Even though, again, everyone said they would be knocked out on the first day. 6th place, they barely made it out of playoffs. A lot of people said they were lucky to even be in the playoffs. It should have been Geek Fam. It should have been EVOS. Well, Aura are showing that, no, it should be us.
Oh, it's so difficult to see. The player room here, Bigetron Alpha, come back stronger next season, because you guys sure have the potential. I mean, Moreno already really stepping out of his comfort zone. You can see the synergy already built, to be honest, for Bigetron. The passion, the tears from Bigetron Alpha, and I have to agree with you on that point. Whatever we saw from Aura Fire in the regular season is definitely not what we're seeing from Aura Fire here in the playoffs. They are a different team. They have come back stronger. They're coming in with picks, with new strategies that is just out of this world. I honestly thought that this would have been a really close one between Bigetron and Aura Fire. So unexpected 3-0, at least a 3-2.
Absolutely, everyone, right? Everyone said this. And again, the audience prediction, it was 54% towards BTR. So again, it's Aura just absolutely destroying the prediction game. Aura Fire is on fire, one step closer to M4.
They started, well, Bigetron started this playoff run with a 3-0 win. But
And
they have to go home and it ends with a 3-0 loss.
It's poetic.
Poetic.
For Bigetron
Oh, you're right.
Alpha. Starting 3-0, ending 3-0 as well for Aura though. Remember what Godiva said in the roster reveal. He doesn't want to be called the People's Champion. What is the People's Champion? It's time for them to be the real, the actual champions of MPL. And here it is, their chance to do it. To go to M4 all the way, as they'll have to wait for the loser of the Royal Derby up in the upper bracket finals. We're gonna have a chat with one of the Aura Fire members here very, very soon with Bude Clara Mongstar as well on stage. But Eterna, how are you feeling?
Feeling good.
Like you should.
Feeling, okay, I nearly sang it. Very close, but man, it's been crazy, right? Because throughout the regular season, so many times were my predictions wrong. But today, 100% correct prediction up until this point. But you know, Royal Derby is a different ball game altogether. So, but yeah, I'm quite happy.
Quite happy. Well, Ghani is extremely happy because ONIC Esports, they're not even like threatened by the elimination at this point. They're still in the upper brackets, even if they lose later on. Oh, they gotta be careful though, because Aura Fire are looking pretty strong. ONIC Esports though, right now, they're gonna face off against RRQ Hoshi. Arashi's watching at home. He's probably shaking as well, Ghani. What about you? Are you shaking? Are you worried?
Gotta be honest with you, not nervous at all.
Unbothered?
Nervous, unbothered.
I gotta say, the only team that will secure the playoff spot, the M4 spot, is gonna be ONIC Esports.
Ooh, bold statement by Ghani.
Doesn't matter upper bracket or even lower.
Oh.
So we'll see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna throw it over to our host for the interview with one of the players from Aura Fire right now.
Series hanya dengan 3 game saja. Mereka berhasil menyapu bersih. Inilah dia kemenangan yang begitu dramatis. Dan mereka akan melanjut ke babak selanjutnya esok hari di final lower bracket. Tentu saja perjuangan yang sudah mereka lalui dari hari pertama dengan 5 game. Hari kedua 5 game. Tapi di hari ketiga ini mereka membuka hari ini dengan begitu gemilang dan sangat meyakinkan. Dan inilah dia sang pemenang. Mari kita sambut Godiva. Godiva boleh disapa dulu dong Aura Fams yang udah nungguin.
Halo Aura Fam.
Kemenangan 3-0 begitu bersih. Untuk kali pertama 3-0. Gimana? Perbedaannya bermain 5 game dan 3 game aja Godiva.
Lebih senang lah kalau menang. Tapi nggak ngaruh sih mau 3 game atau 5 game, yang penting menang senang jadinya.
Oke, yang penting menang senang jadinya. Apakah dari hari ini sendiri persiapan kalian udah lebih matang atau apa yang terjadi setelah hari pertama, hari kedua? Tentu ada yang dipelajari banyak dong oleh Aura Fire.
Banyak banget kita dari hari pertama sampai ini hari ketiga kan. Ya kita banyak belajar lah. Soalnya emang kita juga layak main di playoff sih.
Layak. Jelas banget dan kalian udah akan masuk ke final lower bracket dengan dukungan dari Aura Fams juga yang tentu pastinya kalian deserve it dan besok kalian udah di final lower bracket. Di season lalu kalian menjadi juara 3. Jadi ini adalah titik poin kalian pada saat season lalu juga. Untuk season ini apa yang akan kalian bawa?
Gak ada sih, main aja sih. Kalau emang rezeki ya kita nanti main di M4, kalau emang kita rezeki lagi kita bisa juara. Jadi ya udah jalanin aja.
Tapi hal tersulit apa sih yang kira-kira bisa menjegal Aura Fire untuk masuk ke grand final?
Yang tersulit diri kita sendiri sih. Soalnya kadang-kadang kita suka lihat ocehan-ocehan netizen yang nggak penting.
Oh, stop toxic ya. Dan memang melawan diri sendiri itu yang terberat ya. Tapi tentu dari Aura Fire sudah melalui banyak sekali hal untuk hari ini sendiri 3-0 melawan dari Bigetron Alpha. Kira-kira yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk Bigetron Alpha yang harus terhenti oleh kalian?
Untuk Bigetron Alpha tetap semangat, kalian kuat. Cuman kalau kita cuman pengen buktiin aja sih, udah muak soalnya.
Wow, ingin membuktikan 13 game udah kalian lalui. Mungkin berbeda dengan nantinya yang akan kalian lawan di final lower bracket. Udah banyak banget tentu hero-hero atau gameplay-gameplay yang udah kalian keluarkan nih. Apakah itu menjadi tantangan tersendiri untuk final lower bracket nanti?
Ya.
Udah banyak banget yang harus dikuak lagi. Apakah ada strategi-strategi rahasia lainnya yang masih kalian simpan untuk melawan nanti di final lower bracket?
Nggak ada sih, soalnya emang kita nyampe sini aja bersyukur lah. Pasti ada merasa beruntung gitu. Jadi ya udah emang ini yang kita punya, mungkin ada sesuatu yang lain cuman nggak tahu.
Tungguin aja ya. Tungguin aja, kelas pakai Z katanya. Tapi begitu luar biasa, semua penonton yang ada di MPL babak playoff menantikan tentunya pertandingan untuk Aura Fire di final lower bracket. Godiva, kamu ada samain gak sih kira-kira nanti final lower bracket ketemunya RRQ atau ONIC nih untuk besok?
Ketemunya kayak RRQ sih.
Kira-kira RRQ? Oke, kalau kira-kira besok ketemu RRQ, ada yang mau kamu salam-salam mungkin untuk Vin atau RRQ?
Semoga besok kita yang menang. Gantian lah.
Gantian ya. Semoga ya semuanya tentu berharap yang terbaik. Dan inilah dia kemenangan yang begitu bersih 3-0. Persiapan mereka untuk esok hari tentu akan lebih berat lagi. Dan Godiva, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih? Mungkin untuk keluargamu atau Aura Fans yang mendukung terus Godiva dan juga Aura Fire.
Buat semuanya Aura Fam, makasih udah dukung kita. Makasih selalu setia walaupun kita sempat lose streak sampai 6 kali atau 7 kali. Makasih selalu support kita. Terus buat nyokap gua, mah tenang aja besok masih main. Nyokap gua bakal nonton.
Oke, Tante ditunggu untuk esok hari karena Godiva dan juga Aura Fire akan melanjutkan perjalanan mereka di final lower bracket. Kalian semua mari kita sambut, inilah dia sang pemenang untuk hari ini match pertama Godiva dan Aura Fire. Silakan caster, break it down.
Let's break it down indeed. Man. All right, so Godiva thinks he's going to go up against RRQ tomorrow. Here, though, again, the third game, the fastest game in the series, 13 minutes, 45 seconds.
16-4 is the scoreline here, so speaks for itself. It's a domination, one-sided game as well. Do gotta say, Kabuki on that Benedetta, though, it's really hard to stop. 3-1-6's name, and he even added utility as well. Dominance Ice built for extra anti-region effects from for Paquito, Phovius as well, and as well as that Grok High, though. He was unstoppable. 10-1-3 with Genius 1, Divine Glaive, and as well as Glowing 1, which means that burning effects will just penetrate. That damage over time will just, burn the composition of Bigetron Alpha. Meanwhile, Fluffy plays a huge role in assisting 10 assists to his name. That crowd control, the only crowd control, I guess, in this composition, apart from that Circling Eagle, is just so critical. His rotation has been on point and just creates such a nuisance for the composition for Bigetron Alpha to just rotate and find a play with that heavy spin. Living by Mandiri, of course, the rich guy will, I feel like, fall to the hands of Amon with 10 kills secured. But I gotta check here. Aura Fire, again, a very solid display of quality and class. Very, very well deserving here. But then again, rich guy will still fall to the hands of Kabuki, actually, with 791 gold per minute. And the carry will fall to the hands of Amon here, high 60 almost 69,000 damage here given. Sandbag though will fall to the hands of losing side here, the Roamer Rock. And of course Godiva with that Matilda will grab that forgotten one. Now gotta say, MVP presented by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Who do you think it is?
Gotta say high here.
Hi.
Not high Fluffy, but I'm still leaning towards high.
Man, this game, honestly, everyone played their part. It was super clean by everyone on Aura Fire. Yeah, I think High deserves it. He got a lot of clutch retributions.
A lot of kills as well.
A lot of kills as well, obviously. A lot of damage here on that Amon. We'll just see who gets that MVP here. It is High on the Amon. His signature pick, 10, 1, and 3. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. Gani, let's take a look at the MVP highlights.
Well, let's see here. Again, Aura Fire. In Game 2, it was a very close and prolonged game, but in Game 3, it's a different story. It seems like Aura Fire, they were ready to head on and defeat the composition. Why I say this? Because there were rotations. They're so confident here. They realized the rotations of Bigetron, and remember, Ling, he needs his purple buff, and from I guess the early stages, they already always like this invade the purple buff of Ling, which creates Ling in lacking of his farm, and after that it's just clean cut performance from the side of Aura Fire. They're always there for the objectives. They're always there for the jungles as well, and it's just so hard for Bigetron here to find a comeback. Again, Fluffy with that heavy spin, always finding the effective targets, and of course the follow-up damage. Also, there Moreno on that Lilia cannot create any difference here. And as for that 13-minute game only needed for Aura Fire to clean sweep the red robots.
Gee, man, once again, right, ladies and gentlemen, this meta that Aura Fire is forming, it's so unpredictable, it's so crazy, a rival on the Akai. But let's take a hear as to what they were talking about. The comms here for game or match number 1, all 3 games, presented to you by TikTok. Here's the highlights.
Bisa strike mid, pelan-pelan guys. Wow, nice move, kelas Buki. Ayo, fokusin. Oke, orang mati. Nice banget, boy.
Terima kasih Allah.
Dapat 2 boy. Aman.
Aku di belakang ya.
Aman. Karat ya, hit. Santai.
Mau nih, lihat gua.
Guys. Mati nih. Nice. Santai.
Saya cuma Melisa guys.
Ulti.
Mati 70 detik guys. 70 detik. Gua masih ada immortal aja. Melisa ngedek. Gak ada WN dia, mati dia.
Nice.
Aman. Ini bikin masuk. Lihat Amon. Gua tarik. Lihat Amon dulu. Ya, Amon dulu. Gua hidup cepat.
Dikit ulti.
Nih. Melisa mundur. Orang.
Lihat kayak ini, Lilianya
Orang.
Gas.
Gua masuk.
Dikit boy.
Gua ada meter. Bisa endbook. Belum bisa. Gua 30 detik.
Mati, gua immortal.
Mati semua dia. Mundur dulu, West dulu. Gas.
Bisa.
Percaya gua, Cok.
Iya, santai.
Endbook.
Bisa ini. Gutan.
Woi!
Ini ulti. Gua ulti nih. Mati. Nice.
Gua aman.
Mati link.
Ini nggak ada skill guys.
Gas lagi.
Ini nggak ada skill. Gas gua ya. Gua tarik. Nah, yang satu ya nih. Gua dari atas.
Dapat link.
Dapat gua, lihat gua.
Link. Mati.
Gua on the way. Nice. Gua rivalin atas. Ada gua. Perlahan. Bolti, Bu. Pressure ready dia. Waktu mati. Dead link. Perlahan. Pressure ready dia, boy. Enjoy. Link mundur. Bisain. Alhamdulillah ya Allah. End dulu. Nice. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah ya Allah. Alhamdulillah.
Man, all right. Just thanking God all the way through for that victory. But you know, sometimes you gotta take credit for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. And for Aura Fire, definitely their performance, 3-0, it was up to them as well.
Guess here, today, or FIRE, they are a better team here today. Bigetron Alpha could not find the loophole, not even one game they can sneak in the series. Or FIRE, well done. Well, their playoff run isn't over, so resets for tomorrow.
Ooh, and after this, it's going to be the Royal Derby in the upper brackets. It's so exciting, but hold up a little bit because we can have a little moment again to take a look at the keys to success of how Aura FIRE was able to win that 3-0.
Brock Minotaur here is the cheese combo for Aura FIRE, which actually Minotaur only, he was sitting at 0%, but after that win, I guess, increased slightly. Well, just a bit. Kiting and pick-off gameplay here forms out of Aura FIRE, and of course, their game plan that is centralized to Fire and Mist, and I do want to add Beatrix is, I gotta say, unstoppable. Wow.
Absolutely. Again, the way Aura FIRE drafted, just every single game was so good, right? Sure, there were maybe a little bit of a mistake from BTR, not banning the Fire and Mist 3 games in a row, but still though, the way they were able to draft around the Fire and Mist, and again, to draft to shut Marquee down. That final game, every single marksman was taken out of Marquee's arsenal, right? So Paquito was the only thing left for him to place. Maybe they could have gone for a Harith, but again, it's just so difficult if you're Marquee, if you're BTR, to draft against that.
So difficult. And I swear that game had so many
33 minutes.
33 minutes of gameplay, beautiful, so many outplays happening. And where can I check this out?
Well, you can upload your excitement watching MPL Indonesia right now on TikTok using the hashtag MPL Celebrations, but with a 1-0 instead of a 10. Oh, no, with a 1-0 instead of an I-O. There you go. So MPL Celebratenance is what you're supposed to use on the hashtag, and you guys could get a lot of prizes. Eterna, what are the prizes you can get when you upload your excitement on TikTok?
So many, so many. Everything that you see on our caster desk is available for you guys to actually attain. So don't forget to upload your reactions, upload anything, maybe even upload your awe of Mirko's casting abilities. That's also something that you can do. It's a little idea to throw.
Fire.
I'm flattered, man. Thank you so much, Eterna. Maybe Arashi can upload his excitement watching us cast on the desk.
Ooh, Arashi. I know you're watching.
I know you're watching, but you're watching at home. What are you doing? Get your ticket to watch MPL Indonesia Season 10 on Blee right now, man. Every one of you guys as well, not just Arashi. Every single one of you guys. And Eterna has the details on how to get these tickets and how to upgrade your MLBB account on Blee.
Super easy. You guys can use the voucher code GAME-MPL10 as well as get a cashback of 40,000 IDR. So don't forget to check that out at blib.ly/sahabatmain.
Wow. There you go. Simple. Clear, but you can get a lot of benefits because here there are a lot of activities. You can perhaps take a picture with the pro players or perhaps your favorite
cosplayers.
There are cosplayers, there are brand ambassadors as well. So you can get a picture, you can do activities, and perhaps if you want, you can meet Mirko as well.
Oh, I love to meet Mirko.
You guys can use the code final-MPL10 to get a 25,000 IDR cashback as well. So game-MPL is 40K. This is 25K. QR code on the left below Goni, Albert Serafine himself. But ladies and gentlemen, like you mentioned, like you've been teasing, we have the finals for the upper brackets in the next match. RRQ Hoshi taking on ONIC Esports for the first ticket into that grand final and obviously into the M4 World Championship.
Oh, how many times have we seen this?
RRQ
3 seasons in a row?
3 seasons in a row.
Season 9 and now.
What were the results? Season 8.
It's for the finals of the upper bracket?
Upper bracket finals.
It's always been RRQ.
Yeah.
So ONIC always goes down to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Will it be a change in history or just a
repeat?
Repeat.
There has
repeat.
There has been a change though, right? For ONIC Esports. For both of those times, season 8 and 9, they had the same roster coming in. This time, they brought in a special jungler from the Philippines, Kyrie. Will he be that missing piece in the puzzle to finally solve that upper bracket final curse that they've had up against RRQ? Or will RRQ bring out
a secret weapon for themselves. Lemon hasn't been played in the playoffs. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna go to a break. Stay tuned because we will be back with a banger of a game.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because
this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi. Beli 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 beli. Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salicylic acid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
dari Guardian Man.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and search the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key. Pegasus の力だ。セイントのみんな、行くぞ。登れ竜よ、天高く。ロザン百竜派。俺は不死身のフェニックス一輝。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Nah, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Reki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max nggak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome!
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi. Beli 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 beli. Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Garnier Men Acno 5 dengan salicylic acid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Garnier Men Acno 5
dari Garnier Men.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Pegasus の力だ。セイントのみんな、行くぞ。登れ竜よ、天高く。ロザン百竜派。俺は不死身のフェニックス一輝。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin, dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu, liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana, terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max nggak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because this is awesome! Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi. Beli 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 beli. Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
dari Guardian Man.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah mau yang mana. Terus kayak dia jawab kayak RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because this is awesome! Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Garnier Man.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because this is awesome! Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Guardian Man.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Pegasus の力だ。
セイントのみんな、行くぞ。登れ竜よ、天高く。ロザン百竜派。俺は不死身のフェニックス一輝。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome!
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Guardian Man.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Nah, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because this is awesome! Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Garnier Men Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Garnier Men Acno 5
Dari Garnier Men.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kata saya, lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab, kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome!
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi. Beli 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 beli. Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Garnier Man.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Pegasus の力だ。セイントのみんな、行くぞ。登れ竜よ、天高く。ロザン百竜派。俺は不死身のフェニックス一騎。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin, dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu, liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana, terus kayak dia jawab kayak RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because this is awesome! Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Garnier Men Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Garnier Men Acno 5
Dari Garnier Men.
Oh.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Nah, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because this is awesome! Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli 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 beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Guardian Man.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Pegasus の力だ。
セイントのみんな、行くぞ。登れ竜よ、天高く。ロザン百竜派。俺は不死身のフェニックス一騎。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Reki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome!
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because
This is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G, take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi. Beli 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 beli. Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Guardian Man.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key. Pegasus の力だ。セイントみんな、行くぞ。登れ竜よ、天高く。ロザン百竜派。俺は不死身のフェニックス一輝。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because this is awesome! Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli, beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli, beli-beli, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Abis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salicylic acid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Guardian Man.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We
Live from G Expo Theater, Kemayoran, Jakarta. MPL Season 10, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head & Shoulders, and super app partner, Grab. 6 teams, 5 days of matches, 1 champion. Who will be the next king of the galaxy? Let's see together. We own this.
The battle of 2 teams here. 2 kings, 1 crown for the grand finals and for the M4 World Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Royal Derby in the upper bracket finals with your casters for this match here. It's Mirko, Eterna, and Connie.
It's a full house here at the venue, and if you guys aren't aware, we have 3 levels.
3.
And all 3 levels are packed. So we're gonna feel the energy here for the Royal Derby once again, and even bigger, even better than before.
Remember, this is just to secure not even the lower bracket finals just yet. So imagine tomorrow, imagine Sunday, the crowd, the atmosphere of Season 10 is gonna be so climactic.
It's gonna be insane, ladies and gentlemen. The atmosphere here in the MPL arena, just with RRQ and ONIC Esports in the upper bracket finals, where, again, stakes are pretty high because the team who will win will go over and secure the M4 World Championship slot and the grand final position. But there's no eliminations, and it's this packed already.
That's the beauty of the Royal Derby. So much fans, so much support behind both of these teams. In particular, RRQ Kingdom.
Oh man, you know, RRQ Kingdom, they've been just honestly, the most dominant in terms of audience, right? Their audience right here, the crowd, the Kingdom has been phenomenal throughout the regular season, and we expected this from them, right? We expected them to come in here full and just fill in the entire arena. You can hear them right now, but ONIC Esports, their supporters have come through as well with drums and with the songs, the anthems of ONIC Esports.
I feel like just in general, the esports community, MLBB community here in Indonesia has so exactly progressed and developed as well. So personally, I can't wait for M4 and Season 11.
And it's still growing at this stage, right? It's just so wonderful to see how fast growing the esports community is, in particular MLBB. And guys, when we're talking about the community, we have to talk about this matchup, right? ONIC once again against RRQ here in the upper brackets, Royal Derby. How are we feeling about this? Because in the past, it's always been RRQ winning it out, but looking at how they've been performing, I gotta say, this time around, it might heavily lean towards ONIC.
Don't forget though, usually in regular season, ONIC Esports sits at number 1. But playoffs, yeah, history, RRQ always manages to beat ONIC Esports, particularly in the upper brackets final. So again, maybe it will be a repeat, but you're right. ONIC Esports has changed the roster. We talked about it a little before the break that Kyrie has entered in the piece of ONIC Esports.
Now with Kyrie, is he the missing puzzle in this whole building block for ONIC Esports? They have been waiting for this moment. Their entire organization's life, right? They want to compete in an international tournament. They want to win it all. They've been able to at a Southeast Asian level, but world level, they haven't been able to. And with Kyrie, they're setting their aim high as ever. Possibly here, they can rewrite history, breaking the RRQ winning streak against ONIC Esports in the upper bracket final Royal Derby.
Because remember, last season, RRQ in the playoffs, undefeated. Win streak. The whole moment in the playoffs, right? So we're gonna see exactly how this pans out. And one of my main questions is it gonna be Samo, Keyboy, Sans, or Drian that's gonna be playing here against RRQ Hoshi?
Well, let's talk a little about the rosters here. I feel like my prediction is gonna be Keyboy stepping in the roamer position here. Sure, Samo this season has been amazing. Very reliable roamer, can bring in the depth of the roamer support, perhaps the Rafaela Digi as well. But Keyboy, I feel, is more complete. He can go for the cheesy picks, tanky, support, he's got it all. Mechanically and, of course, macro-wise, this boy is just unstoppable.
He's definitely, grown in the season as well, which is scary because we thought Keyboy has hit his peak at M3, at MSC, but no, the man keeps on growing and so does his team. And once again, they have Kyrie, right? But we can't write off RRQ Hoshi. No. Every single time a team writes off RRQ Hoshi, just like Aura did yesterday, after getting a 2-0 start to the series, RRQ were able to come back, reverse sweeping Aura Fire. And here, up against ONIC Esports, they're going to be at their best as well. Possibly, well, I think it's a guarantee that they'll bring up their best lineup. The big question is, will Lemon play? Because in the first leg, when RRQ Hoshi was able to beat ONIC Esports in the regular season, it was with Lemon, not Clay.
That's the question, right? Because with Clay, you get someone that you can depend on, that mid laner, very strong presence, you can rely on him. He has really good positioning, but on the other hand, when we're talking about Lemon, sometimes it's a double-edged sword, right? He's very smart, intelligent. He likes to go for these huge plays. He likes to initiate plays. Sometimes it works out, and when it does, they win the game, just straight up. But when it doesn't, it usually costs them the game. So do RRQ Hoshi, do they want to take a risk bringing Lemon in, especially realizing that Lemon hasn't played too much? So I feel like the synergy with Clay is a bit better, and it all comes back down, risk or no risk.
That's the thing, right? RRQ, upper bracket finals. If you feel, it feels like it's not really much of a gamble because they have one more life. But do they need one more match against Aura? Now, Aura Fire is not an easy opponent. Yesterday, sure, they got a 3-2 win, but perhaps Aura have and will definitely refine their gameplay tomorrow. So, RRQ taking the risk with Lemon. I'm leaning towards Clay a little here. Yeah, we talked about Lemon. He likes to make the gambling play. His calculations, immaculate, but sometimes he likes to gamble within gameplay. He likes to do the 1v5, 1v4 sometimes. Sometimes it pays off, but at this level, I gotta go with the more safer route here.
There's a certain level of unpredictability when Lemon plays here on stage, especially in this kind of venue, this kind of setting, the atmosphere as well. Lemon is a very experienced player. He's a veteran in the game, playing, I think, from season 1 actually. This man has been through it all. The thrill, the agony of the esports scene. And absolutely, we are going to see whether or not RRQ want to take that gamble as well. Because whenever they play Lemon, like you said, it's a gamble because of how the team needs to play around Lemon, enable him, and just let him do whatever he wants because the man thinks at another level sometimes, We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, but what is a guarantee is this match is going to be absolutely insane. ONIC Esports and RRQ Hoshi, the fans are here as well. They are ready, both the Kingdom and Sonic. Man, I just can't wait to watch. They can't wait to watch. We're hearing the atmosphere right now once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we're 5 minutes away from entering the draft. Let's talk a little bit about that. The draft coming in for both ONIC and RRQ Hoshi. For ONIC Esports, it's been so stellar throughout the regular season. Very rarely do I see ONIC Esports lose in the draft. And I think in this season, it's a mythical creature, right? ONIC losing in the draft, I haven't seen it.
Rare. It's a rare sight to see.
For RRQ, they've really struggled in the regular season, even in the playoffs yesterday, in the draft department.
Personally, I feel adding Coach Yeb, it just add more depth. I think they can explore more on the roster here. I think Yeb brings a lot of value within this team outside of the game, and that just creates the bond, the chemistry, and of course, exploring the heroes as well.
Well, here it is, the official team lineups for RRQ and ONIC Esports.
Here we go. The answer is it's going to be Sans as well as Keyboy. Arguably their best and strongest 5 here for the side of ONIC Esports. As we're also going to take a look into the player room to see how are they feeling here going against RRQ in such a big match. So much support, so much pressure perhaps, but it seems like everyone is chill here, as we're gonna see how they do against RRQ.
Let's talk about the roster. Sans and Keyboy, the combination has been so lethal. The aggressive gameplay, their calculation, I feel like almost 99.9% on point. This team is arguably the perfect team here, especially in MPL ID. But before that, we do need to see this one player.
For ONIC Esports, it has to be all the way from the Philippines, the assassin of the Oriental Seas, Kyrie. Here in every step of the way to get into the playoffs. Even yesterday up against Bigetron Alpha, he has been the main member shining on ONIC Esports, on the assassins, on the utility jungler, even on the fighters here. He's absolutely lethal. Retry control, ganks, team fighting. He is an all-rounder. The remarkable hero being that Paquito, 3 times picked up, 66% win rate. He has a 694 GPM, even though he's played a whole lot of utility jungle this season. 3.3 average kills as well. He's very active on the map, gets those ganks in. The kill pressure from this man is absolutely insane. Good luck, RRQ. And also Albert, my idol. Welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Walking down the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders, it's ONIC Esports!
The king of the skies walk onto the stage with the main 5 lineup. Our back-to-back grand finalists all throughout, with Kyrie stepping in. This is looking like the scariest lineup we've seen so far from ONIC.
I see focus and confidence in their eyes as they step onto the stage, which means RRQ is going to be in trouble. But ONIC Esports here, there's RRQ is a tough opponent. I feel like Skylar can be perhaps the #1 key player here. Remember, yesterday against Aura Esports, they just blazed with Skylar in the helms. But of course, Albert has been so on point in this playoff run as well. RRQ, Hoshi, they're going up against ONIC Esports, a tough opponent, but themselves, let's see.
RRQ, Hoshi. For ONIC, they have Kyrie. For RRQ, they have the Kingdom's Hope, Albert. It all lies on this man to match Kyrie this season. Yesterday, up against Aura Fire, he made the clutch rescue with the Retribution. This has been what he's been known for. The Ling, the Retribution, the Assassin King in Indonesia. This season, it's been Kyrie who's been stepping up, but Albert, he wants to come back. He wants to show the world, to prove to the world that he's still one of the best. Remarkable hero, Ling, 5 times picked up, 60% win rate with a 674 GPM. An absolute monster in the farming department. An absolute monster when he's behind. 3.5 average kills. More active on the map when it comes down to those kills on the map. And for Keyboy, don't push over to 9K. A little bit of a roast over for Evos, but welcome the defending Season 9 champions as they walk up on the stage. Tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. It's RRQ Hoshi!
RRQ Hoshi, the kings of kings, the kings of the galaxies, with a main 5. They are gonna keep their eyes on the prize this time around, trying to defend what is theirs. Who is gonna be the king that comes out on top? It is gonna be answered here in the Royal Derby.
RRQ with their fans here, all on their backs, supporting RQ.
Here.
Of course, here, Phil and as well as Achil is already in the building with Yeb and Aldo. Take a look at these 4 coaches. Stellar.
The coaching staff for both RRQ, Hoshi, and ONIC Esports have been absolutely phenomenal, and they will have to be at their best as well here against each other. For ONIC Esports, you can see the Sonics here in the building, and for RRQ as well, the Kingdom is ready. We have a show on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
We truly do, as we have to talk about the difference in their play styles. But before we get into that, we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head here by Head & Shoulders.
Kill and assist here led by ONIC Esports. The death, which is a negative stat, is actually RRQ leading. So I feel like KDI-wise here, ONIC Esports is in the lead. Objective, Lord Turtle, all for the hands of ONIC Esports. So practically on paper, ONIC Esports, if stats don't lie, ONIC Esports got this. Previous match history though speaks otherwise. 5 matches, 3 to RRQ, 2 to ONIC. So we'll see here, can ONIC Esports break the curse, break the record of always losing against RRQ Hoshi, especially in the upper bracket finals?
That's going to be the question, and this is going to be a test not just micro capacity of both of these teams, but also the macro, because when we take a look at the stats here, you can see that ONIC Esports very objective-centered. If they can't win on the team fights, if they can't win in the micro, they are going to be able to outsmart and outclass you in terms of those objectives, in terms of those rotations. And I think that's going to be the main test here for RRQ coming into this match.
Man, oh man, let's talk about Kyrie here. Why I do feel like he is a perfect jungler.
Yeah.
He does great on the fighters. He does also excellent on the tanks, but he is so deadly on the assassins. We saw him on the Lancelot twice yesterday, just demolishing Bigetron. So we'll see here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive into the drafts for game number 1 in the Royal Derby. RRQ Hoshi on the blue side with the first pick. ONIC Esports on the red side. Fanny and Grok banned out by RRQ. ONIC Esports responding with a fair miss.
We can say that these are priority bans, but we can also say at this point, these are respect bans as well. Kyrie on the Fanny, definitely something that RRQ Hoshi wants to avoid, and Grok as well being banned away from Boots as well as Keyboy, and even Sans can play it in that mid lane. So now we can see a response, the 1-1 being taken away, of course, from Skylar, and the Faramis taken away from Clay.
Faramis, a very positive win rate here, especially in the playoffs. ONIC Esports, they realize that and is aware of that, and they take that power away. RRQ, with their last man here, it depends on what they are going to play. I feel like RRQ can definitely prioritize here on Valentina or even Paquito. Let's see the approach is going to be. RRQ, let's Claude ban.
Yeah, the Claude is going to be the choice of ban here. So taking it away from CW, and this is actually quite interesting. Is there a particular reason for this, or do they want to open up a particular hero here?
Well, the Paquito has been a hero in both of these teams.
Valentina as well.
The Valentina as well. And with this, RRQ are basically forcing ONIC Esports to go for a ban onto one of them. Valentina ban comes through from ONIC. RRQ have the option now to go for the pick on the Paquito. A free pick for RRQ, but they might actually be looking for something else here.
Kai is also open, a very objective hero, but no, they opted for that Paquito, so what they're saying is it's a flex. It can go to jungle, it can go to XP lane as well. ONIC Esports here needs to be careful. They can definitely pick up the Kai, but to synergize well with the Kai, what hero is open? I think they should secure a hero for CW here in the first phase.
I mean, CW has a lot of heroes that he can actually choose from. I'm more concerned about taking away heroes from Clay. I think Yves perhaps would be a really good option, or if they want to play safe, they can pick up someone like the Esmeralda, but of course, that isn't going to give them a lot of flex potential.
ONIC Esports still waiting on to the 2 heroes. But yeah, they secure a hero for CW first. And of course, Cho here, a key critical. Why? A single hero pick. And with that CC Wave Dragon, it can just negate the assassin potential from RRQ and that MM. Why Beatrix? Skylar's favorite hero, denying, taking it away. 1-1 has man and also Claude. So what they're saying is RRQ, Skylar's hero is getting so limited.
Absolutely. ONIC Esports picking up that Beatrix and with the Cho as well that can be flexed, right? The Cho, we've seen it on the hands of Kyrie in that jungle many times before, but RRQ, they're going to respond with a Brody pick here. They can't afford to leave the gold lane into that second phase because ONIC Esports can just go for the target bans towards Skylar, and they pick up a solid hero for Clay. But here you go. It was a bait by ONIC Esports. They wanted RRQ to pick up that immobile mid laner in the Eve or the Farsa because ONIC Esports have picked up this Kadita, and still, we don't know who's going to be on the Kadita, who's going to be on the Cho. It's a very good flex pick from ONIC Esports.
Really well played here by ONIC, and I think that's what we mentioned before the game even begun. The way that ONIC Esports are able to draft like a chess game. And this is great, right? Because coming into this game, they need someone to be able to dive into that backline. We usually see during the playoffs that Yuzong is the option, but ONIC Esports, they have created their own solution in the Kadita being picked up. Now we can see the bans coming through. The Matilda taken away from Vin as RRQ Hoshi have the next ban.
So I guess ONIC Esports here, what they're saying is they're gonna limit Roamer. My guess is Ruby might be next here for their last ban, limiting Vince's hero because RRQ, they are lacking in crowd control. Jeev, Paquito, and the other hero, Brody, it's the little, they have little CC. Meanwhile, if you take a look at ONIC Esports, Kadita and Cho, they have deep crowd control. So perhaps that might actually force the composition of RRQ to use Purify. We'll see though, will they respect the crowd control power or will they let it go?
Maybe. We're just gonna have to see. Again, for ONIC Esports, they are putting the hammer down on the bans towards Vin. The Matilda ban here, maybe another target ban towards Vin. The Ruby is a very solid option here up against the Kadita and the Cho. They're gonna need some free space for these two heroes to actually perform in the land of Dawn. The Ruby certainly can be an amazing counter towards this engage heavy composition. Atlas can be an option as well for RRQ, but ONIC Esports are going to stay on that Ruby. The Atlas we've seen from RRQ a bit, but remember, ONIC can still flex this Cho. They can still go for the Diggy as a mid laner as we've seen from them before. But here, we also have a comment from ONIC Esports' CW. Of course, meeting RRQ will always be a fun game. They're strong, and Skylar is also really good.
He is. That's going to be something that they have to look out for. As RRQ Hoshi now with the last ban here in the second phase, are they going to continue limiting Kyrie here? If they do, they have a lot on their plate, right? Because even up until this point, Akai can still be the choice for ONIC Esports, but it is going to be the Dairoth being banned away from ONIC. So very interesting ban here coming through.
So signaling perhaps an Esmeralda pick from the side of RRQ. ONIC Esports, again, you're right, Akai has been neglected here. So ONIC Esports, if they want to secure more objective, adding also more CC, Akai can be the option, but there's that Diggy. If you have heavy CC and there's Diggy, it just negates or even eliminates that crowd control presence in your composition. ONIC Esports needs to be careful here because, again, that Diggy might be an option, but no, they are responding with that Dairoth ban. They pick up their Esmeralda themselves.
ONIC Esports noticing the Dairoth ban, they're certainly going to go for that Esme. They do not want to give RRQ room in the draft. They want to make them frustrated from the get-go here in the draft. And as it seems right now, RRQ, I don't think they're frustrated. They can flex that Paquito into the XP lane. They can pick up a hero that we've seen R7 in the XP lane a lot of times before as well, like the Fredrin. This hero has been crucial for RRQ Hoshi, a good strong side XP laner that takes away a lot of the pressure from the rest of the team. But RRQ now, an XP and a roamer, or a jungler and roamer. We'll see what RRQ goes for. It's not going to be the Fredrin, it's the Balman in the jungle and Lolita in the roam position to try to stop ONIC Esports dive composition.
Ooh, this is scary. They have a really good jungle. Balman being able to secure a lot of objectives, especially with the quote-unquote double retry. With the lethal counter, it is going to be very difficult to do so. ONIC, are they going to go for the Akai? Or are they going to go for an assassin, perhaps?
I gotta go with the Akai pick here. Assassin, can only target Eve because Brody can build damage, build a tank. Yeah, Akai will be picked up here. So it's going to be Akai versus Balman here on the junglers. ONIC Esports. Oh man, I like their draft. They have crowd control, 3 crowd controls adding that Akai, and their burst damage with Kadita is just tremendous.
This is so tough. I mean, in terms of that draft, you're right? There's plus minuses to both of these compositions. On the one side, on Esports, they're going to be able to really rotate quite fast, especially with the Akai. But before we get into that, this is your audience prediction by TikTok.
My God.
And this is quite
the opposite.
Quite the opposite, but what we see in the arena as well, 83% for RRQ Hoshi. Wow.
Shows how crazy, how passionate the RRQ Kingdom really is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the portal here as we get ready for game number 1 of the Royal Derby in the upper bracket finals. Both RRQ Hoshi and ONIC Esports are ready to get in the game. The portal is opened up for us to dive in the land of Dawn. Welcome to Mobile Legends for game 1.
Oh, how is this gonna play out, right? Both of these junglers are gonna be utilizing these fighter-heavy heroes, but when the neutral objective contest happens, who is it gonna favor more? Balman or the Akai?
Should be the Akai.
Should be the Akai, but Balman can somehow contest, right? With that two retribution, perhaps Kyrie with that heavy spin. The San's gonna be on that Akai, on that Cho rather, San's. Concussive Blast, Keyboy, of course, Magic Worship with Petrify. And take a look at that. We talked about the Purify during the drafts, and Skylar and Clay, they respect the crowd control of Kai, Cho, and as well as Kadita. So there you go.
That's
Purify.
going to be a problem, right? That's going to be a huge problem for Sans to look for those openings, and even Keyboy, because he's going to rely on that Petrify to be able to put that in place. And if that's not available, RRQ Hoshi might have an issue here.
Keyboy stole the gold crab.
Wow. Now we're going to see what happens here as now ONIC Esports already looking for an opening onto RRQ Hoshi. They are going to be a bit reliant on that level 4, realizing that Sans needs level 4 to get that Way of Dragon, and of course Keyboy as well to start to begin that pickoff. And this is actually the perfect moment for RRQ Hoshi to open on. But the Talent's prediction by Axe shows a split here, 2v4 though, most in favor of ONIC Esports.
Yeah, and again, right, this shows Talent prediction by Axe for the Talents here. It's the opposite of the audience prediction by TikTok. For right now, I do think ONIC Esports have the better draft when it comes down to that early game, mid game, and even late game. It's a very solid draft, and even in the neutral objective control, I do think ONIC Esports has a slight edge. Now, with Boots clearing up that top side with the help of Sans, Boots is going to just be able to zone other members away. Sans jumps in with the Way of the Dragon, bringing Albert back. Heavy spin popped in by Kyrie, securing the first turtle of the game. ONIC Esports strike first. Turtle slain, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series.
All this already happening even before the momentum that ONIC Esports could actually build with that level 4 spike. 800 gold right now, and it seems like both of these teams are going to be heavily centered on the macro game though.
It seems like their main job here to bait out. Aller's in trouble. He used it to Purify.
Good Purify by Skylar, going in for the torn apart memory onto CW. Has the flicker, gets out. Skylar gonna be able to have a winning lane here. That Purify as well was really brilliant. Gets in the stun. Rough Waves popped in by Keyboy. Stunned up by Vin, but there's not much that's gonna happen unless Vin actually commits onto this. Keyboy canceling it out. Alfred jumping in. Keyboy absolutely clean with that disengage.
Perfect last minute moment there for Keyboy being able to knock up and actually cancel that Numenon Blast from hitting, and that is a really good resource wasted. Now that's the possibility, that's the problem that Lolita has, right? Really good AoE stun, but unfortunately the animation coming in from that Numenon Blast is so slow that it can be cancelled. So he really needs to think about it if he wants to go for a large engage.
Yeah, you're right. And we can see here the rotations, ONIC and RRQ focusing heavily on that gold lane. We'll see though.
Kyrie with a heavy spin, pinning Vin down for Sans and VW to deal damage with the Bandit. First blood secured by ONIC Esports. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series. 1.5k gold lead. For ONIC Esports, again, like we've mentioned before, early, mid, late, I think ONIC Esports just has a better composition, and so far, they've been able to execute this composition's game plan super well as well.
And that's reflected with the gold lead that they have, almost 2,000 right now. We can see that RRQ trying to find just their own jungle at this point. But oh my god, Skylar gets taken down.
ONIC Esports have been putting a heavy emphasis in that gold lane control. And finally, Skylar, even though he had the Purify, wasn't able to be enough. Clay gonna be kicked back towards the other ONIC Esports team. San's gonna be able to get out, but R7 comes in with a knockout strike. Boots with the falling star moon, San's getting out. Retribution battle for RRQ and for ONIC Esports. Heavy spin popped in. Kyrie gonna go for that turtle right now. That's gonna be the Retribution coming in. Kyrie actually gonna miss on that Retribution as it's gonna get resetted. R7 gonna be taken down by CW. That's gonna be the ultimate from Vin. Noon on blast, not connecting. Stun coming in onto Boots once again. Albert trying to go for the Retribution. Finds it, gets out. Vin stunning him up. Skylar getting out. RRQ still in this game, definitely, but it's still ONIC Esports with a 3,000 gold lead.
2 members taken down for the price of a turtle, and in that trade, who do you think it favors more?
I feel like ONIC Esports still in favor. Take a look at their items here. Already brute force breastplate for Cho, which means he is more mobile with this item. And of course, Kadita with Clock of Destiny early. Even he didn't even buy boots first. So we'll see here. Cho in the mid, and I feel like he is on his way towards Radiant Armor here. Meanwhile, on the other side, we can see here Brody struggling to get items. Hunter Strike? No, sorry. Heptaseed is his go-to item.
Yeah, he's behind on particular gold, but Clay here is gonna get picked off.
Clay caught by the Petrify. Gonna be taken down here. Kyrie putting Vin down once again for CW to dish out the damage. Killing free onto CW. Sans with the Jikundo onto Skylar. Skylar not getting room at all to farm in this gold lane. ONIC Esports are suffocating RRQ Hoshi slowly but surely. Albert and Kyrie. It's just some pressure from Kyrie putting in onto the orange buff. Albert still gets the orange buff though. ONIC Esports 4,000 gold lead now.
You see here, 2 Purifies are active, and earlier it wasn't, and that is why ONIC Esports, with that information in mind, they might go and commit to a fight here. So, yeah, ONIC Esports again, the pressure. Take a look at that.
Yeah, the kill pressure is just insane, right? Because at any moment, Keyboy could just be waiting in that bush, get a pick off, and that's just going to be GG, especially 15 seconds left on that turtle. ONIC Esports definitely going to look for a proper setup, but Keyboy is still gonna make it out alive.
Has the oddity, right? With that oddity, you can open up the map so well. You can get out of those sticky situations very well as well. RQ in that top side though, they are gonna lose out as Boots has built up a slow push. Here though, ONIC Esports are looking for an opening once again. Sans use that way the dragon onto R7 though. Falling Star Moon now, locking Vin in place. But no one's gonna get CC'd for now. RRQ still have an opening in this position to secure the turtle. Look for a contest. Boots doing a good job just poking Albert down slowly but surely as Clay comes in. Sans is looking for the kick. Not gonna be able to get it though. R7 with a good knockout strike. Gonna get poked down by CW. Vin with a conceal. Looking for this play right now on Esports macro and micro managing the turtle take so well. Good snipe by CW. ONIC Esports secure the turtle once again.
4,000, almost 5,000 gold lead at this point.
God.
Oh no! R7, he's gonna go down, and that's gonna be another worth it trade for ONIC Esports.
My, oh my. ONIC Esports already assassinating a member in the jungles of RRQ. This show how dominant and confident of ONIC Esports right now. And then again, 5,000 gold lead in the first 8 minutes. Not a good news for Skylar and friends. He needs to farm 0-7 and take a look at that.
Sans styling on Skylar and CW. Gunning Vin down for Keyboy to take the kill. 6.4k gold lead over to ONIC Esports. 8 minutes in. RRQ getting read like a book in this game.
Skylar taken down twice already here in the 8th minute, and you can see the disparity with CW, who's at a 402 KDA. He's 3 levels behind.
God, ONIC Esports here again showing all tier 1s has been collapsed by ONIC Esports here. And if you guys are hungry, grab the Grab app.
Go ahead, grb.to/MPL. Get yourself a 90% discount or you can just scan the QR code. That works too. ONIC Esports right now, absolutely styling on RRQ. They're looking for the siege again, and they're still playing it super disciplinedly. They've taken down all tier 1 turrets, a tier 2 up top, and the Lord hasn't even spawned in the Land of Dawn yet.
And right now, even San still zoning the members from RRQ Hoshi, just really not allowing them to make a setup at all. Keyboy already in the vicinity, opening up the map, trying to take away the blue buffer.
Oh my goodness, again he finds it! Skylar taken down, Nibiru's Passion comboed in, Kyrie with a heavy spin, canceling everything. R7 coming back, Luna blast charged in, no flicker for Finn. It's not going to connect onto anyone. ONIC Esports once again with a brilliant setup. CW knocked up twice, still managing to get out, sieging that tier 2 mid, taking it down.
I don't really know what to say at this point. This is a massacre. This isn't looking good at all. It must be because ONIC Esports, they're using the new Axe effect.
Indeed, 0 kills for RRQ. 10 kills for ONIC Esports. It's a blowout. 10 minutes into the game. And 10-0. 9,000 gold lead here. ONIC Esports showing a statement in game 1. And RRQ, they're lost. They can't find what they need to do. For now, Skylar has that Malefic Rose, so I feel like kill pressure is already there. They need a good setup here from Clay. If not Vin, then perhaps ONIC Esports can be collapsed. If not, it's gonna be so hard for RRQ Hoshi to find an effective fight.
And at this point, what does RRQ need to do? Again, they're losing 10,000 gold behind. They can't go for a team fight. They can't go for a pick. They can't go for a trade. ONIC Esports, once again, looking for the siege in the mid lane. Sans gets away the Dragon Flicker combo onto Vin. We're still able to get out, but Keyboy comes in onto Clay. Instantly with the rough waves, taking him low. Keyboy getting out. Albert picking up a shutdown. Finally, a kill on the board for RRQ. R7 taken low. A good defense by RRQ Hoshi. But ONIC Esports stay disciplined. They lose one, they back off.
Really good instinct as well by Albert, realizing that ONIC Esports, they don't want to make any risky plays. With one member down, they don't want to commit onto this, and they instantly retreat. This gives them a little bit more room, a little bit more time to breathe as well, as Albert, I think, wants to get his blue buff. But no, he's not going to commit onto it. He doesn't want to get picked off. He doesn't realize, he doesn't know where Keyboy is at the moment. It's too risky for them to take it as they move on to the next objective.
Keep in mind as well that the mid and as well as top base turret passive has been shattered. So ONIC Esports, perhaps the next Lord, they can penetrate more. They can get the 2 base turrets. RRQ Hoshi though, last fight, they didn't use any Purify. So perhaps with that information, ONIC Esports needs to be careful and perhaps bait Clay or Skylar's Purify first, then commit on towards a fight.
Once again, ONIC Esports are knocking on RRQ's base. Looking for the siege with Nibiru. CW is going to be able to find it. Sniping as well, trying to thread the needle there to poke Skylar down. But with a base turret taken down in the 12th minute, ONIC Esports can just play the long game. Freeze the waves once again. Go for that enhanced Lord and look for a siege when it is easy to go for it, right? You don't really need to go for any desperate plays, but RRQ, they're the ones who need to do this. Kyrie going to be spotted in that push. Off spotting and canceling the conceal. Another conceal play from ONIC Esports. Falling Sun went on to R7, is still able to dodge away. Gets out for now, but it's going to be gunned down by CW. Unstoppable picked up. Sans looking for that play. No flicker right now, so he decides not to go for it. But again, ONIC Esports once more are able to read RRQ Hoshi. There's nothing RRQ can really do the past 12 minutes.
And at this point, they're going to be able to convert on the next objective. R7 is still 14 seconds left on the clock for him to respawn. Whereas ONIC, they can just go for the Lord at this point. 13 minutes has already elapsed. And you can even see that RRQ Hoshi, they need to really control these lanes because they can't go in if they haven't even cleared the minions out.
A very good setup earlier for the taking down of R7. They managed to somehow isolate R7 in a no man's land, and it was a free kill. And to add to that, well, the domino effect is of course the Lord, because 5v4, plus they are ahead almost 12,000 gold here. RRQ Hoshi, how to come back? They need a miracle. ONIC Esports needs to make one, not just one blunder, they need to make 2 blunders to somehow equalize in this game. We'll see though, RRQ Hoshi, can they find the loophole?
take a look at the player gold by Ube as gold here. CW and Skylar. There's a 5,000 gold gap between the gold laners here. And you know that if Brody falls behind, he does no damage. Right now, if CW has 5,000 gold ahead, it sounds, oh my god, again, finding Vin like it's nothing. Slicing cheese with butter. Oh my god. I don't know. RRQ, I don't think they can even defend this right now. ONIC Esports is just looking for it. Sans going in for the Jikundo. 13,000 gold lead. ONIC Esports carrying it through. Boy Simon onto R7 once again. Real world inflation popped in. CW able to flicker out. Sans comes into the back line. Clay gonna be cancelled out. Petrify connecting there. Albert, Skylar, Clay left to defend. Sniped down by CW. Kyrie's onto the base with a heavy spin. Zoning all of them down. They're not looking for the base. They're looking for a kill first. 1-0 from ONIC Esports. Absolutely dominant. One-sided stomp for ONIC Esports.
Yeah, there's not much to say about that other than synonyms of massacre and one-sided. What was that by ONIC? I mean, we expected them to be the favorite because of how well-formed they are here, but what was that against RRQ Hoshi? Just so dominant.
Such a rare sight to see the Kings of Kings being toyed by a team. ONIC Esports here, the King of the Skies, they managed to stomp RRQ. And we can see here the passion from the crowd, confidence, adding more boost and morale for the team as well. A game was secured rather easily here for the Yellow Porcupines. RRQ back to the drawing board, and this one's a complicated one because it was a 14-minute game. And remember, 10 minutes into the game, they were behind 10,000 gold. That speaks volume.
It does. It's so massive. And for RRQ, it's such a bashing. I don't think RRQ has ever been dominated like this before. ONIC Esports going back with momentum. RRQ are going to go back, and they will have to come back in game 2. They're going to have to adapt because right now, it's not looking good at all. I think it began in this draft. Something that RRQ can work with is the Akai. They ignored it. And you can see ONIC Esports, right as RRQ picked up the Bellman, ONIC knew Akai was open. They needed a jungler. It just fit in perfectly. RRQ's draft revolved heavily on getting that snowball to happen with the neutral objective control. That's why they went for the Bellman. But a better choice was open, the Akai. If you want to go for the contest, the Akai will almost every single time win in the neutral objective control because of that heavy spin. When you're able to zone your opponent away, especially a Bellman who's very immobile when it comes down to those turtle fights, who needs to be in range with the lethal counter, there's not really much counterplay. And here, Keyboy's Kadita rotation brings ONIC closer to M4. A reminder that the winner of the upper bracket finals will secure the grand final spot and the first ticket to the M4 World Championships.
I'm kind of confused here because when we're talking about ONIC Esports, it's just...
I blanked out in the end.
Drafting against a winning team. Like, the coach couldn't just draft anything for them and they can play it. That's how flexible they are. Meanwhile, RRQ, they're a little bit template at this point. I haven't seen any crazy picks come out for them at all in the regular season up until today as well. And it's just like really difficult right now. What can RRQ do at this point?
Gotta be honest with you, there is not much RRQ can do, especially except hope for the best and pray, I feel like. But let's talk about the item builds here. 15-2 is the scoreline. Kyrie and Keyboy sharing the deaths there, adding the points for RRQ, but it was a 14 and 41 second, a good number for game 1. RRQ Hoshi, again, they're behind on rotations, and thus so they are behind in items, they are behind in gold, and of course ONIC Esports with Akai securing almost all of the neutral objectives. And take a look at Sans. He initiates most of the play.
Man, you can even see the disparity, right? Yeah. Skylar's gold compared to Keyboy and Sans.
You know, I expected ONIC Esports to win. In my prediction, I went for ONIC, but I did not expect a stomp like this. I even blanked out in the end.
Here's the thing about the composition from ONIC Esports, right? It's so crowd control heavy. We expected to Purify, but because they are bringing Purify, the escape mechanism from Flicker, from Sprint is taken away. So, I don't know. Let's take a look at the post game here. Rich guy from Livin by Mandari, almost 1,000 gold per minute here. 972. The carry again, Beatrix. CW, Kyrie with the forgotten one on that Akai. And the sandbag will fall to the losing side here as Finn collects that one. But take a look at the significance number from the damage to tower, of course, neutral objective, and as well as the damage dealt. It's a lot.
Whoa, wait. 972 gold per minute. Is that the highest we've seen?
Yeah.
It is the highest we've seen.
A record, I think.
I think 980 is the record. I think
But
Chadera...
regular season, right?
Yeah, in the regular season. In the playoffs, I don't think we've ever seen this in, well, technically in the patch, obviously, but your MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, has to be Cho. Sans, man, what the heck was this performance, Gani?
A lot of montage here in game one. The Flicker, Jet Kundo, the Flicker, Way of Dragon, been always on point here, baiting the Purify as well. He is everywhere here. Take a look at the even. I feel ONIC Esports here, at this point, they're just having fun. Skylar just collected his Heptases at minute number 5. That's not a good sign. And again, their rotations, their pressure, again, Sans there initiating on towards the right targets. Man, it's a scary team. And take a look at the team fights here. Always, and I mean always, Sans is trying to find the opening, the flanks, the front line, but Keyboy is ready with the flanks. So there you go. A clean-cut victory straightforward in game one. Not every day you see an upper bracket like this.
Didn't even feel like they gave an effort at that point, right? Unbothered is the word Gani likes to use.
And ONIC Esports truly were unbothered here, right? Again, that was
like a ranked game.
Ooh, I mean, I can't really debate that, right? I mean, we can't really argue. That was 15-1, 15-1 game in the end to end it off. Definitely a good start for ONIC Esports. RRQ, once again, they've been in this position before. In the series yesterday up against Aura Fire, they went down 2-0 before coming back fresh with Garnier Men. Helps you get fresh, ladies and gentlemen. The better you smell, the better you play. And with Garnier Men, not only can you smell better, but your face, say goodbye to acne, right? Facial care, ¡1 in Indonesia for over 9 years.
Wow.
Wow.
9 years of clear face? Wait, Garnier Men, so Eterna can't use this.
No, of course you can, man, because Garnier Men has a women line as well.
Oh, I was starting to get sad here.
No, don't worry.
I don't want to be left out.
They got you. They got you. All right. It's fine. But this, you can also use the hashtag Ini Pilihan Gua, which means
this is my choice.
My choice to have good skin care.
My body, my choice.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, it's also both RQ and ONIC's choice whether to go for a change in the sides in game number 2 or stick to what they already have, right? Let's see, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to see Lemon play.
Ooh.
At this point, right?
Lemon. Is it too early? Is it too premature to swap?
Remember, if RQ loses this game, this match, they will just go down against Aura. So perhaps with Lemon, it can bring a lot of factor here in this match. But if they lost, they can somehow, save a lot of strats.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I think right now they really can't hide anything anymore, right? It's a slot to M4. You need to just throw everything you have right now. What do you have currently for RQ Hoshi? In the draft, Assassin on Albert, is it? Do we want to go for an Assassin on Albert? Is that what we need to go for if you're RQ Hoshi currently?
Well, based on game 1, if Kyrie is on that Akai, Assassin doesn't bode well here against a Akai. But let's see here, the drafts, they really need to change here. From their approach needs to be changed, period. I mean, ONIC Esports just outdrafted
You're right.
RRQ.
And I'm wondering on that note if they're gonna swap sides or not.
Well, I think so far, if we take a look at the statistics here in the regular season, the second pick has had a better percentage, a win percentage, right? RRQ can definitely go for the second pick instead here, honestly.
Not today though. Not today though. Aura won 3 times in a row, first pick.
First pick. You're right. Again though, but it's different, right? Obviously here, ONIC Esports, I think they are the record holder for the highest win percentage in the second pick in the regular season. I think 80%, right? Around 86%. So I think RRQ just needs to take that off of the hands of ONIC. But on the other side, first pick win rates, RRQ is #1 with 64%.
So pick your poison.
Pick your poison indeed. ONIC Esports.
This is tough. This is absolutely tough.
And RRQ, they really want to get this, right? Because don't forget the upper bracket charm.
You know what's funny?
What is funny?
If ONIC Esports swaps out Keyboy for Samo.
Why is that funny?
That's funny.
Oh, I mean, it would be, considering the stakes at hand here. It feels like a regular season game if they actually do, you know, swap Samo. But we're not getting any. We're not getting any confirmation here.
Oh yeah.
So it
Keyboy
does
wants to
seem
rest.
like, yeah. I mean, I think ONIC Esports still want to go with their main lineup. Respect has to be given again. You can never write RRQ Hoshi off. This is a team that came back against Aura Fire 2-0. Here though, let's take a look at the game recap again to maybe dissect what they can change in game number 2 up against ONIC Esports.
I don't like the Bauman pick. I don't like the Brody. Well, Brody was like...
I mean, at that point, you really do need to go for the Brody, right?
Yeah.
With the 1-1 ban, Beatrix pick, Claude ban, you know that RRQ have to go for it. ONIC are going to go for another 2 bans into the gold lane if RRQ leave that gold lane to the second phase.
I feel like they can swap that. I don't really like that Bauman. At that point, they can pick up the Kai themselves. And that Yves pick was okay. But then again, ONIC Esports responded with the Kadira. So it's hard. It's really hard if you are going up against ONIC Esports from the drafts. They're just so intelligent. And yeah, we are going to see them in game 2 very, very soon. So hope for the best here. Let's see.
You can see the banners from both ONIC Esports, the fans, and from RRQ. The Kingdom does seem like every single stage, every single floor is fully packed. From the Mythic rank down below, on nearest to the stage, to the Legend in the second floor, and the Epic as well. The support has been phenomenal here in MPL Indonesia.
I'm surprised. I mean, after 3 years, I think we keep mentioning this. So much support, so much progress. As we're going to take a look at the coach from ONIC, Coach Aldo here, using the JBL Quantum, being able to communicate his strategies in the drafting really well with that crisp, clear communication.
Of course, Achil also wears JBL Quantum here to perhaps in game 2 to communicate clearly regarding the drafts. But man, Albert, on that Bauman game 1, it's so hard to stay relevant up against an Akai. We'll see here. Achil and Feel, they need to feel more regarding the drafts here for game 2.
I agree, right? I think the drafts need to change for RRQ. In terms of how they played in the game, what do you think about that, though? The gameplay that RRQ displayed? Because in my personal opinion, I do think that RRQ did their best with the draft that they had. They really couldn't control those neutral objectives because of the weak side lane and the XP lane. And obviously the Bauman-Akai matchup that we've all just mentioned before, where Akai definitely has an upper edge. Add on the fact that ONIC Esports had better mid-control as well with their draft. We're just going to have to see RRQ staying with their comfort side. That first pick here up against ONIC Esports. And now maybe RRQ might need to pull out something like a Franco. A signature pick from Finn. ONIC though still bang that 1-1, knowing that Skylar is up there in the top global rankings as well for 1-1.
The one thing that we noticed changing is the fact that RRQ Hoshi has actually opted to ban away the Kadira this time around. So no Kadira for Keyboy here in game number 2. But that's gonna open up a lot of heroes here. The Fanny is still on the table, as well as Claude. But at this point, do you think that the Claude can just be left open?
RRQ, realizing that Skylar is also deadly on that Claude, perhaps they might opt for a Claude ban here for their last ban. We'll have to see here. But no, they insta-respect Sans and as well as Keyboy. They opted for a Cho ban here, which leaves a lot of heroes. Paquito,
Fanny,
Valentina, open every hero here.
Yeah, and now that the Cho has been banned away, the counter towards the Fanny is actually going to be open here as ONIC has opted to ban the Eve out. RRQ Hoshi, do they want to pick up the Fanny?
They might. They might want to go for the Fanny.
Valentina is the safest pick.
Exactly. I agree. The Valentina is definitely the safest pick. And if ONIC Esports does go for that Fanny pick, RRQ always have that, again, like we mentioned, that Franco pick to go for Vin. It's a good hero up against the Fanny with the Bloody Hunt. You can really just lock the Fanny down. ONIC Esports, here it is. Kyrie's signature pick. We might see it again here in the playoffs. First time Fanny's been left open since Albert picked it up yesterday against Aura Fire in game 1.
Remember, Paquito is also
well
open.
Fanny,
so Paquito Fanny.
Yeah, Paquito Fanny might be the option here. I do feel like Fanny isn't really prio for ONIC Esports because, again, Kyrie can play a lot of heroes. So I feel like if not Paquito Fanny, Paquito Marksman. But no, Claude Claude. So Marksman and Fanny, not Paquito Marksman.
I think for RRQ right now, it does make sense to go for that Beatrix. I mean, technically, yeah, you can't really go for that second phase Beatrix pick because you know ONIC Esports are going to ban it away. This is the chance for RRQ to pick up a comfort pick for Skylar and to stop what ONIC Esports are planning to do. The target ban towards Skylar in that second phase. The next pick though, Paquito is still up for grabs. If they want to go for something crazy, Franco is an option, but they just go for the Akai. So again, already fixing that problem they had in game number 1. Picking up these comfort heroes, leaving these heroes up for grabs with the bans, and instantly securing the Akai. No hesitation this time.
This is good. This is good for RRQ Hoshi because they're going to have the objective control. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for the Fanny unless the steel cables are just insane, right, at this point. ONIC Esports, with the last pick here in the first phase, what are they going to go for? They have to be careful here because they are going against someone like the Valentina who is going to be able to take away those really game-changing ultimates.
I feel like they can secure a hero for Sans here. One hero I see in mind is Farsa. Okay, they secure a hero for
Lilia.
Yeah, Lilia is a good hero here, but understand this Feather Airstrike against the Beatrix is deadly. So I feel like that is the main description, the main job for Sans here, that Feather Airstrike needs to target that Beatrix.
Up against an Akai though, right? That Farsa is a very risky pick. We have seen Sans pull this off before, so we'll see once again ONIC Esports in the second phase. They should be targeting their bans towards that, I was going to say XP lane, but they are going to just go for that Hilda ban towards the roam position. Perhaps this signifies that ONIC Esports want to set up for Lancelot?
Fanny.
Oh, right, for the Fanny, for the Assassin already, right? So there you go. Basically, they're giving the Fanny some more space here with the Hilda ban already. And I think they can just go for an XP lane ban as well. Knowing RRQ now that ONIC have a Farsa, they can just go for something like a Yuzong ban.
That's true. I think that's a really wise choice here for ONIC Esports. They don't want anyone to go into that backline and to create a nuisance. Seeing that the Katita has already been banned, the Yuzong is a good option. RRQ though, on the other side, they're gonna start limiting Keyboy's heroes. The Matilda gets banned away this time.
Yeah, technically here, Kirita, Cho, and as well as Matilda. 3 heroes, and as well as Grok. So 4 heroes here for Keyboy, technically.
You're right.
So it's just Keyboy.
Wow.
What they're saying is, what are they going to play? They hate Keyboy, and ONIC Esports did not ban the Yuzong Fredrin, perhaps they might pick up the Yuzong themselves here, realizing that Beatrix is also vulnerable in the back lines. But then again, Valentina can respond with also the Black Dragon form.
You know, we're talking about Yuzong, we're talking about the Fredrin, but Paquito is a very simple answer that hasn't been picked up as well. It's been completely ignored in the first phase, and so far in the second phase, it has also been completely ignored. RRQ can obviously choose to ban this Paquito right now, taking it away from ONIC Esports, as ONIC do have that first pick in the second phase, which is very risky to go up against, right? It's Boots. His signature hero this season has been that Akai, that Paquito. RRQ go for a Diggy ban.
Forcing
Atlas? This can also just give the Atlas over to ONIC though, so what they're playing right now is a very, very risky game.
Ooh, and it actually might work, right? But of course, if they do go for the Atlas, RRQ, they do have the potential to utilize that to their own benefit, depending on what Clay deems fit at this stage, right? So ONIC Esports now left with that roam position as well as that EXP lane. And honestly, Esmeralda is actually a really safe pick that is going to be strong.
ONIC Esports can't take the bait, right? If they go for the Atlas here, which they do, RRQ can just respond with a Ruby to cancel out these engages from the Atlas. They already have the Akai as well with a heavy spin, so disengage won't be a problem. And then they can pick up that Paquito, right? Here, they can actually have just more control around that XP side with the Akai, with as well the Ruby. And the catch will be provided from those two heroes. If they want to go for something crazy though, we saw this in Season 9, up against an Atlas, up against Keyboy's Atlas, Vin chose Franco.
I'm an Atlas player here, and I don't like going up against an Akai. Why?
Heavy spin.
Fatal Link and just heavy spin, which just disengage yourself and as well as your teammates. So I feel like that's going to be a tough task. But Kyrie's Assassin already famous in PH, but Assassin against Assassin with him, I'm not interested. Just give me the best play.
It's not the Ruby, it's the link for...
So Akai roam.
Oh,
exactly. Again, like I said, Atlas against an Akai, it's going to be hard for that Fatal Link to hit effectively.
So RRQ flexing this Akai pick into that roam. ONIC Esports with the final pick in their draft. Let's see what they go for here. They need an XP laner up against a Paquito.
Masha?
A Masha could work here, but again, with that Akai, it's really difficult to actually go for the Thunderclap. I think a solid choice would just be that Esmeralda. Uranus will be a solid choice as well, just to buy some time acting as a frontliner. And they do go for the Masha in the end. We'll see how Boots performs on this Masha. We all know that he really likes to go for these damage-dealing XP lanes. RRQ and ONIC Esports, both drafts have been set this time. Thoughts?
Let's see. I gotta say that Masha pick. I like the Masha because it's just focused on the Beatrix, and that is going to be also the main job description. It's also good because apart from that Akai, that Masha is going to be free. I mean, no CC practically from side of RRQ Hoshi apart from that Akai, and Akai will definitely be close with Atlas, so I feel like Masha can flank towards that Beatrix.
Yeah, this is quite tough, right? Because both of these roamers are going to need that level 4 to create a difference. But ONIC here with Farsa in that mid lane, they're going to be able to maneuver around the map a lot faster. So let's just go straight into the Land of Dawn here for game number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, game number 2 here. RRQ Hoshi versus ONIC Esports in the draft. I do think RRQ might have a slight edge here with their composition, but we'll see as we dive into the Land of Dawn. RRQ once again on the blue side here. ONIC Esports, Fanny versus Link. Albert just said in the comment that he doesn't want to go Assassin v Assassin, but they're doing it here.
Well, one Assassin distinct the other is Albert is on the Demon Slayer and Kyrie is on that high-end Dry, so perhaps Kyrie will add more kill pressure, especially if the members of RRQ Hoshi are isolated. Let's see though. Boots will have that unbending will and already popped the sprint this early. Ooh, question. I don't know what's the reason, but again, of course, CW will have that Avarice.
Man, this is interesting, right? Because this is not going to be a utility Fanny, this is going to be a really scary, high pressure, high kill Fanny. Going to look for a lot of pickoffs on the board, as now he is going to look for something. He does end up getting chunked down quite a bit there, so he's going to retreat at the stage.
Let's see it, ladies and gentlemen, right now. Early on, again, Gani, it doesn't seem like both of these teams can really go for that early kill, right? Both of the teams are just going to play around that first turtle. And even for both of these assassins, I don't think they can go for the ganks very early on. There's not a strong side that you can really camp early on like this for this game.
Yeah, which is quite interesting. I mean, assassin tend to go in the early game, especially Fanny. Level 2 already strong, but now we can see here they want both of the assassins. I guess there you go, the battles of the jungles here for both of the assassins, as turtle will spawn in less than 1 second. So let's see here, both teams of the setups.
Yeah, it's very wise that both of the junglers there didn't choose to use that retribution. Albert's going to be first onto the turtle. Very smart pathing from him as well. He started on the orange buff so that he'll have the purple buff here for at least a few hits onto the turtle. And with this, that's going to be the first turtle over. But look at Vin, almost solo killing Kyrie here. Kyrie with a good retribution, able to get out of that sticky situation. But RRQ strike first in game number 2 with the turtle secured by Albert.
Crazy play by Vin there, being able to zone Kyrie away and therefore allowing Hoshi to secure the turtle. And if we take a look here at the talent prediction by X, quite split, 3-4-3.
Yeah, indeed here, a very, I do understand. I mean, like I said, Atlas is gonna be, it's so hard to create impact, but now he's level 4, so perhaps we might see a Fatal Links here. But let's see, ONIC Esports and RRQ Hoshi, no kills on the board just yet, which means they are playing this rather carefully. They do not want to overcommit things, but perhaps the Shalito might change it all.
Let's see, ONIC Esports can't really be too aggressive here. That's the thing as well though, because Keyboy got the Fatal Links, right? Wait, Kyrie actually stole that one away with his retribution there. A solid pickup by Kyrie as he goes in for the jump onto Vin. Keyboy, it's a perfect match. Finally for a kill here. Has the Fatal Links. Kyrie jumping in. Albert going to be able to sandwich them right now as the Tempest Waves will be able to connect. Keyboy going to be taken low. Goes in for a Fatal Links. Quicker combo on a 2. Oh my God. But still going to be the kill coming over. Clay with the land with another Fatal Links onto CW. Will land it. Albert now jumping in onto Sans. There's no punishment ready towards Albert. So he's basically free hitting. And RRQ, they also get first blood here.
Yeah, 1-0 trade now for the side of RRQ Hoshi, as now they are leading with 1,300 gold. And that's scary, right? Because if ONIC Esports go for the engage, but wait a minute, R7 is going to get chunked really low here. He has to be careful. Luckily, he is still able to get out. And back to my point is that if ONIC Esports go for an engage with the Fatal Links, they need to be aware of what Clay took with the IMU, right? Because if he goes for an engage and they all go in, especially CW with the Blazing Duet, that is the exact moment where RRQ Hoshi can come out on top. Re-engage with the Fatal Links, and that's going to be the end for ONIC Esports.
Yeah, you're right. And we can see here from the minimap that Kai is always on Kyrie for what? For vision and as well as information. Perhaps we'll see here another engage while Turtle here. Albert is going to get the free turtle.
Man, Vin's just such a nuisance on this Akai roam. Kyrie can't even go for the contest here. As R7 jumps in for the damage coming in. But their airstrike popped in. Sans able to flicker out there. Good timing as they go for the invade onto the orange buff. That's going to be Kyrie jumping in for a kill. RQ disengaging. 1 kill over to ONIC Esports. Trading that kill for the turtle.
Again, ONIC Esports here on, I guess, they can equalize on the gold, and they can contest on the red buff. Oh my God, about time.
Kyrie looking for the kill. Good maneuvers by Skylar. Able to get out from the cables there. As RRQ are looking to collapse on this bottom side as well. Vin is there. They might actually be looking for a dive, but Keyboy opens up the map. Very well placed there. Perfect match though. Has been popped up. Keyboy's taking very low HP. Kyrie's looking for the play on to that jungle creep. He doesn't have purple buff. He needs to be very careful. Vin goes, jumps in with heavy spin, bringing Kyrie back, and the kill goes over to Clay. RRQ Hoshi striking back in game 2. Keyboy jumps in with the Fatal Links, getting 2 members, and Blazing Duet will melt them down. Sans picks up the kill with CW as well. R7 now jumping in. Keyboy gonna be taken low. Knockout strike, bringing him back. A kill over to RRQ once again. 2-4-2 in the skirmish.
Ooh, the Skylar damage at the last minute was also really beautifully well executed, being the damage that they actually really needed at that point. And if you guys are getting nervous looking at this match like I am, you guys can go ahead and check out Grab because there is a 90% discount. Use the promo code grb.to/MPL or scan the cue card below.
It's very clear that the Kai here in Game 1 and Game 2, his impact, this Akai impact is so evident. Different role though, but top side. Wow, Albert taking a lot of damage. But take a look at Pin as well as Kyrie.
Yeah, and at this point, Kyrie's a level below Albert there in terms of levels, so that might affect them when they go in for those neutral objective contests.
Fatal links onto Vin, doesn't have the heavy spin. Feather airstrike dishing that damage onto him. R7 with an amazing disengage with a knockout strike. Kyrie's looking to go in here. Clay has that fatal link stolen away, so ONIC need to respect this. RQ might just be going for this now. 2 ultimates down. ONIC Esports can't really look for this contest anymore.
We'll see though, I mean the setup, yeah, Albert is in the lead, but Fanny is up there, perhaps eyeing for the steal.
Kyrie looking for the steal, Retribution coming in from Albert. Turtle slain by RRQ, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series. RQ 2,000 gold lead here in Game 2.
And now Kyrie not just 1 level below, but actually 2 levels below. You can see Vin styling, getting a little bit of that turret damage, so that RRQ Hoshi once again able to look for another pick onto the board, another objective in that tower. And now it's looking quite dominant for RRQ Hoshi, 3,000 gold lead.
Slowly but surely here, RRQ Hoshi, what they're doing is they're suffocating. Top turret has been done, and the HP laner is here. As we're seeing, but take a look at the damage there.
Skylar on the Beatrix is something you need to respect. ONIC Esports currently, Finn is able to pin Keyboy down. The collapse instant from RRQ.
Oh, Skylar.
Skylar taken low, 10 run away. Boots is going to be able to take him down there with the help of the Feather airstrike. Now though, Boots caught in the midst of it all, going to be shredded down by the rest of the members. And CW jumps into the Blazing Duet, dealing the damage onto Clay. An amazing read right there as he is not, no! CW miscalculating 1 HP on the Valentina. Kyrie, no purple buff. RRQ, they get out with a favorable trade.
Oh, that was insane, right? Because they got caught out. Sans was able to get that last kill as well because of the emblem of choice he had. He is using the...
Again, looking at the items here, Paquito, Bloodlust X, and as well as Dominance Eyes already secured, meaning that the damage and as well as utility anti-regen is also there. But top side, Kyrie needs to be careful. But take a look at Skylar already. BOD and Hunter Strike is next. So, or perhaps Heptases. We'll see. ONIC Esports here still behind on gold, and things are not looking good. My guess is that Fanny pick was a bait pick because Kai is available.
Akai, Valentina as well here. They didn't just bait the Fanny, they baited the Atlas, and ONIC Esports just went for it, right? RRQ Hoshi this time around, already with a 3,000 gold lead, about to be 4K, are looking for the Lord. They're placing R7 down below as well to buy as much time as possible. They notice that everyone's coming down. R7 though, going onto Sans, flickers, hitting the wall. Unfortunate for him, but RRQ will be able to secure this Lord. They're not committing onto it though. This might be a disaster. All right. There you go. They still are able to get it. With the fatal links connecting onto no one. CW going to be pinned down there in the Blazing Duet. Albert with the Temple Blaze going in onto the back line. Sans finding that kill, but a double kill secured now for Skylar. As Skylar is able to get out with the help of Clay. The fatal links to peel for his gold lane. It's a 3-for-3 in the end, but again, it's RRQ with that Lord coming top side.
And ONIC Esports lost their gold laner, so that's not someone that you want to die earlier this on because you need to have the damage coming out from him. As Skylar here is still sitting at a positive KDA 213, and he is going to continue to scale. He's also 2 levels ahead of CW at this point.
Well, we can see here the damage from that Thunderclap isn't enough. Why? Because he has yet to build the Twilight Armor. Once that Twilight Armor is built, Beatrix needs to be very careful. Again, RRQ Hoshi with this Lord push, they might collapse on towards every tier 2, but looking at their rotations, actually, they might just take 1 tier 2 outside. And we'll see here the defense from ONIC Esports.
The siege with the Beatrix is definitely scary here, but man, Finn is able to actually just do so much for the team right now as that's going to be Skylar targeted down. Kyrie actually taking a whole lot of damage. What a nature popped in by Skylar in the bottom side. Boots hasn't used that Thunderclap yet. But with this, ONIC Esports know that Skylar doesn't have to win in nature. Concealed though by Vin. He's looking for the play. Keyboy with the perfect match gets out. Vin unable to look for that pick, but they do open up the map for this purple buff. Sans just scouting at this point with that feathered airstrike.
Yeah, they really know that they need to secure this blue buff at this point, so really opening up vision is going to be quite critical. Vin, but and Albert, don't let that happen though.
A good fatal links by Keyboy right there. Vin gets a three-man pin! It's a combo from RRQ! What was that? Albert getting out from Kyrie! A 1-for-2 RRQ! They get the favorable trade, they turn it around! 5.4k gold lead, R7 zoning boots, turret in the mid lane, tier 2 taken down as they're looking for more now. Feather airstrike popped in by Sans though. He's able to clear out the waves, forcing RRQ to back off.
R7 did a really good play there, going in from the backside and being able to get a kill onto ONIC Esports, and just really well played as a whole. 6,000 gold lead right now and 30 seconds left on the clock for the next Lord to spawn. This is going to give ONIC a little bit more time to set up, but will they have the moment considering how far behind in gold they are?
Vin on the Akai. Let's take a look at the replay here. We can see the timing. Yeah, heavy spin fatal links, and take a look at that pin.
So beautiful.
Bought a lot of time, and of course, combined with everything, every resource that RRQ has at that point. Albert, 1 HP, also escaped from that one, and now Lord is in his hands, and we can see RRQ Hoshi leading 6,000.
Man, a single shot from Renner is going to chunk down the members of ONIC Esports at this point, and he was able to get a critical shot onto ONIC, giving them a little bit more time to set up. And this is going to be the calm before the storm. Everything is open up in the air. Let's see.
Counter plays as well. R7 finding a kill onto Sans. Keyboy with a fatal links, but it's only onto Finn who has the heavy spin. Killing spree for Skylar. RRQ coming back in game 2. Kyrie zone away from his purple buff. This Akai roam. Everyone wrote it off. Everyone thought it's going to go to the jungle, but RRQ, this was it. This is the strategy that they were still hiding, that flex pick over the roam.
You predicted correct here, Gani. Every time Keyboy wants to go in for the fatal links, it gets instantly cancelled by the ultimate coming in from Vin. It's so insane as now they're going in for the siege for RRQ Hoshi.
That's mid lane, base turret taken down with the enhanced lord. They're looking for that bottom side. Skylar going for that render shot onto Keyboy, poking him down. Kyrie putting some damage on towards Albert, but that bottom side base turret will fall. Keyboy looking for that flank play, trying to sandwich Vin, but he won't be able to commit onto that panda. Vin gets out, top side gets taken down. ONIC Esports, they lost all 3 base turrets with the first enhanced lord push from RRQ.
And notice that RRQ Hoshi has not lost a single turret either. So this is like deja vu from game number 1, but these situations have been reversed. An Uno reverse card here by RRQ Hoshi.
ONIC Esports here. They were leading in game 1 with 10,000, and take a look at now game 2. RRQ Hoshi saying, we got your revenge. They are leading 10,000 gold lead as well here in the 14th minute. And as it progresses, translates to the items as well here. Athena for Akai, adding more sustainability, and take a look, BOD for both Skylar and as well as Albert. It adds more kill pressure, and to add to that Hunter Strike already built from that Fakiro. Thanos needs to be careful.
Oh, purple one taken away. Clay with the fatal links onto 3. Combo but heavy spin. Some of the blade popped in. Sans gonna be able to actually be zoned out here. It's a disaster for ONIC Esports. 2 members taken down. Both gonna be melted down as well by R7 and Albert. Render shot not connecting, but it doesn't need to. Albert finds the kill. An 11,000 gold lead here. 15 minutes in. RRQ looking for that close. Sans and Kyrie left to defend. Kyrie jumping onto Albert, but gets sliced. Sans all alone, taken out, wipe out for RRQ as they equalize in game 2.
Wow, a dominant display here by RRQ Hoshi with the Uno reverse card onto ONIC Esports, and that is exactly what we want to see here in the Royal Derby. Give them a good draft and they will perform outside of our expectations. And we saw that being exemplified there in game number 2. So well done. Clay in particular, that last moment was the way that they were able to just seal the deal onto ONIC.
A perfect extraction of the composition here. RRQ executed to perfection. They know what they need to do. They know each of the members knew what is their main job, and they executed it. ONIC Esports, they are the ones who suffered, struggled to find an opening, find an effective team fight. All of it seems forced, and it's not even a good one. The gamble didn't pay off, and ONIC Esports here needs to suffer a loss. 1-1, and boys and girls, we got the upper bracket finals here.
We haven't seen this in a long time, but I think I can say that ONIC Esports got outdrafted in Game 2. That Akai flexed over to the roam position really messed with ONIC Esports in the jungle and even for Keyboy.
And that is why I mentioned earlier from the drafts, Fanny shouldn't be prioritized. Why? Because there are still a lot of counters available.
You're right.
So I feel like the Fanny first pick is a little too expensive, hasty. Perhaps in this third or perhaps even the second phase, if it survives, then you see all of the heroes open. If it's viable or not, then go pick up the Fanny. But Fanny first pick, as we all know, the heroes in Mobile Legends has also a lot of counters towards that Fanny. And again, give it to RRQ. They will execute it to perfection.
And that's how expensive the Valentina pick was at the very end, right? And it's quite surprising, realizing that RRQ took in the Valentina in the hands of Clay in particular. They still drafted with heroes that heavily relied on those ultimates.
And that forced error was just splendid, right, by RRQ. Remember, they banned out the Diggy in the second phase, and they basically forced ONIC Esports to pick up that Atlas, because let's say ONIC Esports ignore the Atlas. It's just going to be an Atlas pick for RRQ. They can play that Akai into the jungle, and they'll still have a better draft in the end.
Yeah.
They can lock Fanny down, they can secure neutral objectives, they can play towards the late game even. Exactly what ONIC were able to do against RRQ in Game 1. So currently, both teams have won, and it's back to anyone's game.
Yeah. Back to reset here. A momentum perhaps for RRQ. Game 1, ONIC Esports dominated RRQ, but in Game 2, I gotta say RRQ just dominated ONIC Esports. It was a 15-minute game. Remember, the first game it was 14, so more or less the same, but RRQ Hoshi here. Take a look at Valentina Clay. 5-1-10. Take a look at the builds here. Winner's Truncheon for his 5 ability. But for the damage, he is banking on that Genius Wand and as well as Glowing Wand. Why? Because that Glowing Wand has been buffed in this patch. The burning, the DOT, the burning effect just burns the composition of ONIC Esports, especially towards the marksman and as well as the fellow mid laner. But take a look at Skylar, bro. 4-1-7, of course, Maleficor, BOD, Hunter Strike, and of course, 4x that security, that lifesteal from that Has Claws, and as well as the Wind of Nature. And don't forget Vin, that Akai, Blade Armor, Athena, a perfect combination. And my guess is he is heading towards that Dominance Eyes last item. But he didn't build a Dominance Eyes. Why? Because R7 has built that Dominance Eyes. It feels like they were ahead. Dominance Eyes wasn't a prio, so he opted for that Immortal first. Albert, rich guy by living by Binary, 800 gold per minute. And to accompany him is just Clay, because Clay grabbed the carry and as well as the Forgotten One. But the sandbag will fall to the losing side here as Boots on that Masha doesn't really... he did his best trying to target that Beatrix, but then again, a lot of covers there from Clay, from Vin as well. So that Masha isn't really effective here. Sans though, still 100 KP, and it's now actually damage to tower 0 for ONIC Esports.
Wow! Even
Opposite.
Eternal Lord, turret, nothing.
Uno reverse card by RRQ Hoshi here. And it's surprising that Clay is actually the carry with the highest damage dealt, realizing that he didn't build full magic damage, right? He had a lot of defensive items, and I think that was one of the main things that needed to be done, because other than Vin, Clay was the one who was able to find the engages. But the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series, it's going to be Vin on the Akai here, Goni.
Seems like again
Has to be.
Akai. It has to be Akai. Game 1, ONIC Esports has the Akai, won the game. Game 2, RRQ has the Akai and they won the game. Let's see here, as we can see here from the replay, it is actually ONIC Esports struggling to find a good team fight. Keyboy seemed lost with that Atlas. I feel you. I really hate when I play the Akai, when Atlas rather, and the opponent has the Akai. It's just so hard to find an amazing connection. And we can see here CW also trying. He miscalculated that earlier. Thought Clay was down, but yeah, overall RRQ in every replay that we're gonna see is actually RRQ winning the trades, winning the team fights. Why? Because at this point, 11 minutes of the game, they are already leading in space and as well as gold, and it's just struggling. This play is itself
what a play.
Just proves that ONIC Esports is so hard, 1 HP there from that Ling. But now with this Lord, it is just a nail in the coffin. ONIC Esports, I feel like they just want to go to the next game because it seems unwinnable for the side of ONIC Esports. RRQ here again displayed an amazing execution, and boy, what a series we have here, 1-1. I can't wait for the next game.
Who can wait for the next game? I think everyone, even everyone here in the MPL arena, they can't wait. They're not patient, all right? I'm not patient for game 3. I want it to start right now, but ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very short break before we actually get on over to game 3. With it being 1-1, it's as close as ever, and the crowd is loving it.
Yeah, you can see just every time something happens in the game, the crowd explodes, and I just love the atmosphere and feeling everything that's going on because it really gives context to how intense this game is.
It is, and I can't wait again. Well played RRQ, well played as well as ONIC Esports. Their job is not done though, but whew, I can't wait because I thought, seeing game 1, my God, what can RRQ do?
Yeah.
But boy, was I wrong. The Kings of Kings are the Kings of Kings for a reason.
Absolutely. They saved up gold from the early game with Living by Mandiri, and you guys can do the same right now just by downloading the app to get special promos. You guys can also keep an eye on MPL Indonesia to get the latest information for all Living by Mandiri users. Hey, Turna, you use Living by Mandiri. You've gotten a lot of free meals.
Yeah.
With Living points.
Of course. That's the beauty of it. You can use it, purchase it, and every time you do and you use your transactions, it adds up into points, and then you can also use that points to get something in return, and everything is just so beautiful, and I love it.
It's an investment, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to perhaps say, you know, if you think about the future, go check out Living by Mandiri. Go download, go install, go sign up, and
perhaps before match 3,
grab some
game
snacks.
3,
Yeah.
grab some snacks, you're right.
With your 11 points on the Grab app, maybe on your Samsung phone while you listen to music on JBL Quantum, because we will do the same right now as we take a break. See you guys after this break.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite.
We're back for game 3, 1-1 currently for RRQ versus ONIC Esports in the Royal Derby here in the upper bracket final. Still with your casters Mirko, Eterna,
and Gani.
He's got to do it alone, man. He's a solo player. He's a roamer.
I am roamer.
He likes to roam around the place. And you guys can actually roam around the place as well here in the MPL arena, because even if you don't have tickets, you can go over to every single one of these booths. My personal favorite one is the JBL Quantum one, because you get to taste the headset, how good it is, and sound is obviously survival when you're playing a competitive game. With those sound cues, it really does help. Right, Eterna?
Yeah, and it's super affordable too. 275K from, you know how much it was from?
Oh my God, what?
400.
400.
Nearly half price.
Gani,
yeah,
you're an analyst. You know what it means to get a value discount.
Well,
is that crazy?
In particular, I like the JBL Quantum Sphere 360. Why? Because you can hear everything. 360.
Everything.
All around you. And of course, you can go get yourself here on the website. Just check it out.
Check it out. And oh, fun fact, right as we're talking about JBL Quantum, Coach Aldo, the
main
architect.
The architect.
That's the nickname. Coach Feel.
Literally.
The Feel. That's what I call him. Yeah, it's not the actual nickname that MPL gave him, but it's a fun little nickname because it's his name. Anyways, let's talk about the game recap here. Gani.
Yeah.
Game recap. Clay, impact player. I agree. This man, even though Vin was the one who got the MVP, he made more plays, but it was backed up and it was sometimes enabled by Clay's initial play.
I mean, he was the carry from game 2. Had the most damage, deals the most damage. Meanwhile, Boots, Masha, he gave his best here to target, to shut down Beatrix, but it wasn't enough. But then again, he was impact player because he created a lot of chances for the side of ONIC Esports to somehow perhaps do the comeback again. And you can see here that RRQ Hoshi in game 2 surprised me. The drafts, the execution, boy, I can't wait. Game 3.
So the conclusion that we've received here from game 1 and game number 2 is that in terms of mechanics, both of them have got it definitely in the bag. So it's all going to come back down to the drafting phase. Who is going to be able to outsmart the other? Because in game number 1, it was ONIC Esports who had the better draft, and they won. In game number 2, it was RRQ Hoshi with the better draft, and they won. Now, the question is, what is going to happen here in game number 3?
Let's see, though, in the draft, right? Because in game 1 and 2, it has been just that draft.
It's hard. It's hard.
It is very hard.
And well, on that note,
we're going to jump into the draft for game number 3. RRQ still on the blue side this time, ONIC Esports on the red. It does seem like they're not going to change that much in the drafts here, for the bans at least for now, but I'm pretty sure ONIC Esports won't change that much.
Okay, perhaps they might ban that Valentina. If not the Valentina, I feel like the Akai should be a viable ban as well.
Yeah.
Seeing game 1, Akai is just powerful. Game 2, Vin on that Akai is just also powerful. Perhaps the safest bet is just to ban that Akai. And we'll see though, ONIC Esports, what is going to be their last approach.
Yeah, they have to choose at this point, right? Do they want to ban out the Valentina or do they want to ban out the Akai? But I guess they see the potential that the Valentina had and the impact that it had as well in game number 2. And they're going to instantly ban that away from Clay. And now RRQ Hoshi, they have a few choices to make. Are they going to pick up the Paquito first, the Beatrix first, or even the Akai first?
Well, in game 2, they first picked the Valentina that's now banned out, right? There's a hero that was left open then, that was banned out in game number 2 by ONIC Esports here. I'm trying to think about what they actually banned out here in the first phase, and alright, doesn't really matter because they do go for the Akai. Oh, okay. In game 2, ONIC Esports chose to ban the Yves over the Valentina.
Yeah.
But that definitely was a mistake from them, as the Valentina was one of the main reasons as to how RRQ were able to equalize. ONIC, with the next 2 picks, Fanny still up for grabs. This time, I think they're going to skip on that Fanny. The Yves is still open. The Claude as well, if they really want to play around that.
And the Beatrix.
I think just secure a Paquito early on, right? They found so much success on the Paquito. Pick that Paquito up and also get the Claude maybe. Just try to force Skylar on a different hero. Maybe just pick a Beatrix, honestly. It's way too scary to leave that open. But no, they do go for just the Claude and the Paquito.
So perhaps the same pick, but for RQ in game 1, seems like here, Paquito and as well as Claude. We'll see here, RQ will definitely respond with a Beatrix pick. And to add that Beatrix, perhaps a hero for Clay. Like you said, Clay, Yves was banned in game 2. Perhaps Clay might pick it up here.
In game number 1, it didn't have much of an impact because of how dive-heavy ONIC was, especially with the kill pressure coming in from the Kadita. So in this game, do you think they want to prioritize the Yves this time around?
Maybe it's a possibility, but then again, Lilia is also a good option. Against the Paquito, the close gapper, Lilia might just change things up. And there you go, Beatrix and Lilia picked up 4 out of RRQ.
Oh man, it's a solid draft for RRQ right now. Heavy emphasis in that gold lane. ONIC Esports with the pick to round off this first phase. Now, if they actually want, I don't know. No, I don't think you go for the Atlas anymore as well.
They can.
Akai, they can, but that Akai can also be flexing to roam. I think a solid pick here would just be to go for
Matilda.
I did not think about the Matilda, but I mean, it is a pretty solid pick here. Up against the Akai, a person who can pin you down, that guiding wind really does help the other members on the team for ONIC Esports to actually get out of that position.
It also gives them better wave clear as well in the mid side, realizing they are going against someone like the Lilia, and also denying that pick away from RRQ, realizing that this Akai can still be flexed into different positions. Now coming into the second phase here, ONIC Esports, they're going to have the first ban, and they are going to go towards the Fredrin. So they're starting to limit that EXP lane, trying to limit down R7's heroes.
Again, the same approach as they did in game 1 and 2. But game 2, actually, they opted for a roam ban. But here's a comment from Coach Yeb. Me, Mars, and Aldo, we put together what we have, and there are mechanics and, of course, macros. So combined brains of Mars, Aldo, and as well as Yeb, we have ONIC Esports. RRQ, though, seeing that Sans' hero has yet to be picked up, so they are trying to somehow limit the mages.
So Yeb, Mars, and Aldo. Yardo.
Yardo.
The Yardo trio for ONIC Esports is their backbone here, and also the brains behind the magic. ONIC Esports with the final ban here. They went for the Fredrin ban, respecting R7. They went for a Paquito pick as well, so I think just going for an Esmeralda ban here would be wise, right? If you want to just stop and shut R7 down here, you should do that, because RRQ right now are trying to just shut Sans down. They banned out the Chope, they picked up Azlilia, and they banned out the Farsa. I think another ban that we can see from RRQ is going to be another mage here.
Oh, it's going to be the Fulvius ban here from the side of ONIC Esports, so still limiting R7 and realizing ONIC Esports, they have a lot of dashes here, especially with the Matilda and the Paquito. They are going to ban that away because it could prove a problem, especially when the Fulvius gets his items.
RQ can just go for the Digi ban again, and that basically forces ONIC Esports to, again, either pick it or leave it open. Both cases, not that good for ONIC Esports, because RQ have a lot of CC to play with if they get that Atlas pick. They have the Kai plus the Atlas. It's basically the same as game number 2. If they don't go for the Digi pick, however, they might just go for, again, that mage pick. Another mage in the mid lane. Oh no, they go for a jungle ban.
Smart ban.
Smart ban, yeah. The Gusion was a problem. It was a problem on the hands of Kyrie yesterday. They absolutely just obliterated Bigetron Alpha with it. ONIC Esports now with the first pick. Again, Atlas still up for grabs, but I think right now, ONIC, they're just going to leave it open. They still have that last pick to play with. They can obviously pick up the Digi if RRQ goes. I think even if RRQ doesn't go for the Atlas, the Digi pick is still just a solid pickup for ONIC Esports here because it's an Akai.
Masha again? That might work here.
I think.
Could, against the Beatrix. Does make sense. It would give them a little bit more pressure, especially for that backline. But they have to think about this, right? They've already picked up a Matilda, and it turns out the Eve is actually going to be the choice. So more high ground, more burst, more utility with the slows. And it's kind of interesting, though, because that real-world manipulation might get canceled rather easily with so much dive from the Akai.
I like this right now from ONIC Esports. They know that RRQ are trying to get that Esmeralda pickup. Now that the Fredrin, the Fulvius, and the Paquito has been picked and banned by ONIC Esports, right?
Yuzong.
RRQ, it's either Yuzong, Esmeralda, Uranus. If he goes for the Esmeralda, ONIC Esports will just counter it with a Dairoth last pick. If RRQ go for anything else, they can just flex the Paquito over to that XP lane, pick up another jungler for Kyrie, and it just ends really well for ONIC Esports. RRQ, though, wrapping up their draft, they're going to have to pick either a jungler XP or a roamer XP. It's a wise move here by RRQ, picking up the Uranus instead of the Esmeralda, as it can still be countered by ONIC Esports with their last pick. So Uranus there, and the Lolita for Vin.
Now ONIC Esports here with their last ban. I sense an assassin pickup can be possible as well. That Paquito played by Boost. Why? They banned out that Fulvius, and as of now, Paquito is only the hero that can trigger, and of course that battle mirror image. So I guess an assassin might work here, but then again he has to go against an Akai. It's kind of hard here, but perhaps the Dairoth would do.
Yeah, they're going full counter. Give them burst, try to burst the Uranus down, but it's not going to be as easy as bursting down someone like the Esmeralda, as the Uranus is going to have additional movement speed in that lane.
This combination, though, we've seen it before, right? The Dairoth, Paquito. This duo is absolutely just annoying, very annoying. With the second ability from the Dairoth, you actually take down that physical defense, shreds it down. With the Paquito, you know the burst coming in, that physical damage is definitely no joke. So they're trying to go for these picks early on, using that winning lane, that killing pressure they have in the XP lane to actually control the neutral objectives and to stop RRQ from taking those neutral objectives early on. But honestly, for me, I do still think RRQ have more of a solid draft here for Game 3.
They're going to have to be able to utilize Lolita well here because they are going against a very melee composition, other than the Eve, of course, and that is going to actually benefit the Numenon Blast from hitting. But once again, Mirko, take us into the portal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the portal has opened up for us to dive right in. The Land of Dawn is here. Welcome to Game 3, RRQ Hoshi versus ONIC Esports for match point.
can see here it's changed because remember in game 1 was Kai against Bellman, game 2 a Ling against an assassin as well, but game 3 it seems like now Paquito against Albert, already a change, but take a look at Vin here, bot side.
Well, all right, Boots here early on, gonna get bullied, and this is what we expected ONIC to actually do, right? Play around that XP lane. Skylar has been left alone in that top side. Keyboy is going to actually help out that gold lane for a bit early on.
We're gonna see what happens here. Right now, already rotations happening. Keyboy is gonna have a little bit of an edge, but so does the Lilia with the additional wave clear that she has, especially not reliant on that level 4.
You can see here again the battle. R7 as well, Boots. Actually, it's quite interesting to see Clay rotating towards bot side, realizing that the top side should perhaps be the main concern here for both of the teams. But then again, we are now seeing here RQ Hoshi actually already leading in a goal, just slightly. We'll see here ONIC Esports. What can they do?
Albert already rotating towards his bottom side, trying to help out R7 here against Boots. He is going to get chunked a little low here, but they are looking for a pick because they want to start setting up for the next neutral objective, which is that turtle that spawns in 10 seconds. However, they haven't been able to find that correct opening, so it is going to come back to this 4v4 situation.
Mind you that Sans is on that Purify, so if Albert wants to go all in, and if that minimum blast later connects, that Purify might just be the difference maker here. As we can see here, Keyboy chunking Albert to half HP actually.
Let's see. Once again, Albert with half HP. Kyrie trying to look for that opening. Now Blasto charged in. Vin goes in. Unable to connect onto anyone. Heavy spin, bringing Keyboy back, but it's going to be the turtle secured. Boots comes in with a missile strike flicker combo. Albert taken down by Kyrie. First blood over to ONIC Esports is traded in. Vin going to fall to Boots as well. 2 for 1. Turtle for 2 kills to ONIC.
ONIC Esports now with a slight gold advantage. It is still coming back and forth as both of these teams are really great at these trades. We can see Skylar trying to bully out CW with Clay also roaming up in that area, trying to put some pressure, realizing that there is going to be a lot of emphasis here in the gold lane when it goes into the later stages of the game.
Also keep in mind that Kyrie is on that killing spree, so when he is going on a rampage, that killing spree might help, but no, not high and dry. So when one member of RQ is isolated, there is no extra damage with this emblem. RQ Hoshi here still somehow, it's a stalemate-ish, but take a look at the talents prediction by Axe here. Dead even again.
3-3 once again. All right, I'm in an ONIC sandwich right now in the English desk, it seems. Omwawa, he's alone as well in the Indo desk. We'll see who gets it right this time. I do still prefer RQ's draft, honestly, just because they are going to be able to actually use the Sakai to control those neutral objectives with the Lolita as well, but mainly, it's not used to create a snowball in this game. In game 2, they use this neutral objective control to create that snowball, right? To ultimately end the game in the mid stages. But in this game, RQ are using that neutral objective control to actually scale and give the item power spikes over to R7 and towards Skylar. Bottom side, almost R7 taken down.
You can see here ONIC Esports chunking that gold filter at bot side, which means extra gold. Emblem-wise, a little bit of everything for Lolita, but this side.
Finn gonna be caught. Circling Eagle brings him back there, but I don't think the real-world manipulation will be enough at this stage of the game.
I really do believe that the Matilda in the composition of ONIC Esports was just the cherry on top, because there are so many heroes that are very dive-in, very all-in heroes that can be taken out, can be created to disengage with the guiding wind that can help. And this is great because they don't have to go in for all-ins. And we're going to see how exactly is this going to pan out, especially on the neutral objective take.
Circling Eagle onto Clay. R7's low mission strike by Boots with a flicker, picking that kill up. One-man advantage now as Kyrie looks for it. Albert still able to find that retribution. Kyrie pinned down for Finn. Number blast coming in. Flicker as well. Kyrie taken down. It's a turtle and a kill over to RRQ. Keyboy gonna be gunned down by Skylar as he rotates from the gold lane faster than CW. It's a worth trade for RRQ, but CW is looking for that blazing duet. Goes in, not canceled out. Wow. Good BMI over to Clay. Amazing translation from CW. And it's gonna be a disengage from both of these teams.
We are now seeing here RRQ Hoshi responding back. That turtle take was pleasant. Why? Because they got the turtle and they got Kyrie as well. That's just a cherry on top for RRQ. A very good build-up in the early lead. And remember, this first 5 minutes, we are now about to enter the mid-game where Lilia, where Beatrix, and as well as Uranus shines most. ONIC Esports needs to be very, very careful, but they are still in an okay track.
There's a little split though, right? Because in the top side, they are going to win that lane for RRQ, but in the bottom side, it does seem like ONIC Esports has a little bit of an advantage. So it all depends on the mid lane rotations. And so far, both of these teams have been rotating rather easily, although Keyboy on the Matilda is going to have an additional advantage because of the movement speed.
And right now, as it stands, again, right, both teams are playing it really slow, playing around those objectives. If the game just goes even onto that late game, it's going to be dangerous. R7, there you go, taken out. This is the combo we mentioned in the draft. ONIC Esports can just use the Paquito and Dyrod to get these picks in the XP lane. The kill pressure is absolutely insane with these two heroes comboed together.
The pick hasn't been converted onto an objective though so far. 5 seconds left for R7 to spawn, and that's enough time for them to set up for the next turtle. But here we go, ONIC Esports going in aggressive.
Oh, Albert as well though, going in, blazing the wet popped in, but he's gonna be stunned up. CW getting out with the BMI once again. Runner shot to the mid wave. No kills over to anyone, but it's a good chain of events for ONIC Esports to chain it towards the turtle. They're gonna fall back though. They don't really know where Albert is. Finally, they do go for the commitment onto the turtle. They grab it, just like you guys can grab food with the grb.to/MPL. 90% discount code. Tap the phone a bit back to get that replay of this QR code. But ONIC Esports are back.
What they're doing in the mid lane, it was actually ONIC Esports trying to create space for that turtle take bot side. And we can see here, item-wise, Beatrix already with that early BOD, and in response, DHS already secured. RRQ Hoshi with their fast rotations here, they are able to collect already 2 turrets, which means the mid tier 1 is only left standing, and that's going to be the main focus forward side of RRQ Hoshi, to have more space to suffocate ONIC Esports. Meanwhile, ONIC Esports, what they need to do is really pick their battles, because now RRQ is already trying to invade the jungles of ONIC Esports.
Sans already picked up the Ice Queen wand as well. He opted for that first instead of the Enchanted Talisman, so he's going to have a lot of slow, but he needs to be very careful when he uses his spells. He can't spam it like Clay can spam it, so that's something that they do need to be aware of, as now ONIC Esports going to rotate here to the top side, trying to win that lane, trying to push, and look how much damage Boots has as Kyrie goes in.
R7 able to dodge for now, gets out. A good escape by R7. Played that well with the sprint and the consecration. RRQ looking for a response down below there. Vin just goes in for a stun. Not much they can do here since ONIC Esports are very mobile. But at least ONIC Esports will be able to pick up a turret up top with that play. Not a kill to R7 though.
One thing to note that if only and only if ONIC Esports has a Dominance Ice, I think Uranus might be melted down top side though. Remember, seeing the items, Dominance Ice has yet to be built by the side of ONIC Esports, which is going to be the job for Keyboy and as well as Boots very soon. But you mentioned Ice Queen 1, it turned out Clay has Ice Queen 1 himself as well. So when Kyrie wants to engage, he needs to be careful because that slow effect might actually be detrimental for himself.
They need to be careful of how they set up because RRQ Hoshi's composition is going to be favored if they clump up into weird positions. If they go in for those bottleneck team fights, it's going to heavily favor RRQ Hoshi with a deadly spin coming in from Albert, with as well as the damage coming in from Clay and the AoE slows. It's going to be difficult. ONIC, they need to play this really intelligently.
Conceal there. Van gonna go stun onto Sans. Real world manipulation. No, it was still in range of the Nibiru's Bastion. Sans taken out. Clay as well. Both of the mid laners falling. Circling Eagle on towards Albert. R7 gonna be taken to half HP. CW jumps up the blazing duet, dealing so much damage. But the Nimrod Blast comes in with a heavy spin. Albert is able to pin them down. Nimrod Blast as well. Skylar is gonna be able to gun them down. CW and Keyboy running. Skylar! Holy moly! The snipe from the man himself.
Oh my god, and now that's gonna give them so much space. 3 members taken down for the price of 2, as they are now gonna be able to secure that Lord without contest. And that was just a really well set up team fight. And ONIC Esports kinda scrambled there in that team fight.
A little bit I feel like ONIC Esports forced that fight there. I think with Sans went down and they already equalized taking Clay down, they should have just backed off and reset. But now, RQ Hoshi with this Lord, they might take all of the tier 2s. We'll see though.
Beatrix on Skylar is just too much, man. How did he get those snipes? They were...
No.
Oh, I don't even know.
No.
Beatrix is just... You can't let that fall into the hands of Skylar. It's just not a thing anymore.
I cannot believe that just happened, man. What a snipe. That was nasty. But again, RRQ, they're going to reset once again, right? They don't need to be too aggressive. Meanwhile, for ONIC Esports here, this is, again, like I mentioned, the reason I went for my prediction over to RRQ. I feel like RRQ in the draft have just built themselves such a good composition because they're able to scale towards that power spike for Skylar so well. And now that Skylar has gotten that item power spike, they're able to actually dictate the tempo of the game. Top side taken down, all tier 2s across the map out, just with the first Lord. And ONIC Esports are back to that defensive playstyle that they usually have when they're losing. And this time, though, it's a bit scarier because Skylar can do that.
That's not fair. That's not fair how much damage he does. 4,000 gold lead now for RRQ Hoshi. In addition to the damage that Skylar has with the items that he's already obtained, he's also given the WON, the Wind of Nature. So even if CW wants to go into that backline, use the Blazing Duet, there is a possibility that Skylar can outmatch him in that long-range position.
Exactly, the domino effect here from that Lord take, from that exchange earlier in the mid-side, they managed to increase their lead to 4,000, which means ONIC Esports, they are more in the hot seat, but wow, clutch retribution there from Kyrie. Again, back to my point here, ONIC Esports, they need to reset, they need to find, I guess, the loophole on towards Clay here, but then again, Clay, I think he is now building towards the winner's truncheon, so we'll have to wait and see, folks. Skylar is already at full items, mind you.
Because in a 5v5 team fight, how are ONIC Esports supposed to engage onto RRQ Hoshi with so little CC that they have?
They need to find a good pickup first, I feel like. Well, they can't capitalize on the offlaner here on Uranus. I saw Q-Boy has built that dominance ice, so I feel like they can bank in on towards Uranus. When 5v4, then try to beat RQ Hoshi mechanically.
Ooh, it's going to be tough, though, if they actually want to go for that mechanical duel, right? Now that RQ are still ahead, ONIC Esports are going to have to look for a very good team fight to seal the deal. Right now, Skylar has a better way to dish out damage without getting hurt on the Beatrix compared to CW, who needs to dive in with that Blazing Duet. And now, R7, he's at a point where it's very hard to kill him. Boots and everyone needs to really just put their resources onto R7 if they want to kill him. But guess what? He's a tank. That's what he's made for, to soak in damage. Abyssal Strike popped in with a Flicker as well, but there you go. Once again, two massive resources spent, the Flicker and the Abyssal Strike. R7 can just regen back up, but now, there you go, ONIC not letting that happen. CW jumps in with the Blazing Duet in the real world. Inflation locks them in place. Luminat Blast popped in. CW able to back off. Kyrie dealing the damage. Clay trying to poke them down. No members taken down for now. Clay, though, needs to be very careful. Keyboy's going on to him. It's very low. Albert is looking for that pickoff. Both teams disengage for now.
Wow, we are seeing a very, very mechanical team fight from RRQ and as well as ONIC Esports. No casualties on the board here. And we can see here the Lord, what they need to do again. RRQ needs to bail out of the information whereabouts ONIC Esports, and they can't just reset here, toy around the Lord. And we can see here Skylar is already up and ready with that Skylar, with that Beatrix. Let's go.
You can call him Skylar. You can call the hero Skylar. He's been doing a lot with it. Circling Eagle, though, now popped in onto Vin, putting him in off position. Skylar still positioning really well. Albert going to be getting the pin onto CW. My goodness, what a pick. Skylar picks up the kill. Now Boots diving in with a Abyssal Strike. Kyrie! Flickers out, but Kyrie secures the Lord. He saves the game for ONIC Esports. But with 3 members down.
At what cost?
RQ might be able to end the game still.
At what cost, right? 3 members taken down, 20 seconds left. And this is RRQ Hoshi with Skylar. So the siege potential is there. It's going to be really difficult for them to defend this, but look at this.
Sans with the Purify, able to back off. Skylar dishing out the damage once again. 1 cannon is still alive. Keyboy looking to clear it out, baiting it really well right now. 5 seconds onto CW. Sans with the defense once again. Keyboy jumps in, but it's going to be RRQ. Look at the base. It's wide open, and it's match point for the Kings of Kings.
RRQ Hoshi lead the series once again here, 2-1. And this has been a fantastic run. What a comeback from RRQ Hoshi.
What a comeback, what a match, what a game from RRQ Hoshi displaying their, again, I feel like they managed to extract their composition to its utmost potential. ONIC Esports, a slight mistake from them, and it's all done. RRQ Hoshi 2-1 as of now. ONIC Esports, it's a tough match here. But then again, RRQ Hoshi, they can adapt.
That's scary, right? And this is quite unfortunate because ONIC Esports, they had a solid draft, but when I came to think about it, they didn't have engage, right? The only person who could initiate a fight was the Matilda, but the Matilda isn't an AoE stun. It isn't something as dynamic as someone like the Lolita or even the Akai with the heavy spin. And they went in for pickoffs. I agree, they had a better choice with that, but Yves isn't as dynamic as well as someone like the Lilia. So the draft is going to be very important coming into this fourth game, because if ONIC Esports can't secure this, it's going to be RRQ Hoshi securing that first position in the grand finals, as well as that ticket to M4.
History will repeat itself if RRQ wins this game, the next game. But ONIC Esports still has a chance to turn it around. Can take it 2-2 and perhaps wins it 3-2. But then again, I feel like they should just ban out the Akai.
I agree. At this point, it's gone to a very, very, it's gone to a point, all right, where ONIC needs to ban this Akai. I was trying to think about whether or not they should ban the Akai. Maybe it's just a Beatrix that they need to get rid of. But now, after getting a little bit of time to think over those decisions, I think they need to do both. Pick up the Beatrix. They've always had the opportunity to pick up the Beatrix first.
Yeah, but they don't.
Claude is a problem on the hands of Skylar, but you have to choose, right? Either that or you ban something out, but you will leave either the Valentina or Faramis open. It's not worth it to go for the bans, I think, to swap out the bans for a Beatrix or Claude against RRQ. What they can do is they have CW. They have one of, if not the #1 most unique hero picks in that gold lane. They have a very deep hero pool in their gold laner. They need to utilize that because so far, it's just been Claude in the last 2 games. It hasn't worked out. They still stuck to it.
Beatrix and Akai here, just like in game 1. Game 2. 2 games, RRQ makes the King of the Skies bow down.
Yeah, they need to start respecting this. I mean, at this point, 2 games in a row, that should be enough of a sample for ONIC to pick this up. And I agree with you. If they want to ban out either the Beatrix or the Akai, who are they going to leave open? You have the Faramis, you have Wanwan, Valentina. So difficult because RRQ have opted for the Kadira, Grok, and Cho ban in that first phase. So it puts ONIC Esports in a tough position unless ONIC want to switch sides perhaps here in game number 4.
I think Claude is just a harder hero to pull off than the Beatrix when it comes down to just that scaling, right? Obviously, if Claude gets those item power spikes faster, Beatrix is going to have a tough time. But the thing is, the Beatrix is always getting more support. ONIC Esports didn't put as much pressure as they wanted to around that gold lane. Therefore, they basically just gave over all these items to Skylar. He was farming like a monster in that gold lane. 11,000 gold. CW, he was close despite being 6 kills behind.
Yeah, I mean, it was 9-6, so it was a close game, but the time is similar to game 2. 15 minutes of game time here on RRQ. Hoshi manages to find the gap to close the game. You can see here Clay also providing a lot of damage and as well as utility. He is on his way towards, I believe, Glowing One as well there. Exotic Feel and that Vitality Crystal, but that Ice Queen 1 is a problem towards Tyroth and as well as Paquito. When they are trying to find an engage, that slow effect just comes into play, and a composition from side of RRQ suddenly moves faster, attacks faster, and we can see here Skylar is unstoppable with 602 stat. Again, a standard build from that for that Beatrix, but I gotta focus on ONIC Esports. Why? Because they didn't build Dominance Ice rather early. Remember, the 5th minute of the item check, there's no Dominance Ice. So it's a little bit too late and it is already just the snowball from Uranus is just too evident. And let's take a look at the post game here. Live-in by Mandiri. Of course, a rich guy falls to the hands of Skylar on that Beatrix here. Almost 800 gold per minute. And we can see here the carry is going to fall to the losing side. Actually, Yves, 62,000 worth of damage. But the sandbag, Forgotten One, will fall to the hands of RQ, with being respectively R7 as well as Vin.
They're one step closer to getting that M4 slot, man. One game is all they need right now to secure another M World Series. They've been a contender. They've been representing Indonesia all the way from M1. Every single World Championship. So they're one step closer to do that again. ONIC Esports, though, for them, they gotta climb back in this game. 2 games in a row. Right now, RRQ, I don't know what's gone into FIA, but the drafts have been absolutely perfect.
I gotta agree with you. I mean, let's take a look at the MVP here by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. Beatrix 602, 89% KP, and his impact is, of course, so evident in the Land of Dawn. With that BOD, with that Hunter Strike, he is just so confident in dealing damage. In the early game, it was back and forth. ONIC Esports with the slide control, but then again, of course, Vin and friends manages to catch some bodies here of ONIC Esports. Again, the rotation, the fast rotations from RQ is just impeccable. And this is where the story is starting to start more clear. The re-engage from ONIC Esports, but the on-point counterplay from side of RQ. After this, ONIC Esports, Skylar just spread at that point. And RQ Hoshi is leading and taking more control for the most part. ONIC Esports struggled to fight back and finds themselves in a very, very tough situation. This was a push. Almost CW comes in time, but it wasn't until that last minute. Good job, RQ. 2-1.
That Renner shot that Skylar did was mid-guiding wind, and he was still able to get that shot. How?
So we can agree.
Amazing.
Take the Beatrix away. Yeah, I think we can agree on that. Yeah, he's been performing on the Beatrix since season 9, so I think now it's time to take him off his comfort hero, because on his comfort hero, on a comfortable Secret Lab gaming chair, he's just finding so much comfort. It's a bit too much. He's stacking the comfort with the Secret Lab gaming chair, but hey, so can you at home while you're playing rank or while you're trading to be the next Skylar in MPL ID. Use Secret Lab right now, because guess what? It's fully adjustable, and I saved it just for this moment. See this? It's magnetic.
It's magnetic.
Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, check out the website as well. And for more details, for more designs as well, please check out the Secret Lab at Titan Evo 2022.
The designs are absolutely amazing.
I've seen you comment on their posts.
Every single one.
Mirko's a simp for Secret Lab. I am a simp for Secret Lab as well. So ladies and gentlemen, perhaps check it out.
Perhaps check it out, ladies and gentlemen. But back again into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, of game number 3. I feel like RQ took that one. Game 4, though, now ONIC Esports with Yeb, with the Yardo, Yeb, Mars, Aldo combination. They should be able to fix these little mistakes, right? Because it wasn't a big mistake. It was just a few missed drafts there, here and there. They could definitely still come back here.
Indeed. And we can see here impact players Skylar and Matilda here for the side of ONIC Esports. RQ, they lost the first game. They recollect. They reset. Take a look at game 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Convincing win, I gotta say. ONIC Esports now, uphill battle here from the drafts as well. I feel like execution, it was 50-50, I feel like, in game 3. Because ONIC Esports has a chance to turn the game around.
You're a chance.
I am. But here, we can see here, Beatrix dealing out the most damage, 52,000. If you compare it to Claude, only deals 38,000. So that's a lot of gap, I could say. But sheesh, RQ Hoshi, unstoppable in game 3.
Sheesh.
And the last 2 games.
The Kai and the Beatrix still, it's gonna haunt me in my dreams tonight. I just have a feeling. What should they do? Do they leave the Kai open? Do they
it's tough.
pick up the Do they pick up the Beatrix?
And now
do they choose the first pick?
Exactly. And now you really question yourself, right? Because ONIC Esports, they were at 80%, 86% win rate on the second pick. And now they've lost 2 games in a row towards RRQ, who've opted to stay in the first pick. Again, there's this discussion in Dispatch currently about the pick order. Does it favor the second pick? Because in terms of the win rates, it does. Right now, RRQ, they're showing that maybe the first pick can just be as deadly as well.
That's the thing, because those statistics were given to us based on the regular season, right?
Exactly.
What has changed between the regular season to this playoff point that now what we see today, as an example with Aura as well in match number 1, that it's the first pick that has the benefit.
BTR got 3-0, and they stayed in the second pick.
I gotta say one word, Akai.
Akai.
Game 2, it was on the roamer. Game 3, it was on the jungler. I feel like that Akai it just brings a lot of presence. The crowd control, the control of the map as well. It's a little bit too much for ONIC to handle, and I feel like Game 3 should be the main approach here for ONIC Esports.
Maybe it is.
Either they pick up the first pick and try to leave out Akai, or if they're second, just ban out the Akai. Boots though, the punch up.
What? Punch up the bracket. That's what he wants to do, right? He wants
That's his middle name.
What? A middle name?
Boo, the punch up bracket.
No, Gani, no. We're not using that one. But he is the #1 highest Paquito user. 14 times picked up. He's actually won 10 of the 14 times that he's picked it up.
So how many percent is that, analyst?
Gani,
76%.
76%. Sheesh. Yo, I'm going to have to fact check that real quick, because I doubt that. I doubt you're that good at maths, man.
I mean, he is an analyst for a reason.
He is an analyst for a reason. It's 70%, not 76.
Close.
It's 71%, so it's not that far. I'll give you that, man. That means you're 90% accurate in your analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome,
I'll take that as a compliment, though.
That is a compliment, right? I went for BTR today. So that didn't, 3-0. But hey, I got 100% this series so far, and you guys know. Sorry. Anyways, let's talk a little bit about the drafts here. Feels ready. I'd like to call him.
I feel like Feels ready.
He's feeling ready as well as we jump into the drafting phase. Here it is, game number 4.
Same sides, RQ first pick, ONIC, same pick, same bans here for their first ban, Faramis, and RQ will definitely stay with the same approach there. Here, Kadita and as well as Cho. Kadicho,
all right. I mean, this is the thing. I think what they're going to change is just what they pick. The bans, it's so difficult to go for the change on that because, again, you need to ban these heroes up against one another. ONIC Esports now should be the 1-1, and we should see that Valentina because if they... leave both open. Try to counter it, right? Try to go for the counter here this time because for ONIC, if they go for the same route again, it's not really going to work out. And hey, perfect. There you go. Gani. You predicted Akai, I predicted the change here as the 1-1 and the Valentina, they might want to go for that trade.
Yeah, we'll see here with that knowledge, RQ, will they ban the Cho out again? Because I feel like RQ, they are just trying to find that Akai, trying to get the Akai now. With Akai banned out, will RQ leave the Cho open?
It's a bit too risky, giving Boots that Paquito, but we'll see. RRQ, final ban in the first phase here. They noticed that ONIC have swapped their picks, right? So RRQ gotta be smart about it. They banned the Matilda here. So again, a lot of heroes up for grabs here in game 4. Last time they banned the Cho, right?
Yeah.
ONIC now, 1-1, Valentina, both open.
Yeah, they want either of those heroes.
So what do they ban here? If they want to let go the 1-1 and the Valentina, they want to trade it. What do they go for?
They can go for the Digi ban.
Oh yeah. I mean, If they ban the
Scary,
Diggy and
though.
RRQ pick the 1-1,
1-1.
it's just done, right? I think what ONIC wants to do is let RRQ pick up the 1-1 so they can go for the Diggy. Or maybe RRQ doesn't go for the 1-1, goes for the Valentina instead, and ONIC Esports picks up that Diggy. And there you go. Yeah, they go for the heave, just like in game 2. RRQ now, this is the decision that they need to make. If they go for the 1-1, it's very easy to counter the first pick 1-1 with the Diggy. And ONIC Esports, we know that CW knows how to play that Irithel. It's a solid pickup as well. RRQ says, you know what? Doesn't matter. We have Skylar, number 2 in Jakarta for that 1-1. Guess who's number 1? CW. That's the Valentina pickup for ONIC.
I see Paquito might work here as well. ONIC Esports likes that Paquito.
Yeah.
But if not Paquito, yeah, Irithels, and I feel like they will pick up the Irithel in the 3rd pick.
Yeah.
So I feel like ONIC Esports can pick up Paquito for, yeah.
Is that someone's using a Blacklist jersey over there? Hey, Blacklist just won. Anyways, ONIC Esports here.
Oh, they won?
Paquito, yeah, they did.
Nice. Paquito.
Paquito. Oh, no.
Fanny.
Hey, you want to go for something crazy? We're going back to the Fanny here.
All right.
ONIC Esports, Goni. Now that they banned the Akai, it actually has opened up this opportunity.
Might work. It might
Completely
work.
forgot about that. Eterna is saying something different though. She's saying 3-1.
It might work here.
Goni is responding 3-2. These are finger gestures, and I'm saying to you guys so that you know the prediction. So there you have it. For me, I'll see the draft first.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, last time they picked up that first pick, Fanny, it didn't work out too well for them. RRQ Hoshi, they have the chance to counter this, right? They have a lot of options, though this time around they don't have the Akai. They are going to choose an Esmeralda and a Cho that was previously banned there in game number 2.
And this is super smart, right? Because with this pick onto the Esmeralda, you're basically saying, hey, ONIC, if you pick up the Dairoth here, we're going to ban your gold laner. But if you pick up the gold laner, we're banning that Dairoth, automatically giving that Esmeralda more pressure to play with. So it's a forced error again that RRQ are placing onto the hands of ONIC Esports here in game number 4.
It also denies the Paquito pick in case ONIC Esports want to pick that up for themselves.
ONIC Esports, I do believe that they should just pick up the Irithel here, but no, they are going to ban out that Dairoth. So I feel like what they're saying as well on ONIC Esports, yeah, go ban the Irithel. We don't care. We can still beat your 1-1.
Oh, I don't know about that though, right? It's Skylar's 1-1. Right now, I'm pretty sure he's sitting at a very high win rate on this 1-1. Here, Skylar on the 1-1, 83%. He's only lost once on the 1-1. 6 times he's played it. Hilda ban, obviously for the Fanny, giving him space. But RRQ now, they already have a Cho. Response to that Fanny. They should just go for the Irithel ban here. And maybe just a Diggy ban. But that's where it's scary. That's where ONIC Esports can play the funny games here. Because if you ban the Diggy, they can pick up an Atlas. ONIC can pick up an Atlas here. If RRQ ban the Diggy just to counter, just to remove the 1-1 counter.
Now, we are now seeing a very critical ban phase here. Remember that Way of Dragon can also be stolen, and by that Valentina, RQ needs to keep that in mind. And Beatrix, of course, they are going to ban. I feel like they're going to ban out that Beatrix and Irithel.
Yeah, the Beatrix Irithel makes the most sense. I don't think they're scared of the Claude right now.
ONIC Esports can actually ban out the Diggy and pick up the Atlas right here right now.
They can. They really can, actually. And if they do ban the Diggy here, that forces RQ to ban the Atlas. But no.
All right.
They think that this Cho can be flexed, which it can, because it can go into the jungle position. Completely tunnel vision there, as they did still have the opportunity to pick up the Franco to counter the Fanny. So RRQ now, is it going to be the Irithel ban? Is it going to be the Diggy ban?
Irithel.
Irithel?
I feel it's going to be Irithel.
Yeah, I mean, if they ban the Diggy again, it just gives so much over to ONIC. But no, they actually banned the Rubies. So this perhaps signifies that RRQ wants to play around that. Like, the 1-1 just there to actually be a curveball, right? What they want to play with and what they want to carry with is the damage output for the next 2 heroes here. RRQ still have a chance to actually pick up something like a Ling up against this composition. Hey, Omwawa! Getting a shout out here from the crowd.
Hello. But yeah, back here. First pick for ONIC Esports. What do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be a Diggy to counter the 1-1? Is it worth it?
Okay, we're putting Ranger Moss on the spot though. He needs to think. He doesn't want to do it. He needs to think about it. Okay. Well,
yeah.
All right, we can't really translate that over because it doesn't rhyme, but ONIC Esports, like I said, Irithel. If there's a 1-1, the easiest way to counter that 1-1 is with the Irithel. RQ, this is up to them now. It's very scary because ONIC can pick up that Atlas still.
With the Ruby being banned away, are RQ Hoshi hinting at an assassin pick here in the jungle position? They can still go for it, and that's going to be difficult for Irithel.
What?
I mean, Ling.
Oh, there's a lot. Ling
is a viable option
Amon.
here.
Oh.
Gushen.
Yeah, there you go. I'm thinking about the Gushen right now. If they want to just go for burst damage.
We can see here 2 heroes. It will be the Jawhead and as well as that Forster. So the purpose of this Jawhead is solely to target that Irithel clearly with that unstoppable force. And of course, addition to that, they have the Forster, which is somehow a counter for that. Oh no, never mind, not a counter because they have the Valentina. But with that Feather Airstrike, what it does is actually a very hard counter for that Irithel and perhaps that Valentina as well. We'll see though, ONIC Esports, last pick. This is the time where he can play the Atlas.
Lolita
in the jungle
can also work who?
Who's going to be in the jungle?
Jawhead or Cho.
RQ, I think it's going to be
Jawhead or
Cho.
Cho?
I think it's going to be Cho. Better clear there. Atlas
There you
pick up for
go.
ONIC as expected. Yeah, this is... They didn't pick the Lolita because they think the Irithel is just going to win lane there. So, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Based on the draft, I think this is the most equal draft we've seen so far. I think both teams have their proper win conditions to actually win. It's going to come down to the execution. Let's see. What do you guys think?
I mean, ONIC has 2 winning side lanes though.
They do. You're right.
That's going to be a factor.
They need to exploit that. They need to exploit that and perhaps convert it to objective. We'll see though. Game match point here to secure the M4 spot. I gotta say.
What do you gotta say?
I feel like ONIC Esports can equalize here.
I agree. I'll put my vote on to ONIC Esports for Game 4. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a match point for RRQ Hoshi. ONIC Esports can come back in this game, though, to make it all the way to 5 games. The portal's opening up for us to jump in. The Land of Dawn is here, ladies and gentlemen. Tell us in the chat what you think. Viva RRQ or go ONIC, as both teams will have to bring their A game here.
We'll see here. Again, Keyboy with this Atlas will harass Albert here. And again, ONIC Esports needs to equalize in this game.
They do. This is their last chance here. And honestly, with these winning side lanes, they should be able to capitalize over this. Boots is going to have a really good time against the Esmeralda. And you can kind of see Vin here trying to back him up in that sense. And that's a manpower wasted here in the mid side, realizing Sans is going to be able to clear really quick. And the Talents prediction by Axe.
Just like game 1.
Versus 2, just like game 1.
Yeah. 4-2. Like game 1 here. Yeah, I feel like, again, well, no. Standard emblems. Take a look at this.
First blood over to Kyrie. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. Hey, ONIC Esports. This is what we expected, right? They have that mid control and that jungle. Fanny's gonna clear a bit faster than the Cho, even though Albert brought Demon Slayer.
Remember, Albert hasn't hit level 4.
Exactly.
So ONIC was able to do that, but that's because Albert doesn't have the Way of the Dragon. And that's going to be a very different situation once he hits that power spike.
And they're not going to let Albert actually go for this. Kyrie has Retry. This is secure though. I think Albert gets it. Kyrie doesn't matter though. Cutthroat. Cutting, slicing Vin to pieces. He grabbed that kill. You guys can grab food. grb.to/Gani.
MPL. MPL indeed. ONIC Esports now, 1,000 gold lead. RRQ Hoshi, they need to contest this turtle. Rotation-wise, they are ahead.
They are ahead, right? I mean, and Vin, That's a lot of damage for a roamer to do, right? He basically 100 to 0 Sans here, but Boots comes in again. Keyboard's doing that play, falling someone comes in. A Vism Strike though was popped in by Boots. That's Jawhead who picks up the turtle. Boots now caught with the dragon, bringing Sans back, but it's gonna be Kyrie who jumps in as well. Knocked up RRQ, turn it around! It looked good for ONIC, but not for long. Vin on this Jawhead. Flashbacks to Season 7.
Indeed, ONIC Esports now, with the healthy lead that they have built, suddenly gone on Hoshi with the objective take, and as well as the 2 kills onto Kyrie and as well as Sans. Now, they are actually leading emblem-wise here. Jawhead opposite 4. Yeah, we can see here the damage from the talents. He wants physical attack as well. So what he's saying, he can deal out damage with the smart missiles.
Now we're gonna see back into the game here. RRQ Hoshi are leading in a bit amount of gold, but remember, ONIC Esports still are gonna be able to win those side lanes. In terms of difference in levels, it isn't that evident. Kyrie, Albert still the same. So are the side lanes, not one particular side leaning over the other. And we're gonna see here, Vin already setting up in this top side. Are they gonna go for a pick onto CW?
Oh, they're looking for it, but Keyboy's here. So Vin's not gonna really commit to that. All he needs to do is let Skylar farm, right? And so far, Skylar actually is ahead in levels here, in XP a little bit by against CW, which is, again, pretty surprising.
Well, you can see here RRQ Hoshi with this rotation lead. They are really pressuring the jungles now. We are seeing 4-man rotation, let's see.
Vin gonna be caught here. That's gonna be damage. Keyboy bringing it back with the fatal links. That's gonna be Kyrie picking up a kill. CW's coming in, gunning them down right now as Albert jumps in with the way to Dragon. Is able to kick the member back, but ONIC Esports gets a 2-4-0. RRQ though, they're staying chill because 1-1's up top, just farming up a storm. Kyrie going for it. His fire is ready for Skylar. He pops it. And he gets out. Kyrie unable to kill this 1-1 will mean that that Skylar has more free farm up top.
ONIC Esports though, completely taking back the gold lead here, and we're gonna see as the turtle has already spawned in the Land of Dawn, who is gonna have the better setup. You can see Boots already being able to clear his lane, able to rotate way faster than the Esmeralda can, so it does give them a bit of an edge in that sense. But more resources available for RRQ. Is this a mistake by ONIC?
We'll see. You can see here now. ONIC Esports, I think RRQ is a little bit late to the party.
Let's see, you're absolutely right. Vin though, goes in for the ejector, bringing Keyboy back with the unstoppable force as well, but the fatal links connect as well. Vin gonna be taken down, 1-for-1 traded in. ONIC Esports caught. Boots now is gonna be taken down. Nope, has the flicker to get out. R7 is looking for the chase with Clay though. Boots able to dash away. Clay looking for that one more hit. But Kyrie comes in. Clay gonna fall to the hands of Kyrie. R7 is still gonna be able to sustain. Sans trying to dish out the damage as well. ONIC getting that 700 gold lead, but RRQ, remember, this 1-1's been free farming.
Yeah, we can see here ONIC Esports with the 700 gold lead. Actually, the ones who are getting pressured, we'll see here, the invade.
That was a 1-for-2 trade though.
Let's see, Kyrie. Oh, the purple buff was stolen away by Albert there, but they will be able to find... No, yeah, it was. They will be able to find a trade. Keyboy jumps onto Albert here. He doesn't have the fatal links though, so Albert's safe.
Now a 1,000 gold lead for ONIC Esports as they're able to get a lot of pickoffs on the board. We do see Clay here opening up the ultimate. The Feather are expected to zone away the members and of course clear that lane as they do want to be rotating towards this top side. Up until now, 1-1 has been untouched.
Just as you say that, they gang top side and CW is able to pick up turret. Vin is looking for that engage, but CW very wisely pops the sprint, gets out. That's a turret over to ONIC Esports. And finally, they're putting their focus onto that 1-1.
See here, ONIC Esports again with this lead. And take a look at Keyboy. Flicker ultimate. Flicker fatal is in fact, we'll see.
Ooh, Kyrie almost finding that kill there. I think with a cutthroat, he would have been able to take that kill, but unfortunately, it was just not in range.
Wait, what is Albert doing? They're both going to be in this jungle area. Kyrie trying to take it away. I think Kyrie needs to be careful here. The Way of Dragon is available as R7 now caught in a weird situation.
Yeah, he's distracting. Very well played here by R7. My goodness. The captain for RRQ. Giving Albert the space he needs to farm in that orange buff. Baiting in a flicker from Keyboy. That's a very expensive flicker. It's a flicker on an Atlas that was burnt out.
No, we can see here again this last riddle perhaps here set it up for RQ.
Vin opening up the map. Use the ejector already though, knowing that Keyboy doesn't have that Fatal Link quick combo, is going to just be able to zone them away. R7 jumps into the back line. Vin is going to be able to lock Keyboy down for the kill. To be picked up by Clay. ONIC Esports, that 1,000 gold lead is slowly but surely diminishing, falling.
1,000, you're right. It's slipping through the hands of ONIC Esports right now, so it doesn't seem like they've been able to get a trade at all on the board. They were able to clear that bottom side.
Ooh.
However, try to give ONIC a little bit more space, but still 1,000 gold lead. How are the items looking?
Seems like Heptases and Malefic Roar here for the side of Kyrie. But they need to be careful of Farsa, Clock of Destiny, and soon enough it will be Lightning Truncheon. But of course 1-1, 2 items critical here. Frozen Scythe, oh, Kyrie. Moving in, not enough damage, but my god, the backup!
Oh, man, jeez. What? Can we get a replay on that? What? Where did the damage come from? Was it just from Vin? No, it was from Albert too, but...
Yeah.
There's so much CC though.
Yeah, they have so much lockdown. But ONIC Esports this time are trading those kills for turrets in the bottom side, right? So it's not that bad for ONIC. The gold lead though is just gone.
Yeah. You can see here ONIC Esports trying again to find. But we'll see. What can they do?
Oh, already RRQ looking for another pick on the board. This is looking scary.
Oh, R7 taken out. Wow, that damage from Boots. And obviously that second skill that can tear through physical defense gave CW the opportunity to look for that final shot. ONIC though needs to be looking for something here as Finn jumps in with the unstoppable force, asking the crossbow tap, and oh my god! Not in time! Kyrie slices it before he can even tap the button. My god, no crossbow tang. CW looking for the chase. Clay is nowhere to go. Clay is dead. Double kill for Boots.
Man, 4 members taken down from RRQ Hoshi. ONIC Esports once again picking up the tempo. And I'm getting whiplash here, back and forth. Both of these teams are looking for the moments, and it's working out really well. ONIC Esports with the additional area of pressure. They're going to be able to get this Lord here without contest from RRQ Hoshi, but Albert is sure going to try.
Oh man, Sans gets away the dragon first though. Albert going to be caught here. He locks CW down, but there's no one to follow with throw. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
The alien! What? How did he go for the steal there? He saves the game, but look at the team! Clay, R7, still able to back away. CW the chase, Sans jumping in. Okay, no, what?
He got Way of Dragon, nearly got shut down.
He was 1 HP when he got that steal.
Wow, how is he still able to slip that in all the while that was happening?
Gonna explain, I have no idea how he was able to pull that off.
Quite speechless myself here, but with 3 members down from the side of RRQ Hoshi, ONIC Esports can clear the Lord with 0 problems top side, and they need to deal with the super minions, but it seems like RRQ, they want an engage.
Ejector onto Sans with Dragon, locking him down. RRQ have regained a second win. R7 with the Polystun when locking CW. He doesn't have to sprint for 5 seconds here. They might actually look for the collapse right now as Keyboy is able to get the Fatal Link, but the crossbow tang comes in. The shutdown as well. Kyrie in the midst goes in for some damage. No lockdown abilities available for RRQ, but they're just looking for that turret up top. They're looking for the orange buff as well.
Yeah, it seems like Dairoth is going to be able to clear that mid side though, so they need to send someone down there as Kyrie now is forced to clear that bottom side. We're going to see 2 lanes collapse here for RRQ Hoshi.
Wait.
With 2 members down. How are they going to do this?
Yeah, I was about to say, if RRQ can end it here, that would be crazy, but with the turret passive still active, I don't think it's going to be available. But RRQ have done something. They've taken that goal lead and turned it around once again.
You're now seeing here ONIC Esports, who are leading, and RRQ Hoshi finding their rhythm, finding their jam here. And remember, it is time for 1-1 to shine. Minute number 11, most of the items were built, is going to be built here. At this point, ONIC Esports really needs to be careful when they want to open a fight. Remember, they can't go all into Clay because Clay has that Purify, so Keyboy perhaps needs to find 1-1 and Albert, which is not an easy job because Albert is building tank, but what else? Kyrie needs to split push here, but we'll see here. RRQ Hoshi, they have held their ground very well.
The longer this game progresses, who has the better late game?
We'll see though. We'll have to wait on that. Okay. Personally, oh my god, they're looking for collapse. Oh my god, Keyboy gets a fade lace onto Vin right now. It's carrying the shot the damage. Albert goes in. Gets the Kundo onto 4. ONIC Esports find the better trade here, taking Albert down. To answer your question, I think ONIC Esports have the better late game. With the Irithel, if they just play around this Irithel, they should be able to dish out more damage in the end. And the thing, well, RQ have 1-1 and Farsa, but this Valentina, it's just so dynamic with the ultimate change, right? With the IMU, I still think it's ONIC Esports.
I somehow agree, but with this Lord push, with this Lord spawn rather, ONIC Esports needs to be very, very be careful here. So we'll see here. Keyboy without Fatal Links, so RQ can have a breath of fresh air.
ONIC Esports looking for this with no Albert. Kyrie though, gonna be popped there. Retribution comes in, Kyrie still finding him, but the crossbow tank comes in onto Keyboy. Only getting 1. R7 looking for the chase now. Skylar's looking for boots as well. Skylar going mad, not gonna get that chase down as he walks over towards the bottom side. KW is able to get out. Sans will not though. 2 for 1, but the Lord goes over to ONIC Esports.
That bottom side is crashing though to favor ONIC Esports, so they have to try and control that. The Lord is on the way, but that could have been a disaster for ONIC Esports. Luckily, Kyrie was still able to get out with CW and boots. Otherwise, it would have been a completely different situation.
Indeed, and now we can see here RRQ Hoshi with this Lord defense. They need to hold their ground. They have Farsa, they also have 1-1. So my bet is ONIC Esports with this Lord, what they're trying to do is just expand their space. Getting this tier 2 in the mid would be great, but now ONIC Esports.
Once again, brings Skylar back as well. It's the wombo combo over to ONIC Esports. Boots able to zone that back line. Kyrie jumping into the wings, Dragon locks him down. Polystar move by R7. Albert looking for the play. Skylar is massive. Just CW down. Keyboy running for the hills. Gone down. Shot down by Skylar. It's another turn in this series, in this game, in this season.
Another defense from RRQ Hoshi. Just when we thought that was the perfect engage from Keyboy with the Fatal Links, RRQ Hoshi still able to capitalize on that, getting 3 kills in return.
Johnny, what is this game? How many kills do we have in 15 minutes? There's more than 2 kills per game.
32.
2 kills per minute, my bad.
Yeah, 32 total kills, and now RRQ Hoshi with 1 member up. Well, not now. They managed to find an equalized turret-wise here. Oh, actually. ONIC Esports managed to catch a base turret bot side, so still favoring ONIC Esports turret-wise. We'll see here. It's a reset. It's a stalemate now. RRQ Hoshi, though, with that momentum play earlier by Skylar, we are now starting to see that this 1-1 is gonna be a problem for ONIC Esports. Remember, DHS already confirmed, and with that corrosion scythe, it's gonna slow down the members, the movements from ONIC Esports.
Albert, no, he's gonna be locked down. That's Albert out. Boy, start with the on-to 4 members right there, but they're able to kite away. Boots getting out of the weakness point, but no. Okay. Not down just yet. Redestruction popped in. 1 more weakness point is all he needs right now, but Kyrie jumps in again. TW is massive. Kyrie looking for the play. Skylar with the nature. Still able to survive for now. Kiting back. 2 more weakness points. 1 for 2. ONIC Esports. Yeah, it's favoring ONIC Esports. I had to think for a second there. Oh my god.
Still in favor of ONIC Esports for the moment, as what I wanted to say before that initiation happened was the fact that now 2 members are going to be down for ONIC Esports to get this Lord, right? They have the man advantage right now. They don't have Albert with the retribution. They could go for it, but it seems like they are going to look for the proper setup from Keyboy. But now Albert is up, so the stakes are very high here. R7 is not available just yet. RRQ Hoshi need to buy a little bit more time, and they need to control the waves properly.
Keyboy goes for the Fatal Links. That's going to be bursted down instantly. Albert also knocked off. Skylar not able to find that crossbow tank just yet. Another 1 for 0 for ONIC Esports. They can reset. They can play with that death timer. Dude, it does not feel like a 16-minute game. This feels like a 20-minute game. I look at the timer and I'm just surprised every single time. It's only been 17 minutes.
Indeed, and we can see here Immortal for Albert here, so technically, ONIC Esports can't do or repeat what they did earlier because he has Immortal. So ONIC Esports needs to bank in on towards Clay or Skylar, which is, again, a tough task. 1-1 has that extra Purify in his kit, and of course Clay, with that Purify, just negates that Fatal Link. But ONIC Esports, that is what they need to do.
ONIC Esports, they're used to being put in this position. They're so good with their wave management that RRQ Hoshi, they're the ones kind of suffering for it. And we're going to see here, as the Clay has already popped his ultimate.
That's a good resource actually burnt out for ONIC, right?
Yeah.
RRQ don't have that right now. R7 also already used that Falling Star Moon to open up the map a bit. RRQ though, they can play with this mobility from the 1-1 just to clear out the mid wave and to control it here. Meanwhile, ONIC, they're gonna have to send their immobile heroes over to that mid lane. Boots mainly here is gonna be the one sent to do that job. 1-1,
perfect.
Can just do it in the bottom side with 1-1 now in the bottom lane. ONIC needs to look for that trigger. Albert though is able to dash away from the perfect match with the Champu. San stole away the Feather Airstrike, and that's gonna be Albert. Tong still low. Immortality popped in. San's looking for the damage. Fatal Link's coming in as well. Boots though still able to disengage from now. CW getting slain in the back line there. Boots also double kill. ONIC Esports, they're falling, they're crumbling. San's getting the shutdown. Kyrie's still alive. San's going to play onto Clay. Albert's low. The minions are coming down on the RRQ's base. It's a 2-for-2. ONIC Esports though in favor. Whoa, what has Vin doing? Oh my god. I thought, my bad. I actually blanked out. I thought the Atlas was Vin and I thought he was in the base. My bad. But ONIC Esports, wow, 2-for-2.
R7 just doing so much for that team. I mean, in that moment, you can see that R7 going into the back lines, actually eliminating CW as well as Boots, dishing out the damage, being the main front line. And that gave RRQ Hoshi the momentum back, even though ONIC Esports were leading. And you can see that the gold lead has shifted, but in the 19th minute, it's starting not matter.
Both teams here, ONIC Esports, do not want to back down, and RRQ, gold-wise, they are slightly leading, but at this point, does gold matter? Because I feel like ONIC Esports also almost at full items, especially CW, and my guess is Kyrie is already full items. But now, let's take a look here, yeah? Kyrie, confirmed, full items in left pick, Hunter Strike, and as well as Heptasy, so full penetrations with Antikyras.
Albert, oh no, Albert! He is going to fall. ONIC Esports, oh, Albert, he's been caught way too many times on these types of engages, on these types of he's always alone. Space checking alone as a jungler. Sure, you're tanky, man, but you need to be alive when the Lord's up here. ONIC Esports, they're gonna collapse once again onto that top side. R7 pops that sprint instantly. No hesitation. I think ONIC made the wrong call. They should have just went over to the Evolved Lord. That gave the Death Timers a bit more time for RRQ to play with here. And oh my god, they're looking for it. Sans is still there. Vin gonna be taken low. ONIC Esports forced to back up. Yeah, Albert's gonna be back up now. ONIC can't really... Can they commit onto the Evolved Lord now?
I mean, 10 seconds, that's not a long time depending on how much damage CW has. At this rate, they might be able to secure this. But look at the way Keyboy is trying to zone them away. No, ONIC Esports, they're gonna get it.
Oh no, they're not. The Feather Airstrike zones it away. It's a miscalculation for ONIC. CW gets brought back. Keyboy falls. Immortalities, everything on the floors. Crossbow attack pop there. Kyrie looking for a kill. Finds Skylar. The miracle play from Kyrie. He does not go for the Lord Steal though. Alfred picks it up. ONIC Esports gun shy in that moment to go for the Lord when they picked up the jungler.
What was that? Do you see that hesitation in the eyes of ONIC Esports? If they went in full onto it, they would have been able to secure that Lord as well. Why did they hesitate? Why did they go back?
Guess they do not want to gamble here. Remember, can't really see the map, and with that Feather Airstrike, it helped ONIC Esports to second guess what they are going to commit. But with this Lord and with 10 seconds on the clock, I feel like ONIC Esports can still somehow defend the base, but I feel like their base is going to be exposed.
Man, ONIC went for the risky play. They did not go for the Lord. They instead went for R7, and it costed them here. ONIC Esports, like you said, can still defend, but it really relies on RRQ, because ONIC are going to have to hope for RRQ to make a mistake here in this upcoming Lord Siege.
And it's not great because all of the resources for RRQ Hoshi are up. Jawhead doesn't have the flicker. But compared to ONIC Esports right now, it's looking way better.
Oh my God, CW! Down to a corner. CW trying to clear that wave up in the top side. It's an Evolved Lord. It's not an easy one to go for the kill on. Then goes for the ejector. Skylar forced to back up. Athena shield pop. ONIC, still are able to breathe in this game. Good defense by ONIC Esports, by Kyrie as well with those cables, but RRQ are going to look for that bottom side now. Vin, again, just going for that ejector, trying to predict Kyrie's movement. Kyrie's got to be careful here with the cable. Feather airstrike once again, CW's low. No trigger for RRQ, they don't go for it. They just go for the turret down below. They're happy with it and they back off. Oh my God, this game is insane. 45 total kills in 22 minutes.
The burn nearly took CW down just because of the emblem, and I'm assuming Clay built the glowing wand here, Goni?
I haven't seen his item, but my guess is with the glowing wand so popular in this patch, perhaps that is the way to go. Combined with Magic Worship, the DOT is incalculable.
4,000 gold lead now for RRQ Hoshi. As you can see, Sans picked up the glowing wand. As the game progresses, you mentioned that ONIC Esports should be the one in favor of the trades, but ONIC Esports, they're the ones making the weird decisions that can be considered blunders at this point.
Yeah, the moment where they didn't go for the Lord, Goni, I think was the most evident one.
Yeah, I think they got a little bit greedy there. They got Albert. In their heads, they want to secure another kill to 5v3 practically, but it didn't work out. And at that Lord pit, it was actually just ONIC Esports hesitating to find the gamble. And actually, yeah, the Lord went to the side of RQ, but ONIC Esports here still defending. Now, this one is an Evolved Lord, so we'll see here.
And remember, Albert was the one picked off just now when ONIC could have gone for that Lord take, right? So Albert's not going to make that same mistake again. Remember, now in the late game, Vin's going to be the one opening up the map with R7 as well. Albert's tanky as well, so it's very hard if they want to actually do that once again. RRQ first onto the Lord already, 24 minutes in.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult here. Clay has the Feather Airstrike to try and zone ONIC away, but on the flip side here, Keyboy is also very well equipped. Doesn't go for it just yet, but here we go.
Perfect match by Keyboy, brings up back on Skylar, pops across Voltang. Kyrie's still able to escape. CW falls though, and that's another as well. Everyone falling from ONIC Esports. RRQ, the patience and the punishment towards ONIC Esports. Boots now, all alone, jumps in for the damage, but a win nature from Skylar is going to secure the kill. Kyrie trying to defend all alone. 40 seconds on the death timers for the nearest one, and that's Keyboy. Kyrie defending RRQ, unit damage. Kyrie still able to defend for now. He jumps back and forth once again, but RRQ!
Wait.
Oh my God, Kyrie? No, 4 years in a row. 4 seasons in a row.
History prevails today.
Wow. 3-2-1. ONIC Esports could not find the comeback. RRQ Hoshi, the Kings of Kings, is proven they are too strong. They're here in the playoffs for one and only reason. They want the M4 and they got the M4.
Wow. RRQ are your first Indonesian team to qualify to the M4 World Championship in 2022 in Jakarta. Against all odds, against everyone's prediction, it's RRQ who stands atop once again.
The better king today, the king of the kings, with a very dominant showing as well. 3-1 against the tournament favorites, ONIC Esports. Up until this day, they're still able to be the kryptonite to how strong ONIC Esports are.
We thought ONIC were unbothered. We thought they would have a perfect run this season. In the regular season, it definitely showed that they could go for that. They were unstoppable, destroying everyone in their path, but RRQ They are a different beast in Indonesia. 4-time MPL champion, the defending Season 9 champions now. 4 times in a row, 4 years of consistency. M4 awaits them. And they will be awaiting for their grand final matchup. ONIC will meet up against Aura Fire in the lower bracket finals.
That's tough. Oh, this is looking like deja vu to last season, but
it is.
Still, very unpredictable to who's gonna make it out in that first place.
RRQ Hoshi, who got dominated in game 1, got angry and angrier in game 2, 3, and 4. It will be our Fire and as well as ONIC confirmed in the lower bracket finals that we're gonna that we are going to display tomorrow. And RRQ will wait.
Oh, it's still so absolutely insane. RRQ, M4 confirmed. I don't think a lot of people doubted this RRQ roster. A lot of people doubted the way they played, but here today, the drafts were not the same as yesterday. These drafts by Fiel, Achil, and Arcadia. Just wow. That's all I can say for this team. The crowd loving it. And the coaches in the back as well. The players all loving it as well.
So unexpected. I'm just still so dumbfounded. How? I mean, you saw the statistics even. But still, it doesn't matter. RRQ Hoshi, they don't care about the statistics. ONIC Esports, sure, go get all the objectives. Play the macro game.
Do it, Skylar.
We'll force you into these team fights, and we are going to win.
Man, RRQ, the stats don't matter. Skylar's father here, proudly supporting his son as he qualifies to his second World Championship appearance. Skylar, the improvement from this kid here. From Season 7, getting all the hate in the world from the netizens. Everyone hating on him, spamming him. Here he is now, again on top of MPL Indonesia, Season 10. Truly the most unpredictable season. ONIC Esports, another massive upset. Was it an upset though? Audience prediction, remember, the Kingdom, they fully believed in RRQ, no doubt at all.
No doubt at all. The Royal Derby Part 3, RRQ makes sure that they never miss the M World Series. 4 times in a row, back-to-back, representing Indonesia. Let's see how far they can go here this year.
It's gonna be a true testament for RRQ themselves because 4 times in a row entering the M World Series but have yet to pick up the champion, the trophy. Let's say though, in Jakarta, but congratulations to RRQ in securing the grand final spot and as well as the M4 spot as well. But let's see the interview.
Let's throw it over to Bude Clara Mongstar for an interview with one of the RRQ members. But before that, let's talk a little bit about, again, ONIC and Aura Fire. Now that the matchup has been set, it's the same as Season 9. Literally,
yeah.
The most unpredictable season ends up being the same as Season 9 so far.
You're right.
If RRQ ends up winning it again, and if ONIC eliminates Aura tomorrow, Season 10 is literally the same as Season 9.
We'll see. I'm excited to get into the interview though. I want to know how RRQ Hoshi feels after that 3-1 victory against ONIC Esports of all teams.
Let's just throw it over to our host for the interview.
Kingdom! Dan tentunya dunia Indonesia. Mari kita sambut inilah dia. Satu perwakilan dari Indonesia, RRQ Hoshi. Luar biasa, congratulations R7. RRQ nggak pernah absen di championship. Benar-benar kengototan kalian dan final upper bracket berhasil kalian dapetin. Tadi match upper bracket, gimana perjalanan kalian?
Ya alhamdulillah lah mulus, seneng jadi.
Mulus ya? Emang kita ngeliat bahwa kalian tiba-tiba aja udah ngedapetin 3 poin dan ngedapetin kemenangan. Tapi The Royal Derby kita sering kali melihat. Tapi pada akhirnya kalian lagi dan lagi datang dari upper bracket. Mungkin yang kita sangka ONIC sangatlah kuat. Tapi tiba-tiba ketika di final upper bracket ketemu kalian hasilnya berbeda.
Ya waktu kan berputar lah. Jadi mungkin dari proses kita lebih banyak berkembangnya. Harusnya kayak gitu.
Harusnya kayak gitu ya. Dan itu
Iya.
terjadi juga. Dan juga para pendukungmu di depan sini. Ada RQ Kingdom dan juga Sonic yang berkumpul bersamaan. Inilah dia. Dua fanbase yang begitu solid untuk mendukung The Royal Derby. Luar biasa, all the best pokoknya untuk semuanya. Dan untuk yang kali ini, ada nggak perbedaan yang kamu rasakan dari The Royal Derby yang lainnya?
Kalau kali ini rasanya beda sih karena mainnya di stage besar kan. Ibaratnya itu throwback kayak season 4 lah, kayak lawan EVOS. Cuman kalau sekarang lawan ONIC.
Oke, stage sebesar ini bikin R7 dan RRQ makin semangat kah? Atau makin ada tantangannya?
Kalau buat anak-anak yang baru sih pasti ada tantangannya tersendiri lah. Kalau buat kita ya kita kangen lah sama momen-momen kayak gini.
Kangen sama suara-suara dari Kingdom dan juga para Sonic dan semua super fans dari MPL. Oke, dan ini kita ngelihat kalian menurunkan ONIC Esports. Dan kalian akan menantikan untuk hari Minggu match dari final, grand final. Ngelihat ke lower bracket, mungkin kita lihat dulu yang di bawah ya. Dari kacamata R7, apakah ada kemungkinan The Royal Derby terjadi lagi? Atau kamu bakal mendapatkan lawan yang berbeda di grand final?
Kalau gue waktu masih group stage, gue bilangnya itu gue pengen lawan baru, Aura Fire.
Oke,
Cuman ya mau siapapun ya kita tetap harus respect lah.
tetap lawan aja, respect aja. Oke, tentu saja akan ada dua kemungkinan. Akankah ini menjadi Aura Fire atau dari ONIC Esports yang harus berjalan lebih jauh lagi untuk masuk ke babak grand final. Tapi perjalanan kalian manis banget di babak playoff ini. Boleh dong kasih tahu apa yang udah kalian lakukan untuk mempersiapkan babak playoff ini?
Yang kita persiapkan makan nggak telat sih.
Sehat.
Iya. Kalau kemarin kan kita hitungannya makannya terlalu cepet.
Oh gitu.
Jadi lemes kan.
Alon-alon baik.
Kalau tadi nyampe sini langsung makan gitu.
Oh gitu, pokoknya harus nggak buru-buru, nggak kegusut, berasa gerusuk. Dan apakah ada rahasia dari orang tua kalian yang hadir juga di sini? Keluarga tersayang dan pendukung-pendukung juga?
Salam ya.
Boleh kalau mau salam sekalian. Mama datang nggak hari ini?
Ya buat seluruh Kingdom gue gak tahu dari mana aja. Thank you yang udah selalu support kita. Alhamdulillah kita bisa hadir lagi di M Series dan semoga kita bisa back to back champion.
Buat Ayang Babs yang selalu datang? Apa gitu?
Ayang Beb mah udah sering lah.
Udah ya? Private aja ya?
Iya.
Oke, dan untuk Sonic juga nih kayaknya untuk ONIC Esports dan juga Sonic yang udah mendukung kalian luar biasa juga.
Kayaknya bukan Royal Derby lagi, lebih ke arah kayak Royal Bestie kali ya.
Royal Bestie! Oke, inilah dia tim RRQ yang gak pernah absen. Dan dari M4 sendiri, ada gak negara yang mungkin kamu nantikan banget R7?
Ya semuanya pasti kita waspadain lah. Cuman kalau misalnya dilihat dari performa yang lagi naik itu Myanmar sama Filipina.
Ada nama tim kah?
Rahasia dong.
Oh, rahasia, mainnya rahasia. Dan begitu luar biasa tentunya. Mari kita beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk R7 dan RRQ Hoshi. Dan kita akan langsung ke breakdown gamenya kepada para caster. Silahkan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, on the caster desk as we break down game number 4. 3-1, it ends with RRQ winning. Connie, it's time for the item build here. How long was the game? I forgot.
It was the longest of the series, I feel.
Oh.
25 minutes, I believe. So we'll see here item builds for both of the teams. 24 to 26, over 15 total kills. 25 minutes, almost 30 minutes here. But Clay and friends manages to close this series out with a 3-1. Vin rather. 10 deaths, doesn't matter. He contributed to 13 assists and as well as 5 kills. And in addition, R7 Esmeralda on point, even though going up on a Dyroth, but it proves that in the late game, it does not matter because Esmeralda is more of a team fight oriented than Dyroth. And see here, Ice Queen 1 was also built to add these slow effects for the composition of ONIC Esports. And of course, Clay spamming that ult with that glowing wand, combined with Magic Worship as well, it's just gonna add more burn effect to the side of ONIC Esports. We can see here Kyrie, again, ONIC Esports, 2 times picking up the Fanny. Doesn't work very well for them. Cost them the series here. Kyrie 12-3-8. Amazing performance, but at the end of the day, their team could not withstand CW. Only 6-5-9 here with that Irithal. Sold his boost as well, but wasn't enough. Keyboy did his best, but again, Albert on that Joe, a very, very critical play. He built that Windtalker last, if you're questioning, just to clear the base turret, the fountain swiftly. But apart from that, of course, he is building towards that item tanks. And of course, Skylar here on that 1-1 DHS, Maleficor, Scarlet Phantom even. Attack speed, critical chance increased. And now let's take a look at the numbers here. Rich Guy will fall to the hands of Skylar by Livin by Mandiri. Remember, it was a 25 minutes game. Carry and Forgotten One will fall to the losing side here, Sans and Keyboy, but R7 will have the sandbag. Esmeralda on a sprint, it's just so hard to kill them, even though ONIC Esports has built that anti-region with that dominant size, but it seems like RQ Hoshi is just too quick, too clean, and too sharp.
Man, Sans as Valentina still with the highest damage dealt, and it's crazy, right? Because RRQ Hoshi won this with 2 losing side lanes, and yet in the end, it didn't matter. And RRQ Hoshi just had better decision-making, I believe. And it really shows in the stats as well. You can see the damage to tower still leaning towards RRQ Hoshi. In terms of objectives, still RRQ Hoshi. And I'm so excited to see who exactly is going to be crowned MVP. And it's going to be R7 as your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series for the last game in the series on that Esmeralda.
Everyone played really well there in the final game, but yeah, R7 definitely had a standout performance, a lot of clutch falling star moons.
I agree. 7-10 KP, 7-10 stat, 71% KP, and he is one of the main factors why just enables his team opening up, taking the damage. In the early game, it wasn't clear. For the most part, ONIC Esports is actually controlling the game. R7 and friends, they are playing rather reactively, and we can see here from here that ONIC Esports, they can go for the fights, they can withstand the fights, but in minute number 18 here, we can see RQ slowly but surely finding the right loopholes, finding the right trades, and in this moment, minute number 20, it's just CW gets caught first, and that's not a good sign if you're ONIC Esports fan. And after this, RQ Hoshi just dominates here. For the final push, this is the moment where Keyboy gets 4, but no clear follow-up damage, and the rest of the members were just scattered. ONIC Esports, this got dismantled by RQ, and the final push was quite clear. Fanny could not clear the wave fastly here, efficiently, And of course, with 4 members standing, RRQ Hoshi, they are now secured M4.
3-1 was the final score. Once again, congratulations to RRQ Hoshi for making it to another M World Championships. But we're going to take a listen first at the mic checks of this match, man. The highlights by TikTok. We're going to throw it over right now.
Depan gua banyak, depan gua rame, depan gua. Orang nih gua nih. Low banget MM. Gua bisa cancel sama dia. Bin. GP guys, tolong guys, GP. Nice. Balik guys. Balik. Nice. Lihat gua lagi nih, lihat gua. Nice. Nice banget. Angkat lagi Skylar. Tower aja guys. Enak aja enggak apa. Nice. Nice. Sabar. No flicker. Sabar OTW lagi jalan. Oh, dia mati. Macam dia. Guys. Gua cover. Nice Den. Nice banget. Dapat sih 3 orang guys. Gua angkat lagi nih. Mati rata gak sih guys? Bisa balik temen. Gua cancel ini no blessing. Let's go orang. Gua backup player. Gua kontlin. Tolong par saya guys. Ada gua. Gak punya flicker. Nice. Gak punya flicker. No flick. Bisain guys. Nice guys, reset lagi ya. Reset ya. Sapiler. Gua putar. Kena. Nice. Gas. Jangan mundur. Ratain 2 doang, gak ada damage dealer. Flicker dia. Tembak. Lebih kena guys. Lordnya mati. Dapat jirap orangnya. Ada next step. Gak ada grab guys. Bisa. Next step. Tori. Nice boy. Gak bisa flicker dia. Dapat. Nice, kode. Gosok. Kairi mati. Gue lempar. Nice. Dari grup lagi, santai lagi. Gue tendang ler. Sabar lagi. Gelut. Ceweknya mati. Pecah. Win. Nice banget. Kelas. Lihat gue. Kejar. Balik. Nice banget. Gue lempar. Gustun. Gue pegang ini tuh. Targeting. Buffer ler. Nice. Gimana ler? Nice. Mati. Nice guys. Tengah. Bisa. Nice.
Wow, man. The passion from the RRQ players, even though for some of them it's the 4th time that they've reached the World Championship, it's still there, the hunger to actually get that trophy. The first international trophy for RRQ Hoshi still lies in front of them. They need to do a whole lot more to capture it, but for now, they're going to be comfortable up in the grand finals, waiting for their next opponent. ONIC Esports and or FIRE, they're going to stay. They're going to be in that lower bracket final, which is going to be tomorrow, Gani.
It's going to be tomorrow, so guys, if you are perhaps curious to see the final conclusion, who will meet RRQ in the grand finals, stay tuned tomorrow.
Stay tuned, and obviously, if you guys haven't already, buy the tickets, go ahead, because right now we're going to talk a little bit about how RRQ were able to do it, the keys to success for RRQ Hoshi.
Well, you can see here RRQ's team fight composition in the last 3 games is very good. 2 games in a row, they pick up Kai, a very good crowd control hero that can just secure the neutral objectives. In that last game, I gotta say that Fanny from the side of ONIC is just also immobilized. Sure, 12 kills, 3 deaths, and 8 assists. But apart from objectives and assassinations, it's quite hard for the side of ONIC Esports to create things because CW was just locked. From that Jawhead, from that Farsa, it's hard to find an effective team fight again. Props to CW props to Skylar to claim all that gold.
claiming the gold isn't enough. You gotta make value from that gold, and you guys can do that in real life. Invest in UBS Gold right now in Season 10 because it's limited edition. You can start from 100,000 IDR, and look, the other casters have theirs already. There you go, that's mine. This is the 100,000 version. There, from Gani, that's the 300K IDR version, right? So where can you go if you want to check this out?
You always can check out ubslifestyle.com, UB Lifestyle e-commerce, as well as Bleebly UBS Lifestyle.
Go ahead.
300,000 today, 3 million tomorrow. So perhaps check it out and invest in UBS Gold.
Let's see, boys and girls. Here, we're gonna get the updated brackets, the official brackets after day number 3. It's so crazy, again, that we're already in day number 3.
I agree. I mean, it's getting closer to Sunday. It's getting closer. I can't wait.
It's getting closer to M4 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be in Jakarta. So if you haven't already, go ahead and check it out on Bleebly. Get your early bird tickets now. You guys can buy it already. I think they started selling these tickets on the 19th of October. So don't miss out. If you guys are planning to visit Indonesia to watch M4, you should buy it right now. The tickets are being sold at a very cheap price right now as well. So why not?
Not indeed, Eterna. I mean, we can. So guys, in case you missed MPL ID Season 10 Playoffs, don't miss M4. There's still time. There's still time to buy tickets, plane, and as well as the M4 itself.
It's going to be way grander than this. I mean, already leaks about the venue, right?
Well, I mean, it's already officially revealed because the M4 tickets are already being sold out. It's going to be in Istora Senayan. If you search it up, 7,000 capacity. This is 2,000, all right? So, yeah, that's a lot. That's a big number. But let's take a look at the brackets once again. The official brackets presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series here for day number 3, RRQ 3-1. They secured grand finals, and there you go. Officially, ONIC Esports versus Fire in that lower bracket.
Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Bigetron earlier on today as well. So who exactly is going to accompany RRQ tomorrow?
We'll see.
In for the grand finals the next day, will it be ONIC, like history repeats itself? Or will it be Fire? Are we going to rewrite new pages of the book in that history book?
Have to wait and see tomorrow, folks.
What's your prediction, Gani?
Of course, ONIC.
Yeah.
What's interesting here is the score is actually even. 3-2 twice, 3-1 twice, 3-0 twice.
So, will we see a new scoreline tomorrow? I'm joking, because this is all best of 5 in the lower bracket finals. But for me, you said ONIC. For me, I want Fire to win, right? I'm rooting for them because I want Season 10 to change. RRQ ONIC have represented Indonesia in M3 and MSC, and now there's a chance that both of them might represent Indonesia again at M4. Sure, the better team will win on the day, but Fire, this is their chance to finally crack that top 2 position and to finally represent Indonesia in a world tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, though, before that, we have a few things to talk about here about M4, a little tidbits, but it's fine. Not today. Tomorrow, you're going to get that, okay? Because the sneak peek that I'm going to tell you right now is, Gani,
still a secret.
Early bird ticket.
Ooh!
That's it, guys. Go get yourself the early bird tickets right now on your Samsung phone. You can download your Bleebly app to go ahead and buy your M4 ticket, MPL ticket as well, because there's a lot of crazy things you can do here. The activities, it's so fun. Us casters, we actually were in a fun match. Oh, she went shopping in the merchandise stores. I went shopping as well. Gani actually went shopping as well. Hey, funnily enough, Gani's merch, he bought ONIC yesterday, and today he bought Aura. So tomorrow, both of these teams are going to clash, and we'll see. But Gani, Eterna, it's the end of the day. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. MPL Indonesia Season 10 continues to be unpredictable. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
berisi dan makin berisi. Siapa punya prediksi mana yang akan tersisih? Ada yang keras cuma di atas kertas, tapi di arena dia langsung lemas status. OP hilang tak berbekas, kena mental kita beda kelas. Tempat terbatas, 6 teratas. Siapa yang pantas? Tangan ke atas.
Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss. We on this, we won't miss. We on this.
Satu langkah lagi, ambisi makin berapi. Sang raja galaksi, dunia kan ku hadapi.
Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss. We on this, we won't miss. We on this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We on this. We on this. We on this.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss. We on this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. berlari terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Aku takkan